The boy recalled peaceful simulations in the village, and some mysterious forces connected reality with miniature settlements. The illness confined him within the hospital walls, exhausting his body even before adulthood and forever separated him from everything. Loneliness clung to him continuously, yet imaginary farming games gave soothing dreams, escaping from painful medical procedures. He looked at his parents exhausted who accepted death calmly, while fragile respiratory equipment continuously kept them alive. Regret completely consumed him, until a mysterious light transferred the fading soul into an unexpected existence. Suddenly he woke up under unfamiliar moons, and from everywhere, from quiet corners, strange buildings surrounded him, standing next to waters that flowed incessantly. The boy immediately noticed the lack of hospital equipment, so, lying carefully wrapped in blankets, he began to inquire about the strange surroundings. He unexpectedly encountered children who were crying and panicked, helplessly fussing because tiny bodies did not allow normal movement. The wandering traveler cautiously approached closer and immediately understood. The abandoned children were in dangerous conditions without protection and without any guardians. The traveler quietly extended a hand, offering help, while the confused boy carefully looked at the clothing and listened to the foreign language. The boy was enveloped in the confusion of transformation when suddenly an unfamiliar language fell around, and nearby, as if relatives, but still unfamiliar people, on quiet streets. The boy quickly realized that the rebirth succeeded. He examined infant hands while caregivers protected the abandoned children. The agitated uncertainty slowly melted away. The boy stubbornly figured out the local customs, studying them with patient observations. But curiosity pushed him ever stronger forward without stopping. He himself honed the writing systems of foreign languages next to towering shelves of books. The Adontive guardians named the boy Kai and the girl Rukia, raising them peacefully. Kai watched everything closely, studying unfamiliar circumstances, while doubting the gods intertwined in the mysterious reborn existence. Rukia interrupted Kai, sprinkling cheerful stories about divine legends, while the children played together and rejoiced without end. The open books testified. Farley created their world, and the priests flawlessly guided the citizens daily through religious instructions. The Kai received blessed chosen ones with sacred seals that granted unusual abilities much stronger than any ordinary magical techniques. Rukia wondered whether adulthood would reveal the sacred blessings, and whether Kai would ever become like their father, the priest. Kai secretly came across forbidden writings, where hidden gods were described. Their blessings remained unknown until the moment he matured. Bizarre experiments began immediately, as Kai uncovered inaccessible priestly books in which unpublished divine names were hidden. Next to Rukia, Kai quietly confessed his disappointment. Magical limitations constricted his reincarnated existence. Rukia comforted him and supported him through tears, and Kai playfully encouraged in his sisterly warmth. Emotional bonds born of tender interactions seemed to strengthen. During bathing, she suddenly approached closer, and Kai, silently noticing unexpected bodily differences, froze with embarrassment. Kai, undressed, rushed to his father with all his might, and joyfully proclaiming Rukia about the appearance of his holy mark, spread this news throughout the crowded household. He noticed how glowing signs suddenly flared on his chest, and from the shocking, unexpected events immediately lost the gift of speech. Rukia proudly confirmed the previous predictions, and Kai loudly celebrated. Nearby, their father was embarrassed, but still supportive. Their father sincerely embraced both children, expressing praise for the wonderful blessings, and at the same time thanked for the divine protection. When Kai asked about his future duties, Rukia, pleased, carefully watched their father's emotional reactions. 10-year-old Kai repeatedly tried to pronounce the hidden divine names, but each attempt ended in failure despite persistent magical research that yielded no results. He was gnawed by anxiety. Due to temple restrictions, he could not recognize his blessing before the ceremonial coming of age. But Rukia interrupted the exhausting sessions, noticing something strange in his behavior while she herself carefully examined suspicious handwritten notes. When Rukia recalled the divine blessings, Kai hesitated each time and avoided any explanations regarding forbidden magical experiments. Both brothers and sister began to test familiar divine names together, hoping that successful blessings would finally reveal Kai's mysterious abilities. Rukia shuddered sharply as soon as she heard the divine names and felt mysterious powers awakening within her. In captivity, she confirmed that she heard supernatural voices, convincing Kai. Their dangerous experiments yielded successful results. When Kai realized that Rukia activated the abilities herself, she confirmed hidden divine names and acted without any forbidden instructional hints. Curiosity cut hesitation to zero as soon as Kai asked for a demonstration, and meanwhile Rukia prepared by activating mysterious blessed powers. Rukia unleashed colossal divine powers, covering the stunned Kai with huge supernatural bursts of energy. Rukia confidently recognized Kai's blessing, showing that the goddess Alamira chose him personally through divine powers. Kai happily praised her, while secretly turning over in his mind unfamiliar names of the goddess, which were missing from the forbidden instructional records. Rukia admitted that she understood the abilities only partially, so Kai was able to calmly hide the secrets of transformation from vigilant investigations. Hope inspired Kai to determination, because divine blessings opened possibilities that were not present during his former fragile life. Kai promised that he would someday become reliable. He believed that the responsibility of the priesthood would eventually repay foster families for their kindness. Kai activated Alamira's blessing, and mysterious powers burst out. Glowing streaks flared dramatically across his chest. But suddenly a huge empty field unfolded before him, shocking Kai, while tiny borders of a strange, yet unexplored edge stretched around. The isolated wastelands were suddenly pierced by Japanese text. There, the goals of cultivation and requirements for settlement progress were explained. Kai immediately noticed. Divine abilities strangely aligned with the same flow as simulation games, and the childhood dreams he had mentioned earlier suddenly came to life. Excitement completely overwhelmed him, pushing him toward persistent, purposeful efforts to cultivate on isolated lands created through divine blessings. Kai worked the fields, while an elderly peasant silently watched his determination nearby. He entered his room and activated the abilities of Tenohira village before carefully examining the mysterious miniature structures. Kai proudly harvested vegetables, accepted complex investments, and during training closely studied the strange requirements for village development. Kai walked steadily through rough terrain, cautiously plotting a plan for personal expansion while simultaneously testing the duties of managing a divine village. He suddenly remembered forgotten seeds just after hearing a mysterious hint that awakened hidden powers within himself. Kai temporarily left Nohira village, returning home each time exactly when mysterious abilities automatically activated inside him. He boldly surveyed the surrounding forests, gathered resources, but at the same time confidently saw improvements in the fields did not even reach the minimum. Carefully planting young trees, Kai also considered fertilizer production and quarry stones. These would support future construction. Watering the lush fields, he was proud and understood. Divine blessings must accelerate agricultural development and the village's material progress. It was difficult for him to transport peasants alone until suddenly Ryu-chan appeared lively, enthusiastically offering help beside him. Chai carefully warmed everything, checked the soil, and felt his heart tighten. Temporary visits to the village always end as soon as the abilities deactivate automatically. Several days passed while Kai silently watched the trees grow at a frightening speed, tightening around the village boundaries that were relentlessly expanding. He anxiously inspected the damaged vegetation again and again, trying to figure out whether the mysterious changes in the village had also unexpectedly struck the environment. Kai suddenly came across devastated fields and panicked immediately upon seeing that the crops were completely destroyed, and all the fields were covered with them. In the silence, he examined the ruined stairs and could not decide what exactly caused the failures in agriculture, soil conditions, or fertilizer quality. Kai saw that in the village of Tanohira there were neither clouds nor natural precipitation, so the crops, already exhausted by drought, suffered very badly. Kai stubbornly demanded rain. He stood silently in the empty field, testing the village's mysterious power. He experimentally set fire to collected branches, driving giant clouds of smoke over the land, while simultaneously monitoring the weather in the surrounding agricultural areas. Kai persistently continued releasing smoke, believing that such primitive weather control could encourage rain even over distant fields. Heavy rain finally suddenly fell, stunning him to the edge, and at the same time confidently restored life to the devastated fields in the village. Rukia warmly welcomed the exhausted Kai after successful rain experiments and soaked his clothes to the seams, as if not wanting to leave a single thread dry. Kai silently stayed inside while Rukia, confirming one thing after another, assured that the dangerous drought had completely disappeared from the fields. He confidently planned irrigation canals, convinced that the expanded rivers would continue to significantly strengthen the village's agriculture. Kai carefully cultivated the fertile fields for years, growing giant vegetables while simultaneously working on the successful development of the farm lands. He proudly celebrated the incredible harvest until the huge vegetables completely flooded Rukia alongside the lush crops. After persistent care, Kai fulfilled all the requirements for a successful harvest and joyfully received a notification about village advancement. He noticed how the fences nervously expanded, and mysterious voices echoed again and again as the boundaries of the new settlement were drawn and formed into a clear outline. Kai celebrated the impressive improvements in the village with loud emotions, having just read the newly unlocked development goals, and immediately brought them to public attention. While Kai was preparing and gathering potatoes by the campfire, he happily clapped his hands, yet simultaneously thought about the difficult future challenges awaiting the village's expansion. An unfamiliar elven firstborn politely approached Kai, confusing him, and introduced herself right next to the fields. Kai unexpectedly came across Enel while she was enjoying the gathered food, and she greeted him kindly and politely introduced herself. Enel explained that she supported the cultivation work because Kai was the one who created and managed the mysterious world. She regularly contacted and requested external supplies, and also promised joy each time Kai successfully delivered useful materials inside. Enel carefully prepared creation seeds, warning that strange plants might publicly reveal Kai's hidden abilities. Several original inhabitants arrived gradually, so unpredictable migration continuously swept through all expanding settlements. Kai welcomed the travelers in the village of Tenohira, while Enel told that everyone recognized the divine in him. Kai doubted the methods of population control, and Enel advised first of all to improve living conditions and rural nutrition. He saw a chance to cultivate hemp. Useful materials and oils, as he understood, could effectively support the expansion of settlements. With enthusiasm, Kai gathered river shrimp additional food supplies beyond potatoes and beans, just that. While the villagers rapidly developed alongside Enel, Kai celebrated the incredible growth across all flourishing settlements living peacefully. Ryuka proudly unfolded ceremonial clothing before everyone, and Kai was worried. Supposedly, her fascination with insects could again turn into a problem. Kai calmly organized the abilities of blessing, and Ryuka promised future companionship every time dangerous duties would come. Before the church officials called Kai, she confidently encouraged him he was preparing for important ceremonial actions inside. The priest solemnly presented the sacred robes, while Kai selected and prepared them under divine seals during formal blessings. During sacred ceremonies, the clerics unexpectedly came across Kai's mysterious sign, and at that very moment fell into a shocked state. Kai felt the danger growing and nervously tensed, while the priests carefully, during sacred rituals, examined the mysterious records. And suddenly dark inquisitors appeared next to the frightened priests, and tension swept like a whirlwind through all the ceremonial halls inside. When panic overwhelmed him completely after the Inquisitor publicly recognized on him the divine crest, supposedly belonging to evil gods, church soldiers forcibly seized Kai, simultaneously suppressing the protests around that flared up against him from the very beginning of the unexpected accusations. Guards arrested, wounded Kai, and held him on ships, taking him away from familiar territories forever. Kai, locked in prison, trembled with fear of execution, regretted leaving his family, and still inquired what he was accused of against the mysterious gods. Workers from the port mercifully released the injured Kai, and then left, leaving him alone near isolated shores under towering mountains. Kai anxiously watched the departing ships, standing confused next to broken piers, amid unfamiliar expanses of the wild desert. He came across unexpected island landscapes and realized exile forced him to survive, day by day overcoming remote abandoned territories forever alone. Kai quietly surveyed the unfamiliar shore and understood. Isolation threatened survival on the entire abandoned island. He carefully felt along forest paths, searching for traces of people, trying to understand whether inhabitants were hiding somewhere nearby and whether they were silently lurking. But as soon as he encountered giant beasts, it clicked in his head. Deadly dangerous creatures dominate the wild area around his tiny settlement. Kai, gripped by horror, slipped away from the attacking monster and in despair fled wildly rolling on the ground, among the grass near unfinished building materials. Enel saw that Kai was exhausted and quietly brought him water carefully, while he listened attentively, nervously, against the backdrop of the crackling campfire. Kai explained his limited abilities with nervous trembling, and Enel noticed the dangerous boundaries that continuously eroded their chances of survival. Finally, Kai silently reviewed the village's mysterious system and understood the main point. A temporary shelter does not guarantee permanent protection from monsters. He cautiously inquired about weapons, and Enel admitted, "Today the villagers only have agricultural tools." Enel solemnly raised a rough iron hoe, encouraging Kai despite the fact that during emergencies their defensive capabilities were insufficient. Kai accepted the inevitable conflict without jokes, while Enel trembled at the thought of loneliness in this unfamiliar world. Enel encouraged the determined Kai proudly, and the mysterious divine protection incredibly strengthened his confidence inside. Kai cautiously swung the agricultural tool and finally sighed with relief. The monster lion disappeared beyond the distant shore, and everything became peacefully quiet. He suddenly encountered an aggressive boar and immediately realized dangerous wild animals constantly threaten survival on isolated islands. Kai unexpectedly defeated the one who was breaking in and was surprised himself. In the fight, his physical strength proved too powerful to stop the attack. He spotted another inhabitant. He rejoiced and fidgeted impatiently, and Kai recognized in this joy an answer civilization exists somewhere beyond the wild area surrounding them all there. Kai carefully led the mysterious girl with a horn to a giant tree, while distant monsters silently watched. He saw the persecution of the badger suddenly stop time after time. He could not cross the invisible boundary that bordered the huge tree. He truly analyzed the dangerous situations, understanding. The island creatures deliberately locked people there, dooming them forever. Kai tightly gripped the agricultural stick, and although survival was still necessary, he decided to save the separated peasants only after that. After a long pause under the giant tree, Kai swore to himself, escape is still possible, chances exist even beyond the remote wild area. Trembling under the giant tree, Kai endured the freezing night while exhaustion overwhelmed his stubborn body. The sunny morning light woke the unfortunate Kai, and suddenly he was sick from the pain, while Enel looked at his suffering with sympathetic concern. Kai begged for immediate protection, desperately explaining, the danger of constant threat without proper shelter directly undermines survival. Enel detailed the simple construction in the village, listing all the necessary materials which are currently absent in the isolated wilderness. Kai selflessly gathered logs and supplies, carefully prepared everything, and built a temporary shelter with primitive tools completely alone. Enel encouraged the hardworking Kai, confidently explaining that the village's improved skills provide additional building materials immediately. Kai patiently cleared the rocky ground, digging narrow foundations and saving the little energy that was left. Assembled wooden supports methodically, he creates primitive shelters, assembling them from ordinary homemade equipment, exclusively with his own hands. Kai thoughtfully designed a modest fireplace, while a mysterious girl silently watched from behind the forest trees with curiosity. He noticed a hidden stranger who was cautiously watching silently, and recalled their unexpected meeting near the wilderness earlier. Finally, Kai completed the fragile shelter, while carefully observing. He looked questioningly at the enigmatic girl quietly hiding among the distant trees. Comfortably settled in the homemade shelter, he noticed how the village materials naturally repelled dangerous insects, and managed this in one night. He slept peacefully inside, and Kai truly appreciated the normal bedding after the harsh conditions of the wilderness that left their mark. Enel visited in a warm, friendly, cheerful mood to Kai, who joyfully enjoyed the unusual comfort inside the primitive shelter. Finally, Kai carefully observed how the village was gradually recovering and understood. Prospects for agriculture had increased, so long-term survival became much more likely even in the wilderness. Kai was going to expand the island farmland, fearing final isolation without stable village capabilities that endure and function. Enel encouraged him, cleverly and kindly explaining, unknown discoveries can significantly boost the development of villages throughout Ireland. Kai highly appreciated Enel's optimism, and not hiding her excitement, requested tasty dishes, those that help endure the difficult efforts for survival. He carefully laid protective irrigation channels, understanding productive lands remain necessary for further survival. Suddenly he came across strange oranges, and noticed how the mysterious girls silently peeked at him from behind the shelter. Kai questioned the mysterious girls about their origin, suspecting that foreigners who had been hiding for years in the wild had secretly settled them on the dangerous island. Kai gratefully concluded for himself. Survival in the harsh, lonely wilderness requires persistence, and he forever thanked his supportive companions. The boy raced desperately through the dark forests while terrible monsters chased the defenseless villagers, who screamed at the top of their lungs. Massive wolves seized the children and cruelly dealt with them, while another figure silently watched, recalling their previous cowardly failures. Years, she hopelessly settled near the uneven paths, incessantly blaming herself for everyone's disappearance, forever alone. In the distance, Kai sneaked up to Enel and offered mysterious fruits, despite the dangerous jungle surrounding the lonely temporary shelters. He explained, confidently gathering the fruits, while Enel nervously hesitated, suspecting that a poisonous venom was completely hidden inside. Enel enjoyed Kai's strange fruits as they silently discussed the mysterious flavors, sitting next to rough wooden furniture. Kai learned that in the village, Enel's crops began to rapidly accelerate. The brought fruits strangely transformed the local agriculture, but he confidently carried agricultural tools, planning to cultivate the island and fully relying on Enel's farming experience. Several days passed peacefully. Kai inspected the potato fields around the shelters while new farms grew nearby. While he briefly rested between exhausting farm works, Kai noticed how Enel repeatedly made her way through the forests. This, Kai warmly thanked Enel, barely smiling, and in his own way compared her night gifts to fruits wandering near by vagrant wanderers. He saw dangerous wolves prowling nearby, while Enel cautiously inquired how weapons were introduced into peaceful villages. Enel replied that there were no enemies in the villages at all, so thoughts about reproducing weapons completely confused Kai. She warned, monstrous attacks without cease threatened settlements, and building defensive villages could cause a catastrophic collapse. Kai seriously discussed military power, while exhausted workers cultivated the fields around their island community. Enel revealed mysterious seed grains, and Kai remembered supplies that were once forgotten during peaceful agrarian talks. Kai carefully examined the tiny seeds, while Enel urged immediate planting to have a practical harvest in the future. He hoped and buried the valuable seeds, prayed desperately, and before it ended, painful childhood memories about family surfaced again. Finally, he silently crossed the empty fields, understanding Enel's distrust of her, the influential priest. The father silently stared at the mountains, and Kai would wait for uncertain consequences from meetings they were pushed to beyond the isolated fields. Kai carefully gathered evacuation plans in his mind, while a hidden girl with horns silently watched the distant fieldwork. Suddenly he was struck by a severe illness and had to exhaustingly lock himself inside fragile rural shelters, completely alone. When the fever just began to intensify, he nervously gathered his thoughts together and relied on his own immunity against unfamiliar diseases. Heat exhaustion clouded his mind, painfully displacing memories of his former life of continuous loneliness. He helplessly shivered under the blankets, while around him the ever thicker and colder darkness besieged the cramped wooden huts, endless waiting without a single sound. Nightmares exhausted his fever, while fierce winds twisted the dangerous illness under the blankets even more silently, quietly. The horned girl approached weakened Kai and spoke about death, while the moonlight quietly lay on the surrounding forests. The wandering girl tightly embraced the trembling Kai, warming him with her heat with a pause of hesitation and complete uncertainty. Finally, Kai fell asleep peacefully next to the sympathetic stranger. He escaped the unbearable cold thanks to the shared warmth of the body. The morning sunlight gently woke Kai, and his grateful companions exchanged relieved expressions inside the cramped shelters. Dressed, Kai sincerely thanked horned stranger, acknowledging the feverish confusion through which physical intimacy once awkwardly emerged. Quietly, the horned girl revealed demonic traits quietly, so as not to scare the people who were already afraid and not to be rejected by them. Kai gently calmed the frightened stranger. He called her sweet, not scary, although her unusual horns were quite obvious. The mysterious girl approached Kai playfully, and a wave of unfamiliar, intimate physical closeness overwhelmed him with helpless embarrassment. Kai learned the horned stranger lived as a recluse, completely withdrawn, abandoned after harsh religious blessing rituals. The girl sadly poured out tragic childhood events, and frightened residents repeatedly turned away from her and completely avoided her. Finally, she quietly confessed to incredible loneliness, convinced that her own weakness once prevented her from successfully protecting someone even before she was abandoned. Kai truly calmed her and reminded her. His support and care recently saved him during a dangerous illness. Kai fully introduced himself officially, extended a hand towards friendship, and warmly invited Abyss to a shared hope forever. Finally, Abyss shyly accepted the friendship Kai offered, and only now without hesitation, warmly revealed her lonely name. Abyss met Kai quietly, calling him master, and smiled warmly, standing nearby, while their joined hands held together. Kai calmly accepted her strange devotion, simultaneously putting everything in order and correcting misunderstandings about friendship and companionship between them. When he feverishly woke up in the tents, recalling Exile, somewhere far waterfalls echoed dully through the stubbornly silent forests. Abyss carefully embraced Kai during morning greetings, unhurriedly, attentively watching his exhausted condition. Kai kindly assured Abyss, and despite the illness still lingering, he contained discomfort within himself with confident, smiling expressions throughout all conversations. In the abyss near, Kai smiled warmly, feeling how her personal anxieties suddenly disappeared from her honest thoughts, accidentally. Kylie silently listened while Abyss explained. The protection of vulnerable travelers forced their strange companions to come together. Kai and Abyss cultivated the fields together, enhancing the preparation of storages while discussing future harvest possibilities. Abbas meticulously inquired about unfamiliar vegetables, while Kai examined damaged potatoes and thought about which harvests could preserve their survival. Kai hesitantly explained the mysterious origin of the seedses, if observing their fragile sprouts quietly and carefully breaking through outside. He dreamed of reliable grain harvests, while experimental seedlings rapidly grew alongside preserved animal meat. They were frightened and immediately confused, as huge plant creatures suddenly grew in the middle of the cultivated fields. Kai and Abyss carefully examined the mysterious plant creature, and arguing, chose dangerous methods of harvesting right near the fields. Abyss confidently suggested the creature, torn from the prey, while Kai nervously refused, fearing strange consequences from consumption. When he carefully dissected the tiny creature near the abyss, quietly weighing what could be eaten, doubts still lingered. Carefully removing the small creature, he suddenly noticed unexpected growth and gained amazingly safe companions instead of everything simply ending peacefully. Finally, Kai and Abyss were immobilized by shock when the tiny creatures suddenly showed warrior behavior, and these expressions instantly spread across their faces. They watched the cheerful creatures, inquisitively asking about the strange origin of the unfathomable agricultural helpers that appeared together. Kai suspected that these mysterious creatures were directly connected to abilities, so he restrained their dangerous tendency to mindless wandering. He cautiously extended agricultural tools to the creatures, doubting that they would even withstand them despite their formidable appearance. The small creatures effortlessly shattered the hardened arable land, shocking with their boundless labor potential and humiliating any doubts of Kai and Abyss. Kai gladly accepted the mighty creatures, and Abyss immediately noticed valuable workers who were already taking on complex farming duties. Kai carefully discussed reconnaissance plans while the villagers explained. These creatures resembled human workers. Abyss reacted cautiously as soon as Kai spoke about reconnaissance, and constantly anxiously kept in mind the dangers of the wild area surrounding the settlement. She seriously offered help in hunting, promised supplies of food and water, but at the same time warned Kai about monsters roaming nearby. Kai deeply valued Abyss, but desired his own while refusing complete dependence on her protection and keeping his distance. Abaz honestly asked for combat training, but hidden motives were clearly traceable in his words: to learn to survive independently in dangerous forest conditions. Kai calmly explained temporary evacuations, and Abyss quietly worried about the risky duties during the explorations. He prepared confidently for the forest expedition, standing near the abyss, carrying supplies and carefully following the advice of an experienced guide. Abyss seriously warned Kai about poisonous plants, while they, together with warrior creatures, ambushed on the surrounding paths. Kai noticed unfamiliar vegetation and increased vigilance. Isolated areas concealed species not found in neighboring kingdoms. He collected strange materials carefully, but with obvious curiosity, while Abyss meanwhile watched the mysterious girl, who had unusually radiant physical features. When Kai was combing through the forest thickets, Abyss suspected monsters. They averted their gaze and skirted around him, as if afraid of being noticed for his strange presence. Abyss teased him with jokes while eating fruit, claiming that monsters instinctively avoid tasty-looking people nearby. Kai awkwardly responded next to Abyss and noticed. Suspicious movements suddenly began to stir quietly from the wild outskirts. He suggested returning cautiously, while the combat creature nervously twitched at strange disturbances approaching ahead. As soon as Kai and Abyss appeared, massive snakes wildly burst out before them, and everyone had to defend themselves immediately. Kai returned with unusual prey, and the villagers celebrated the success despite the earlier terrible clashes with the serpent. As soon as the monsters suddenly appeared, Anil anxiously asked Kai, noticing the fatigue that had settled on his face. Kai nervously blamed himself before rushing alone into the forest, desperately shielding Bisk from danger. Kai nervously prowled in the wild area, fearing to encounter returning monsters and meet Abyss while wandering lonely forest paths. Abyss quietly appeared again safely beside Kai, easing anxiety about dangerous monsters prowling the wild area around. Abyss emotionally overwhelmed Kai. She apologized fearfully and confessed that during dangerous encounters with monsters her panic completely overwhelmed her. When Kai quietly and sadly pondered his own weakness, he realized loneliness threatens both him and Abyss emotionally together. During this time, he entertained village duties, turned away from dangerous situations, and pushed his companions right into the blows of terrifying monsters. When he concluded that stronger warriors must still be needed, he admitted, exploration requires reliable combat forces against monsters. He intended to seriously strengthen the warriors, and firmly believed that improved weapons would increase survival chances during dangerous island expeditions. Suddenly, a massive creature burst from the shadows and hurled Kai forward, and Abyss desperately tried to save him by pressing him to herself. Finally, a huge bird monster aggressively landed right in front of Kai, spreading its giant wings while Abyss cautiously prepared. Abyss fearfully ordered a retreat and rushed alongside the villagers, and Kai carefully watched as a giant predator cautiously approached their vulnerable settlement. Kai faced the roaring monster and bravely stood firm, refusing to abandon anyone, despite the enemies pressing deadly danger on the battlefield. When Kai confronted the giant bird monsters, Abyss warned everyone, and they were forced to immediately make a desperate retreat. He covered the frightened companions, while huge creatures aggressively approached in packs and squeezed the scared travelers. When he realized that escape through the air was still impossible, intelligent monsters carefully watched his every move. Abyss ordered Kai to run to the protective trees, while huge feathers scattered over the ground. He tightly gripped the rough weapons, stubbornly accepting the inevitable battle with monsters alongside his comrades. Kai ordered the warrior to rush to the monster's feet, while his companions immediately gathered a desperate counterattack. Finally, the small companions repeatedly threw themselves at the huge claws, until Abyss interrogated their reckless resistance to the predators. Kai calmed the frightened Abyss, and then, distracting the monstrous birds, personally prevented her companions from receiving fatal injuries. Abyss reluctantly broke free, and Kai promised to retreat but later re-engaged in a dangerous distraction against aggressive monsters. He calmly watched as Enel carelessly fried potatoes, then immediately and without hesitation demanded urgent fire support against the monsters. Enel happily treated everyone to fried potatoes, while Kai grabbed supplies and devised dangerous monster destruction strategies. Kai seriously prepared burning clubs, explaining, huge supplies are still needed against predators already approaching from the air. Kai distracted the huge monsters alone, while Enel activated log traps near the fences at the village entrance. He launched burning projectiles at the giant birds and eventually severely wounded the aggressive creatures during the clash. Enil supported Kai using burning weapons, while his companions attacked the weakened monsters surrounding the Tenohira settlement. Kai launched burning spears again and again, while warrior Kun rose to the monsters and fiercely struck the bear feathers directly at once. He confidently prepared another attack, because the exhausted monsters did not let the allies slip away on their own in the end. It still didn't work. Kai thrust the fourth fiery strike and decided the clash during the fight. He blinded the giant bird monsters for a moment. He staggered dangerously under the fierce monsters, while burning feathers scattered across the field endlessly everywhere, uncontrollably. The companions proudly celebrated the successful attacks, and the wounded monsters painfully whimpered and retreated from Tenohira village. Kai noticed the abyss silently hung near the forest paths, while the monsters relentlessly, in despair, chased the survivors. The burning giant birds relentlessly approached, forcing Kai and the Abyss together to immediately face the threat that pressed inexorably. Kai carefully grabbed Abyss, urging immediate escape, while the frightened companions helplessly watched the chaos around. The scratched monster suspiciously interrogated the Abyss, insisting that her actions during the brutal confrontation put Kai in mortal danger. The Abyss sadly revealed mysterious powers, quietly pleading with Kai and likewise spared herself from any hatred towards her forever. The Abyss unleashed thunderous magic without fear, becoming a shield for Kai, while giant monsters madly rushed towards them. A dazzling lightning tore through the battlefield and finally destroyed the terrible birds, condemning the exhausted villagers to long-awaited survival. Kai learned about the Abyss and mysteriously inherited the abilities of a mage, unlike the usual blessings given throughout the kingdoms, where he, excitedly praising Abyss despite misunderstandings, simultaneously warmly calmed the frightened companions who were finally recovering. Abyss asked to stay close to Kai, nervous and afraid of refusal despite the fact that she had already successfully protected everyone during fights. When AI gently calmed the Abyss sincerely, promising her constant support forever despite her complete, terrifying emotional uncertainty. The Abyss revealed an artificial origin, sadly, but explaining that the magical existence was created long before Kai discovered the truth. She introduced herself officially Replicant Abyss, and revealed that the hidden true persona was concealed under a human guise. Kai calmly accepted the Abyss, just realizing her unnatural body is biologically completely different from ordinary people. Abyss explained the strange awakening that happened decades before, and impressed Kai with his words about the colossal differences between ages. Kai stopped, pondered Abyss, and carefully weighed everything until she understood. The ancient origins of the replicant explain her strange behavior literally to the smallest detail. Abyss admitted a demonic form, sadly, because he believed artificial existence forever completely cut off true human emotions. Kai sincerely thanked him for sharing secrets, gently holding trembling hands without any hesitation, frankly. He wholeheartedly praised Abyss, promising lifelong support since her courage successfully protected everyone. Completely, Kai cheerfully joked about the android awards, and this finally eased Abyss's ingrained fears before acceptance without unnecessary friction. Abyss quietly confessed to painful loneliness, honestly admitting that they were unsure how to live an ordinary life without company beside Kai. She emotionally begged to live together, and then chose Kai forever as a trusted master, although her uncertainty was complete. When Kai realized that Abyss lacked normal independence, the instincts of artificial battle dolls continuously controlled personal desires. He awkwardly apologized, explaining the misunderstanding regarding the master title, while carefully reconsidering Abyss's sincere request. Abyss nervously dropped to their knees before Kai, sincerely begging to be accepted as devoted lifelong master-servant companions. Kai gently embraced Abyss, understanding that former human experience helped him comprehend her painful loneliness. Yes, he recalled modern entertainments and knowledge, and realized that replicants need compassion, not frightening rejection. He, without hesitation, gave Abyss his heart, believing that later emotional growth would naturally displace the artificial instincts of the battle doll with humanity. Abyss happily promised eternal companionship beside Kai, and the quiet forests around witnessed their sincere confessions forever together. Kai looked over the fallen monster near Abyss, and, planning transportation to the village of Tenohira, immediately set off alongside the companions. He panicked as soon as he heard about the death of the warriors, and strange creatures sobbed in dramatic weeping before the embarrassed Abyss that silently swallowed. Finally, he noticed how Enel stepped onto the fields and began to explain. The giant monster must stay with the villagers, then everyone will be safe. Enel activated magical transportation. He pushed the giant creature into the sky, and the dawn symbols unfolded in the heavens. She noted Kai's achievements, and explained that the monster's materials would strengthen the settlement's development, thanks to valuable resources. After the population requirements finally reached the necessary expansion mark, functions were unlocked in Kai-learned village guests. Enel explained, villagers could transport companions beyond the settlements, but departure forced those accompanying them to move to another place. She reassured Kai, the sleeping warrior will eventually regain consciousness, although recently and unexpectedly transformed into mysterious seeds. Kai was already about to explain abilities, aiming again against the demon, while Enel meanwhile encouraged the celebration alongside the village inhabitants. Abyss joyfully welcomed the warrior's recovery, while Kai questioned how to restore the combat instincts of the changed creature. Kai discussed mysterious blessings with Abyss and learned about forgotten powers, but they vanished. Even centuries before this became widespread worldwide. He invited Abyss to visit the village Tanohira, explaining that now upgraded abilities allow transporting additional companions as well. Abyss nervously accepted Kai's invitation, and holding hands before teleportation, transported them beyond the isolated island. Kai proudly presented the growth of the village Tanohira, while Abyss silently observed unfamiliar landscapes attentively, quietly. Abyss reacted shockingly to the magical energy enveloping the peasants, leaving Kai completely bewildered beside her. Enel warned Kai. Harsh reality had overwhelmed Abyss's body, simply fell beyond the unknown magical scenery. Kai desperately clung to the bottomless abyss, while Enel quietly expressed concern about the dangerous environmental differences. Suddenly, Abyss woke up next to Kai and nervously reacted to strange sensations that further worsened her exhausted state. She explained, foreign environments contained too little magical energy, causing discomfort to spread throughout her exhausted body. The Abyss admitted, living without magic was unbearable, and Kai helplessly weakened beside his companion who was finally regaining consciousness. Nighttime excitement overwhelmed Kai after he heard a fragrant dish coming through the isolated camp near the fire. Kai celebrated when meat was brought near the abyss, and a huge roasted creature covered the giant wooden table. He greedily swallowed the lively marinated monster meat, loudly praising the sea water and salt, while the abyss silently watched him. Kai generously scattered the juicy meat onto the abyss, telling about his long, lonely imprisonment, and because of this, the already incredible flavors became even more vivid. Abyss smiled while Kai happily ate, and the peaceful village life went on month after month. Kaya accompanied Abyss, inspecting the defeated creatures, while mysterious energy flared from her powerful magic. Abyss was talking about the geography of the southern island, while Kai was meanwhile studying maps with descriptions of places where huge sacred trees grew. Near the abyss, Kai came across unusual fruit trees. Just as he had learned to grow bitter olives, they yielded valuable ingredients for cooking. Delighted, he was gathering olive seeds near Abyss and was already laying out a plan for future oil production, expanding the settlement's growth. He successfully grew bananas and mandarins, prepared useful materials, and nurtured knowledge about how Hira village would further develop. Kai carefully examined the nutritious mandarins and felt, the unfamiliar fruits strengthen the villagers because they provide healthy, abundant harvests. Comparing the unusual, he noticed sown produce near the abyss. It seemed to him that previously developed civilizations cultivated improved crops on the islands. Likewise, he spoke about future oceanic explorations near abyss, envisioning villages connected by the expansion of maritime transport. Kai explained that escaping from the islands requires reaching the ocean, and the abyss quietly questioned the dangerous dreams of exploration. He remembered his father and Rukia, their strong determination, and how eventually everyone returns home, even when circumstances seemed insurmountable. Kai admitted that relatives had disappeared, and the abyss quietly realized his past world still exists somewhere. He declared that Abyss must always be nearby without any hesitation, immediately calling her his dearest family. Abyss embraced Kai with all his emotion, almost choking from the painful and sincere joy of acceptance, although civilization had separated them by countless centuries long before. Kai returned home near the abyss, and he was warmly welcomed by cheerful villagers. They crowded outside and gathered together joyfully and excitedly. He proudly celebrated the village's progress, until Abyss showed how the transformed warrior's seed sprouts into a useful gnome. Before winter had time to arrive, Kai was already making plans for ocean vessels, worrying that transportation would continue to be painfully difficult because of the waters. He highly valued the hardworking villagers, but to expand the settlement's work, additional reliable workers were immediately needed. With enthusiasm, Kai invited even more mysterious seeds despite Enel repeatedly questioning dangerous experiments in agriculture afterward. Enel explained that the village urgently needed livestock, while Kai prepared to expand agricultural lands and the settlement's infrastructure. Kai shuddered in shock as soon as he saw the huge animals, while Enel calmly considered broader possibilities for a stronger agricultural workforce. Enel explained, taming first required controlled creatures, and Kai wanted ordinary animals to be here too nearby. Kai carefully surveyed the northern island plots, searching for hidden structures that could serve as shelters for useful populations of wild animals. He immediately informed the villagers of the northern expedition plans and promptly received assurances that the surrounding environment posed no danger. Kai and ABIS enthusiastically took up the search for livestock, hoping that future settlements could reliably obtain agricultural resources. Kai accompanied the abyss to the north, confidently running alongside his companions, following paths through wild spaces and never hesitating for a moment. Abyss joyfully praised Kai's leadership abilities, while leading the expedition members through grassy expanses during the journey. Kai learned that a corrupt magical force had drawn dangerous monsters to the northern island, and now they circle around, while planes continuously fly over the island. Abyss suggested moving the headquarters north, warning Kai that monsters regularly hunt the village leaders there. In Kai's place, though reluctantly, he still accepted Abyss's warning, and the tense companions silently and keenly scanned the surrounding wild terrain, cautiously looking around. Kai noticed wild buffalo peacefully grazing in the fields while he searched the northern plains near Abyss, cautiously looking around in all directions. Abyss felt corrupted magical energy spreading around the buffalo as she taught Kai to carefully and instantly restrain attacks. She released guided magical strikes and instantly knocked down charged buffalo, frightening Kai. It was too unexpected. Finally, Kai approached the fallen buffalo near Abyss, investigating the strange behavior around the disturbed creatures carefully, quietly, without unnecessary movements. The abandoned buffalo suddenly attacked him up close, and Abyss immediately shielded the frightened companions, pushing them behind her. Abyss protected Kai while he retreated, stunning aggressive buffalo charging at the comrades through the grassy expanses until they all panicked and fled. She unleashed stronger magical attacks on the buffalo until Kai, frightened, slipped away and hid behind safe together with the companions. Struggling under the giant cows, she was completely overwhelmed, forcing her into a dangerous close fight with relentless creatures that surrounded her. When he panicked, watching Abyss break loose again and again, the buffaloes still relentlessly attacked the exhausted defenders. He activated the powers of the village Tenohira, instantly shackled the charging buffaloes before Abyss received fatal wounds. Kai carried the weak Abyss carefully, fleeing, and the buffaloes raged behind. Quietly across the steppe, through the grass, they rushed forward relentlessly. Abyss gradually recovered next to Kai saved after dangerous buffalo attacks in the northern steppes and reached the place alive. Kai celebrated that he managed to capture live buffaloes, while the fall watched the exhausted creatures nearby. The villagers enthusiastically welcomed Kai after he managed to secure buffaloes' breeding grounds for expansion plans. Kai saw the village prosper thanks to animal husbandry, while peaceful settlements grew ahead. Spring arrived at Kai's island, while villagers calmly built wooden structures under giant ancient trees. Kai gathered the autumn harvest next to Abyss, and the exhausted comrades quickly and harmoniously distributed the collected fruits. Then winter preparations continued steadily and relentlessly, and Abyss magically preserved resources, keeping the villagers during the fierce cold. But the heavy snow mist enveloped the expanding settlements, while Kai daily and relentlessly transported supplies between houses in the villages. Kai returned home in fur clothing, and Abyss warmly greeted him next to the resting comrades. Kai glanced at the newly sewn fur clothing, while the peasants were processing monster skins during the harsh winter. He relaxed next to Abyss, enjoying the warmed shelter, while snowfalls surrounded the lonely settlements in the isolated village from all sides peacefully. Kai praised the completed construction of the fire, and Abyss quietly listened inside, meanwhile adjusting and strengthening the wooden shelters to be more comfortable. He was gnawed by anxiety. The freezing nights threatened survival, despite the protective monster clothing still remaining. It was not enough everywhere. While people pressed together in the shelter during dangerous blizzards, Abyss quietly crept up to Kai almost closely, enveloping him with warmth. Kai sincerely thanked Abyss, highly valuing her survival, as they calmly endured the fierce winter trials together. Abyss quietly rested next to Kai, and the companions calmly shared warmth inside the wooden shelter. Everyone was well. The peasants returned to peaceful daily tasks near the shelters, working together on stable recovery after the harsh winter conditions. Enel efficiently transported supplies together with buffaloes and helped the peasants daily in developing the northern settlement. Kai watched as spring approached, proudly realizing one successful year completely changed the isolated island civilization. Each time Kai approached the newly expanded settlement, he noticed changes in the village, and next to the cultivated fields, everything looked peaceful. Enel warmly greeted Kai after learning that Hira village had successfully reached important development milestones that were recently completed. She explained that mysterious wooden stakes, connected to distant locations, fueled the magical transportation capabilities of Nohira village. Finally, Kai learned about special stakes that created warpoints, allowing instant and efficient travel across oceans anywhere. He carefully sowed valuable creation seeds, thoughtfully planning future village expansion projects in advance. Several days passed, and beneath the cultivated soil in the village, in the sunlight, mysterious animal ears unexpectedly grew. Abyss carefully gathered strange sprouts while Kai nervously watched how they moved around those who had just developed, silently. Finally, Kai noticed. The energetic fox girl emerges fully from underground right near the abyss, and always next to freshly gathered magical fields. The fox girl celebrates a successful summoning, but surprisingly confuses Kai and Abyss and calls Kai Malord. Kai noticed the girl with fox ears, descendant of a mysterious reward, quietly lying next to huge magical tails. The fox girl excitedly approached Kai and asked, "Give her a cute name," while Abyss attentively watched their interaction. Kai, recalling pronunciation nuances, suddenly realized the local villagers had completely misunderstood his real name. Kai properly arranged the Abyss end, then renamed Fox Girl to Ren, so her cheerful joy truly had a reason. Ren joyfully embraced Kai and the Abyss, celebrating their meeting and solemnly promising they would cooperate forever. Ren ordered the gigantic guardian lion to guard the magical relics of the sorcerer, until the settlement of Kai peacefully expanded and knew no rest. Finally, she confidently demonstrated extraordinary fire magic. She controlled the blazing flames easily and without the slightest effort, while her amazed companions silently watched. Ren unleashed an uncontrollable element, devastating magical tornadoes struck him one after another, frightening Kai and Abyss with their colossal destructive power. Kai nervously questioned Absorption about Ren's dangerous abilities, while the mysterious flames burned incessantly. Abyss explained that Ren naturally controls atmospheric magic, unlike ordinary mages who draw power from the surrounding environment. Ren teased the trembling Kai while investigating the mysterious barrier in the village, completely preventing the winter temperatures from escaping outside. Abyss and Ren dealt with dangerous monsters, so Kai could calmly gather materials without worrying about ecological consequences. Enel solemnly presented sea baskets, and Kai agricultural village finally reached the coastline. Kai carefully examined the primitive fishing methods and quickly realized the villagers lacked ships for rapid ocean exploration. When Kai ordered Enel to prepare hemp ropes, he was already devising an escape plan on a raft and immediately put the newly built vessels into action. Kai planned to build a raft in the shape of a squid, while Abyss asked if it was possible to leave the island for new adventures. Ren and his companions sighed and conspired, finally ready to set out on the road under Kai's confident leadership. Kai unfolded ancient maps and calculated an 11-day route to a distant land, fueling the path with the wind magic of Abyss. He preemptively placed emergency markers and gathered 10-day rations so that every wave would not disrupt plans during the uncertain sea journey. Abyss froze as if gazing into unknown trials ahead, and Kai stubbornly step-by-step prepared to continue the journey. Abyss noticed a distant ship on the horizon rapidly approaching and surprised Kai with an unexpected appearance just beyond the visible range. Kai and Abyss noticed a colossal temple ship was emerging from the sea. It grew before their eyes, becoming larger than any vessels they had seen before. When Kai quickly drove the boat, fearing that rescuers would spot them, he remained composed, carefully holding the course and vigilantly watching around. The appearance of Abyss explained happened only in spring with the same seasonal rhythm as before. So she expressed concern, asking about Kai's plans, but Kai himself did not waver. He intended to leave Ireland. Kai calmed the frightened Abyss and decided to check the newcomers alone while the companions hid. He cautiously hid among the trees, keeping in sight how strangers approached the lonely shores from afar and almost unnoticed. The hooded stranger carefully released a little girl outside, making her frightened and hesitant take a step forward, just weakly near the wooden pier. Kai quietly signaled his hidden companions, and then, without revealing himself, remained silent, only secretly observed, waiting for the suspicious strangers to appear nearby. Exhausted girl without strength sat alone near the pier, while a huge ship motionlessly lurked on distant waters. While others dealt with him, Kai greeted the stranded ferry operator on the shoal in a friendly manner and explained everything, after which he led the frightened newcomer along the shore. Katie tremulously uttered her own name, realizing that the permanent inhabitants of the island would not let her return home together with familiar companions. Kai accidentally slipped under the water just at the moment when he was telling about the incredible return of Katie to the distant conditions of her native land. He sincerely promised forthcoming help, despite the temporary hopelessness that covered the difficult and unpleasant cases of Keej. Their wren angrily sprang up and immediately ran into the artificial fairy Gamakin, and Abyss carefully restrained him so that the chaotic misunderstanding would not grow. Kai explained, the enchanted fairy children were trapped, and because of this they failed to escape the island, so the comrades were worried seeing the terrible and dangerous truth. He immediately declared that he would save the fairies who were imprisoned without any hesitation, keeping Abyss under control with unbreakable determination and confident promises. Ren interrogated Kaid, while Abyss investigated suspicious information about the country, using magical wind communication abilities. Kai suddenly remembered the colossal organization of the temple and realized this island probably previously functioned as a global transport location. Likewise, he carefully compared the sacred symbols, suspecting that Ki belongs to the same divine blessings together with the villagers. Katie revealed that she received the evil powers of God reluctantly, unwillingly, and this made Ren and her companions worry about dangerous consequences. Kai urged Keed to make her own choice, rejecting strict official instructions, while he himself kept everyone under full control. Ketty carefully observed the hardworking peasants, curiously watching how ordinary island inhabitants received unusual magical blessings. Naturally, Kai cheerfully led her to the abandoned lands, hoping that working the soil together would ease their loneliness. Kai secretly missed his family very much, and often silently gazed into the distance where the ocean merged with the horizon. Kai tirelessly worked the fields, while Abyss and Kaidi quietly admired his persistence. Kite sadly remembered how he missed his parents. He tightly hugged dolls to his chest and trembled thinking about his separated relatives. She demonstrated the forbidden fairy prayer Kai, and his companions were covered by a wave of astonishment, as it seemed the ancient knowledge of the ritual was a secret no one should know. Kai allowed Keed to experimentally touch unfamiliar magic, encouraging him, although at the start the strange and unexpected reactions of the spell confused him. Ketty successfully activated temporary life magic. The companions were amazed by incredible abilities, as if they were inherited from an evil deity. Suddenly, the revived dolls of Katie came to life. They awakened and spoke in a strange voice, causing Kai and his companions to freeze in surprise. Kai investigated the mysterious blessings, and realizing that his abilities were fundamentally different from ordinary fairy powers, everything immediately fell into place. He warmly encouraged diligent Keed, entrusting her with her duties and regularly assigned her important daily tasks on the island. Cade gradually got used to the happy life alongside his comrades. The months passed calmly, and he enjoyed the cozy family routine on the island with them. During the early summer gatherings, she smiled sincerely, finally feeling warmth and realizing that she truly had a place among her own. Ren and Kaidi remained the island's guards, cautiously holding their position while Kai gathered materials that could not be obtained beyond distant territories. Kai and Abyss boldly sailed through the oceans, stubbornly searching together for unfamiliar cities beyond the lonely islands. Sailing the endless ocean, where visibility was held by a continuous haze, Kai escaped loneliness together with determined comrades who bravely stayed close. He was troubled that he had left Kaid. Crashing into a raft made of boards, he fell down completely exhausted by the painful responsibility he silently bore. Ren stubbornly protested and demanded household duties, despite the dangerous preparations for the journey that directly threatened everyone on board. Therefore, Kai entrusted Ren with the care of duties. Survival opportunities remained necessary to navigate dangerous sea routes under conditions of uncertainty. Cheerfully getting to work in the village, the tenant tended the harvest while comrades worked diligently, maintaining the peaceful island life together. Ren carefully inspected the supplies and stored them diligently, while Kaidi questioned Kai about his departure, simultaneously sparingly using the resources of the abandoned island. She continued to honestly protect the emergency farm fields, ignoring loneliness, and calmed the frightened animals in the village. Cade organized the procurement duties clearly and efficiently, confidently assigning tasks to comrades, although the quiet one greatly missed Kai's company. She silently sat by the flowing water, restraining irritation with her own duties and sharply limiting her freedom. She took the duties that fell on the island too seriously, dragging a pile of boring work closely and at the same time still not letting go of destructive dreams of carefree happiness. Quietly questioned Ren about Kai's disappearance while carrying water, and then exhausted herself with island affairs together with comrades. Under the dazzling sun, she felt a distant movement and immediately raised Kaidi in alarm because of suspicious disturbances that were already approaching. Kaidi came across a wounded creature. It was locked below ground and lay motionless, while Kaidi carefully examined the scattered sticks around as the frightened beast trembled. She remembered the dangerous island and monsters nervously prowling, and suddenly realized that the mysterious screams most likely belonged to threatening predators hiding somewhere. Carefully, she explored the rocky cliffs alone, but suddenly, a strong wind broke the silence and wildly shook the surrounding trees. Kite noticeably shuddered with fear and retreated as a huge shadow swiftly and silently approached from behind the dense forest. A monstrous bird attacked and pecked wildly from Kai's screams. The frightened girl frantically hugged the wounded creature, protecting it. Kai's raft caught a favorable current while Abyss talked about combat restrictions, and Ren demonstrated his advantage in strength. Kai gazed at the distant island, anxiously squinting, while Abyss carefully discussed magical abilities aboard the drifting raft. Ren wildly rushed at the attacking monster, mercilessly slashing, while Kaidi slipped out of deadly danger below. Ren proudly calmed the frightened Kaid, torn apart in the sanctuary, while mysterious hellfire wizards arrived on the battlefield with dramatic rumbling. Kaidi cried emotionally while Ren gently comforted her, promising constant company forever beside Cutie forever. Ren carefully but exhaustedly carried Kaidi through the forest, recalling their previous walks with warmth and without hesitation. Kaidi quietly apologized, still fearing that Kai's disappearance was forever despite unfinished attempts to protect isolated island communities. Kai suddenly returned, appearing unexpectedly and shocked Ren and Kaidi, while dispelling thoughts of eternal separation. Ren helplessly gasped beside Kaidi, regretting harsh words as loneliness overwhelmed her emotions like a wave. Kaidi gently comforted the heartbroken Ren, tenderly and confidently promising Kai would eventually return whole and safe to everyone. Under the moonlight, Kaidi warmly embraced Ren, supporting patience filled with hope, while her companions silently stood and watched nearby. Kaidi cautiously woke amid the night noises, investigated the disturbance, while exhausted Ren calmly slept inside. She nervously prowled the dark thickets until she noticed mysterious movements that quietly and imperceptibly grew from behind the village's abandoned buildings. Canadian Ren noticed playful warrior animals. They stirred underground, somewhere beneath the bright moon slice above the village. Ren calmly, though confusedly, explained the warrior rituals of multiplication, while Kaide silently and curiously watched the buried creatures move. Kite saw how numerous descendants of warriors gradually sprouted through the planted seeds under the fertile soil of the village. Ren awkwardly admitted that there was less loneliness. Additional warrior comrades continuously protected the inhabitants of the isolated island. Kaidi sincerely thanked Warrior and promised Kai will return safely alongside Ren and his companions. Kai noticed the distant land approaching and joyfully steered the raft while his companions celebrated the successful crossing of the ocean. He jokingly complained about stiff joints, while Abyss carefully charted the route, checking against the directions on the topographic map. Kai tried to avoid training in Tanohira village. Deciding that a quick reconnaissance of the coast would be safer for a while, he stayed there. He cautiously scouted the coastal forests along Abyss, hoping that large rivers would soon quickly lead him to populated towns. Kai agreed to the exhausting conditions of the 3-day passage, prioritizing Kai's safety over his own comfort during the journey. She confidently encouraged the companions on the rocky, steep cliffs, increasing the pace, quickening the march stubbornly and without hesitation toward the distant civilization. Kai led the warriors along grassy roads, approaching the distant city, carefully carrying trade supplies as if more depended on them than their weight in hands. Abbas found himself beside Kai, while the summoned warriors gathered silently in a tight circle around their traveling group. Kai transported village products by carts, and trusted warriors held protection over the rest of the residents in all settlements. He proudly showed the updated merchant's clothing, and Abyss carefully, with noticeable curiosity, examined him from the outside. Kai confidently introduced himself next to Abyss, stating fabricated identities before heading to the crowded markets. Kai handed Abyss a hooded cloak, hiding the horns, and only then cautiously stepped into the lively trading quarters. Abyss recreated the cute disguised figure in all its beauty, while Kai praised the appearance next to the traveling buffaloes. Kai carefully stepped on the stone bridges, and Abyss caught unfamiliar voices echoing through the forested paths. While Abyss was preparing to interrogate the locals about regional territories, he noticed hidden strangers near the bushes. They came across those who were fleeing. Already collapsing, they were cruelly shackled, and the pursuers shouted on all forest paths. Bandits boldly surrounded the exhausted captives, and the wounded prisoners helplessly fell face down under the giant trees, silently, as if there was no strength left even to scream. Armed thugs pressed with threats, frightened the captives, and attacked them, cruelly treating the imprisoned women as if they were stolen goods. Kai carefully watched the hidden criminals, and Abyss asked to intervene against the weaker opponents who had already gathered in a circle around the captives. Lightning magic instantly struck the armored criminals, and while the frightened captives looked on in surprise, the attackers fell by the paths one after another. The freed captives trembled with fear next to Kai, while the rest of the bandits convulsed under the blows of magic. The rescued woman nervously questioned Kai, while Abyss stood attentively nearby, and criminals lay around unconscious silently, motionlessly. Kai introduced himself professionally, simultaneously disguising Abyss as a magical escortone that peacefully accompanies trade operations. Sarah Bianchi calmly revealed her true identity, while Kai awkwardly listened nearby and cautiously observed those still recovering from captivity. She honestly spoke about the merchant's expectations, and Kai calmly assessed the likelihood of cooperation regarding regional business opportunities. Kai asked for directions to the city, and Sarah gratefully accepted this, despite the exhausting conditions hanging over everyone. Sarah thoughtfully hesitated, considering Kai's request about the dangerous routes to Scorpitown carefully, step by step. She admitted that escaping the city was difficult and said this reluctantly, while Kai silently listened beside Abyss during the recovery. Kai politely accepted the simple directions before Sarah decided to take everything upon herself and personally escort everyone to the commercial districts. Sarah candidly outlined urgent business problems, while Kai doubted the strange fate that had linked their meeting. She carefully wrapped Kai in a warm scarf, attentively and suspiciously asking him to look closely at the strange marks on the collar. Kai closely examined the broken mercenaries, and Sarah immediately recognized the valuable equipment taken from foreign territories. Finally, he briskly gathered the valuable supplies, and Abyss offered to safely deliver everything to Tanohira village. He planned to strategically delay the pursuers and held back the mercenaries, so they were left abandoned in lonely forest clearings. Sarah seriously explained how all this leads to the collapse of regional security, slowly guiding Kai towards the troubled port settlements. Kai entered the noisy Scorpa from the side of Abyss, curiously looking around the crowded streets and bulky buildings. Of course, Kai eagerly bought hot noodles, while Sarah carefully gazed at the bustling market stalls from the wooden platforms. Kai happily and enthusiastically devoured the fragrant noodles, while Sarah calmly watched his delight next to the noisy merchants. He curiously wandered the foreign streets, while Abyss silently endured the populous civilization together with cautious Sarah. Kai fled from suspicious glances in public while buying spices, and the only thing that seemed suspicious was his broad smile along with his companions as he walked with them through the lively boulevards amid the crowd's noise. He confidently negotiated affordable spots for food kiosks, while Abyss prepared goods near the buyers who impatiently loitered outside. Sarah asked to stay close to Kai a little longer, while carefully inquiring about the mysterious collar on his neck. She suspected that Kai belonged to wealthy merchants, and politely and casually dismissed the significance of the dangerous collar. Sarah showed magical slave collars that completely suppress emotions, and as soon as this happened, Kai and Abyss terribly weakened, as if their voice of feelings was immediately taken away. She explained, enslaved sorcerers inherited magical abilities, while Kai was taught aristocratic practices of exploitation. Sarah confessed that powerful pursuers hunt relentlessly, and Kai suddenly realized, civilization remains incredibly dangerous everywhere. Sarah decided that Kai keeps the sorcerers in captivity, while Abyss under the hood remains strangely silent. Abyss calmly rejected dependence on the collar, and Sarah immediately began interrogating why he had no emotions and where the absolute obedience came from. Kai asked, impatiently cutting his collars, and Sarah bitterly told about the blessed creators and the corrupt temples. He suggested escaping together on boats carefully, and Sarah silently listened, leaning against the wooden walls. Kai promised to help everyone safely, while looking for a way to permanently remove the dangerous magical collar from Sarah. Sarah herself honestly and painfully asked for help, and Kai noticed her hesitation near the overcrowded temporary shelters. Kai politely offered her a change of clothes, while Abyss prepared a disguise to protect his companions from suspicious citizens in the market stalls. Sarah put on a cat camouflage makeup and nervously twitched while Kai quietly, playfully showed movements near the confused Abyss to avoid revealing himself. Traders crowded around Kai's market, greedily buying buffaloes, fruits, and excitedly watching Abyss's cat appearance. Sarah nervously thanked Kai while the god messenger carried overflowing baskets and attracted the attention of all passers-by on the crowded streets. When Kai led Sarah and Abyss through the noisy markets, just as their successful goods were unpacked, the villagers immediately gathered around. Sarah looked at the huge stacks of coins near Kai, while Abyss calculated the expenses for the estate carefully, tangibly, internally. Kai explained, products from the uninhabited island remained valuable because isolated cultivation prevented destructive agricultural pests from reaching the crops. Kai talked about buying livestock, iron, cotton, and grain, while Abyss meticulously counted the accumulated profits. Kai Plan produces leather, soap, and alcohol, while attentively monitoring how Sarah recovers. He invited Sarah to live in their island refuge and promised protection, although the surrounding conditions of the wild area were dangerous and isolated. Sarah noticed, Kai avoided questions about her personal history, and their tense companionship gradually grew stronger. He carefully gave Sarah a sleeping pill, hoping it would ease her anxiety and be better for her difficult emotional state. Kai gently comforted the upset Sarah, noticing how painful emotions pressed beneath her restrained expression. Sarah trusted him so much that she revealed her own personal history, believing his kindness deserved sincere understanding fully. Eventually, she explained that she had noble origins, and Kai awkwardly pretended to know well about the Mondial Principality, the very topic they had discussed before. Then Sarah told how she accompanied princesses during the collapse of Mondial, and how in despair she sought any chance of evacuation while imperial troops invaded. Enemy soldiers rejoiced at capturing valuable nobles, planned reports, and frightened royal guards trembled in the siege. The enemy mage confidently charged at the royal guard, while the captured princesses helplessly watched as complete chaos erupted on the battlefield. Sarah aggressively dispelled destructive magic, unraveling enemy spells from within their very strike, and then repeatedly unleashed counterattacks so powerful that all their defense attempts drowned. The bandit roughly grabbed the princess who was trying to break free, while the armed commanders noisily celebrated successful captures near the frightened prisoners. Sarah dignifiedly resisted enslavement, exposing the ruthless slave traders who kept the captured nobles under control with magical collars. She recounted how she fled from the slave traders alone, until she eventually accidentally encountered Kai and Abyss already on the ships. Sarah suddenly begged Kai while he was rescuing the princess locked in the dungeon. Faint memories overwhelmed her like a wave. Exhausting her and Abyss consumed everything endlessly. She cautiously asked Kai for help, openly admitting, ordinary merchants were powerless to do this, and she managed to free the captured nobility. Sarah explained that the slave traders hunted specifically for princesses. Wealthy nobles promised colossal profits from ransoms. Shopford deliberately sells herself, believing that magical abilities raise her market value far above that of princesses. Kai learned that women mages have inherited abilities, and Sarah prioritized saving doomed comrades above all, and was ready to do it at any cost. Unfortunately, Sarah explained, noble families often bought gifted children, secretly encouraging profitable slave trade networks. Eventually, Kai slowly understood her situation. Slave traders valued magical nobles more than ordinary prisoners because it brought money. He diligently questioned Sarah, finding out whether it was morally acceptable, even personally, for him to refuse princesses for the sake of freedom. Sarah got scared upon hearing his proposal. She refused to betray, and despite fears about personal slavery, completely rejected it, after which things only got worse. Kai silently admired her honesty. She was surprised that Sarah still trusted strangers despite the dangerous experience she had already suffered. Sarah emotionally did not trust herself. She feared that Kai's kindness could lead to dangerous attachment despite the fact that she had never had any relationships of this kind before. Finally, Kai demanded complete trust from her and promised unwavering support in any trials that still awaited ahead. Instead, he asked Abyss to carefully remove the hidden cloak, while Sarah watched the suspicious movements almost silently. Sarah panic suddenly revealed Abyss's horns and immediately assumed a demonic origin, so now everyone's safety was at risk. Kai explained that demons, resembling timid mythological creatures, historically caused widespread prejudice in human societies. Sarah apologized, initially still doubting Abyss, but realizing that outward beauty never defines a person's true essence, she dismissed her doubts. Harry joyfully assured Sarah, while Abyss relaxed comfortably accepting calm company within the shared temporary shelter. Sarah sternly interrogated Kai about the rescue intentions and received firm promises to faithfully protect the imprisoned princesses forever. Abyss suddenly behaved strangely next to Kai, and this confused him. Unusual feverish physical reactions overwhelmed him unexpectedly. Finally, Sarah tightly embraced Kai, believing that close contact would ease the discomfort. But his emotions became even more confused and sharply agitated because of it. The excited Abyss suddenly lunged at Kai, playfully, wildly pushing him on the cramped bed and unexpectedly jumping inside. Abyss nervously questioned her own feelings. Her sincere, gentle actions instantly resonated so painfully that it cut through her heart. Awkwardly, Kai denied that he was pushing her away, clumsily explaining how differently they had matured and fidgeting restlessly in that spot. Sarah quietly watched as Abyss held Kai tightly, and pondering what their future relationship would be like, felt noticeably embarrassed. Kai could not fall asleep peacefully, while Abyss and Sarah rested beside his exhausted body. Sarah admitted that she accepted the separation calmly. Captivity could forever end their brief companionship. Her face was in tears. She sincerely thanked Kai, regretting only that they had so little time together before the inevitable dangerous separation came. She confessed that she feared the enslavement of Princess Yuri, because the precious relatives of the princess always deserve protection. Kai and his friends asked Abyss to befriend Yuri, and Yuri kindly believed them. Discipline and guidance ensured proper stability. Ko carefully watched Sarah sleep and saw how incredible kindness was hidden beneath her weak, exhausted behavior. He finally made a decision to immediately set out and rescue the imprisoned princess, trusting Sarah's honesty despite the many dangers ahead. Kai carefully examined the market wagons. Blacksmiths refused to sell ore right in the middle of the crowded market stalls. Sarah honestly admitted that she knew nothing about iron supplies, and Kai suggested buying the necessary mining tools right now. Kai first set the shopping affairs in motion, confidently calmed Abyss, and carried flowers alongside the wandering merchants. He took decorative masks, livestock cages, and vegetables while Sarah watched the noisy merchants without moving. Before departure, they, together with their comrades, carefully calculated the expenses for the livestock for this journey and prepared to transport the purchased animals home. Kai reviewed was buying consumables while Abyss examined bags, livestock, vegetables, cleaning supplies, and agricultural tools. When Kai rushed to the warehouses, Sarah was left waiting in the crowded market, among passers-by, with anxiety in her eyes. He patiently instructed Abyss, then carefully led the loaded animals alone through the unfamiliar village streets. Enel gladly greeted Kai, and asking about recent discoveries, carried the unfamiliar livestock home alongside the wagons. He solemnly presented the huge wagons with livestock, and Enel swayed on the spot dizzy. She staggered while curious companions gathered outside nearby. Enel suddenly fell unconscious until Kai explained the transportation of excessive supplies. Her fragile endurance finally completely broke down. Sarah sat alone and silently waited while Kai unpacked the deliveries. He waited until Enel recovered in the warehouse buildings. Kai looked surprised as Sarah playfully tried on the purchased masks, then carefully and very quietly calmed her down, reading the worried expression on her face. Sarah apologized, emotionally admitting that loneliness always undermines her resolve when companions suddenly disperse and disappear far away. She led Kai through the trading headquarters, believing that the locked princesses still remained somewhere inside the merchant territory. Secretly, servants carried away and kept the princess in captivity, while quiet corridors on all sides were compressed by the walls of the workshop, which was carefully guarded. The merchant leader harshly scolded the frightened princess, promising profitable treatment, but only for those truly considered valuable nobility. He warned as if the words of the abandoned princess were a verdict, and treated her mercilessly, insisting that dangerous kidnappers out there would surely torture vulnerable captives. The merchant coldly compared the threats of slavery and insisted, "Every hostile side punishes captive women harshly, extremely severely." Finally, the crying princess hopelessly squeezed the flowers, while the merchant mocked the impossible escape from luxurious imprisonment endlessly. The princess broke free and released a magical explosion, forcibly and mercilessly throwing the terrifying merchants back through the luxurious prison chambers. The merchant activated the transparent barrier with unwavering confidence, suppressing the princess's abilities and demanding immediate obedience from the captives. Angry merchants summoned an armed subordinate urgently, as soon as the princess resisted imprisonment and received mysterious magical blessings. Fossil calmly examined the containment barrier and explained, "Ordinary attacks and magic do not work against the prisoners." He again began to calm the nervous merchants confidently, with reproach. Princess's escapes had never succeeded, even when extraordinary forces were previously employed. Fossil reminded the merchants of expensive payments and demanded one thing: successful imprisonment despite all previous military achievements, which were already invariably considered. Having coldly listened to the merchant's orders, he promised, "Every time his assignment yields nothing again, the punishment will be unforgettable." Then, letting go with confidence, he warned the princess, "Hopeless waiting will ultimately only multiply suffering and will last forever inside." The princess silently maintained restraint, while the servants helplessly watched the strange glitches echoing through the isolated rooms. Kai changed clothes and sneakily crept up before approaching Melini's headquarters together with frightened Sarah, hiding his strategic intentions. Kai confidently declared his noble origin, entering the trading headquarters together with disguised companions. Before dramatically opening the huge doors of the luxurious merchant's office, he carefully rehearsed a haughty, noble manner of comportment. Demanding immediate negotiations, he walked stubbornly, as if he was truly interested in buying slaves from wealthy nobles secretly through merchants. In the halls of the luxurious trading company, merchants politely greeted the disguised visitors but closely watched suspicious behavior and remained on alert. Melini energetically welcomed Kai, while her disguised allies silently kept their distance as dangerous underground negotiations cautiously dragged on. Abyss revealed Sarah's appearance so sharply that Melini twitched from shock, while Kai confidently maintained the noble disguise from beginning to end. "Out," Kai solemnly declared about the returned maid slave with pride, and immediately after that demanded immediate monetary compensation from the shocked shop owner. Melini suspiciously looked at Kai, trying to understand why he, although he returned the valuable fugitive the maid slave voluntarily, did it only afterwards, when he skillfully fabricated a convincing story about loyalty, detailing how Princess Devotion sincerely treats the one who redeemed her freedom. Melini cautiously accepted Kai's explanation, but at the same time closely watched. Frightened Sarah was kneeling next to a disguised chasm. Sarah, crying, questioned Kai after hearing that insufficient compensation forever made immediate rescue attempts impossible. Kai hugged the frightened Sarah and soothingly calmed her, promising freedom in the future, while suspiciously attentively watching the merchants himself. Kai acknowledged problems with wealth and said that temporarily sending the princess away was the right decision, so extra dangerous negotiations were completely avoided. He loudly exaggerated optimistic results, and Sarah emotionally reacted next to the confused merchants and companions. Kai calmly asked Mondial Princess to name the location, and the traders, without arguing, led the crying princess aside to separate chambers. Kai suggested rewarding loyal princesses by arranging emotional reunions of separated sisters inside. Melini so easily accepted his strange request, as if sentimental meetings for an imprisoned royal person never became deadly dangerous. He explained that expensive private soldiers could not prevent the mage from escaping, despite the fact that earlier they had numerical superiority. Melini confidently led the disguised visitors upstairs, and without slowing her pace, said that the captured slaves were still securely locked in the remote chambers. Kai silently watched the enslaved slaves, restraining their movements, while the servants carefully served drinks inside the luxurious reception room. Sarah immediately recognized the imprisoned Princess Yuri, and the guards surrounded the frightened captives from all sides throughout the noisy cells. Kai noticed the princess standing next to the flowers without any expression, and understood. Harsh imprisonment had completely destroyed all reliable emotions. Melini proudly presented the imprisoned slaves, and Kai closely watched the nervous prisoners surrounding the luxurious exhibition tables. He solemnly introduced Princess Yuri, and Sarah and Abyss silently observed from the side next to the disguised Kai, who awkwardly trembled from tension. Melini carefully introduced Princess Yuri, and Kai nervously surveyed in silence that mute blonde slavery inside. Kai closely examined Yuri's flowing hair, while Melini urged a thorough inspection and also stood awkwardly nearby. Rukia immediately came to his mind. Yuri's gentle appearance reminded him of something dear from past adventures. Melini revealed to Yuri his dear price, confidently shocking Kievan, though the money was at hand thanks to sales on the marketplace. Kai suspiciously accepted the discount from Melini, deciding that Yuri needed rescue despite the circumstances that had already formed around the negotiations. Melini long and sincerely praised Yuri Cecily, and Kai quietly and attentively studied her restrained facial expression. Sarah suddenly appeared and burst with joy, tightly hugging Kai while Melina explained to Yuri the reduced purchase price. The tired Sarah was gently comforted, and Yuri silently watched everything alongside the confused guards. Sarah fully trusted Kai because rescuing Yuri and the imprisoned comrades mattered more than any security considerations. She, shedding tears, apologized to Yuri, accepting the substitution of guilt with gratitude for the painful experiences of captivity. Sarah tearfully begged Yuri to grant her the last farewells before the painful separation, and this forever devastated everyone nearby. Kai silently sat next to Melina, while the rescued prisoners comforted Sarah during painful conversations carefully and patiently. He confidently requested additional guards, and Melina was momentarily completely confused next to the dark corridors along the passages. Millie privately doubted Kai's origin until frightened soldiers suddenly and immediately called him downstairs. Sarah turned to Kai, delicately buying out the rest of the guards from him, hoping that the imprisoned comrades would finally regain freedom together. Sarah sincerely apologized, and Kai understood how painful separations from dear companions could be because he had already gone through it himself. Abyss suddenly and lightning-fast broke the chains, immediately feigning a threat of violence towards Sarati, and the frightened prisoners silently froze, watching. When Kai rushed to intervene immediately, he stopped the scared guards who wanted to harm the prisoners' shared suffering struck him right in the heart. By order, the prisoners were gathered as fugitives and forced to act cautiously. He demanded that everyone quickly agree and work together until the guards noticed the unrest. He promised the uncertain prisoners probable salvation, although he had no proof that they were successfully being freed at this very time. Kai inspired the frightened captives with bold courage, promising opportunities that would not allow hopeless imprisonment to destroy everyone without exception. Yuri quietly sneaked up to Kai, while the confused prisoners watched uncertainly from the sidelines near the protector Sarah and the Abyss. She noticed that Kai's compassionate gaze was radically different from the cruel merchants and the self-absorbed nobility who kept the captives trapped. Yuri noticed. Kai's gaze resolute immediately melted the despair that stubbornly lived in her exhausted heart. After that, she gently took Sarah's trembling hands, showing trust to the allies who supported Kai's dangerous rescue operation. Kai appointed Sarah to lead while the prisoners formed a circle, and together and united, wove coordinated escape plans. He ordered the creation of a chasm, tactfully placing magical flashes until the captives trembled, clasping hands and waiting for freedom. Melini leaned back in place and angrily questioned why the scouts were being sent back after she had found the missing mage and seen suspicious movements of the prisoner everywhere. He learned that Sarah's pursuers suffered a humiliating defeat. They were publicly held back just recently near the trees in the forest. In rage, he violently smashed the furniture, and the frightened subordinates, twisted in spirals, trembled before the chaos grew inside the headquarters. Melini immediately caught potential enemies, sharply called Fossil while the frightened guards fussed upstairs. Abyss spectacularly tore down huge walls, crushed stunned pursuers, and at the same time opened the way to escape outside. Fossil cautiously investigated the loud blows that hit separately, until Abyss suddenly unleashed devastating attacks through broken corridors. Quickly, maliciously, he informed Melini about the prisoner's escape, while acknowledging that powerful magical opponents were rapidly approaching. Fossil boldly, contemptuously ignored Abyss, challenging stronger opponents, and Melini demanded immediately without pauses to give chase. Fossil calmly accepted Melini's orders regarding the pursuit, calculating that the shackled prisoners were still too helpless and would not consider escape as a chance. Melini frantically attacked Fossil over the prisoner's escape, breaking into demands, to immediately answer for humiliating failures. Abyss carefully watched as the guards approached, keeping strategic instructions in mind so that the enemies would not understand. The prisoners had already escaped too early. She easily disengaged from the pursuit with magic, but anxiety and tension still did not let go. The mission to rescue Kai drove her thoughts forward. Sarah panicked only for a moment before Kai successfully teleported the rescued prisoners to mysterious remote settlements nestled near an isolated village. While Sarah quietly calmed down, the troubled prisoners watched as Yuri responded composedly to the unfamiliar surroundings. Enel with lively interest questioned Kai about resources, while the freed prisoners meanwhile carried the stolen swords of the merchants. Kai playfully apologized to Sarah, laying everything out clearly even down to the details, and then removed the shackles from the prisoner forever. Kai awkwardly examined the confiscated swords while the former prisoners, pausing between questions, inquired about strange techniques from adventure stories. Yuri cautiously questioned Kai about the mysterious settlement, simultaneously carefully tightening the chains around the seized weapons. While Kai explained mystical sanctuary in detail, Yuri doubted possible connections to the origin of the Mondial Kingdom. Yuri accidentally learned that Kai rescues princesses, not understanding what Mondial was even before meeting Sarah. Kai admitted that he first saved everyone because Sarah inspired him with compassionate determination for the sake of the imprisoned captives. Sarah awkwardly misunderstood Kai's promise, while he immediately clarified exactly what he desired regarding the rescued prisoners. Finally, Yuri emotionally reflected and realized Kai repeatedly covered for her, even though she had lost her homeland, status, and family. While Kai awkwardly hesitated, Yuri caught every uncertain word of his, as if hidden feelings surfaced only in carefully chosen explanations. But then Kai finally looked warmly at Yuri as if she were younger than himself and, at the same time, avoided direct confessions when it came to protection. Abyss rushed through the crowded streets, distracting the slave owners, while Kai's companions quietly and successfully escaped. Suspicious mercenaries quickly realized Abyss's deception, began asking about the missing captivess, and immediately completely abandoned the reckless chase. Abyss retained the master's instructions in memory, so he prepared stubborn resistance to the enemies, making his way through dangerous paths in the forest. Armed hunters appeared directly before her and demanded explanations about the missing slaves, cautiously spreading out in a circle and holding all around. Their electric energy burst around Abyss in a whirlwind, mercilessly sowing fear among the attackers, and the decisive clash swept away the last resistance. The Abyss unleashed fierce lightning flashes, crushing the approaching mercenaries, while the frightened survivors retreated backward desperately. She silently examined the unconscious enemies and secretly hoped that the meetings with Master Kai would go successfully, without complications. Fossil called her confidently, requested an honest magical duel despite the abilities being incomparably different. Kai ordered his companions to carefully study everything, to chew over and explain in detail about the mercenaries lost in the Abyss, while the evacuation preparations calmly continued outside. He canceled Abyss's illusion, and the exhausted refugees for a moment revealed temporary safety beyond the dangerous chase for the mercenaries. Melini mocked Kai's absent hunters, doubting that the escaped slaves survived the ring around their mercenary patrols, and that they searched relentlessly. Hidden companions set an ambush for Melini, and forced the frightened traders to immediately lay down their weapons, offering no resistance. Overhearing Abyss fighting enemies alone, he ordered the villagers to carefully hold the captured Melini, and as soon as they disappear, to immediately flee. He sharply interrogated the restrained Melini, pressing her with questions, and a call from Sarah flashed in his mind while the villagers prepared immediate evacuation. Kai threatened to crush Melini, and then coldly ordered to release Yuria, Cecil, and Sarah without any negotiations immediately. Yuri struggled through the tired streets, while Kai quietly urged the frightened companions to the temporary shelter. Recently, mercenaries encountered a group that suddenly surrounded the fleeing peasants, until the narrow alleys completely blocked their way. When Kai realized that the Abyss was facing enemy mages somewhere else, the inexperienced refugees were left defenseless amid the dangerous commotion. The peasants bravely held the defense for Kai, repeatedly insisting. Yuri just broke free and fled, and the armed pursuers were approaching stealthily from behind. Kai was forced to accept the villagers' protection, preparing for desperate resistance, while Yuri meanwhile continued to run forward safely. Kai reassuringly assured the worried residents. Abyss had already defeated the magical kidnapper Sarah, although the circumstances remained dangerous. Yuri nervously asked for concealment, while Kai gathered defenders and surrounded the confused mercenaries in the narrow alleys. Enel returned, bringing experienced fighters, reinforced the exhausted peasants, and prepared desperate resistance against the approaching enemies. Unknown attackers suddenly harshly scattered the mercenaries, spreading shock throughout the city and pulling in the confused guards. Chaotic clashes followed immediately after. Wounded slave traders desperately blamed the escaped captives, while suspicious guards threatened arrests for illegal violence. The guards completely stopped the slaves' escape, demanded surrender, while suspicious mercenaries silently watched the tangled movements. When Kai unleashed the Tenohira creatures, they suddenly overwhelmed the armed mercenaries, destroying them with coordinated attacks. The small warriors effectively defeated the frightened soldiers, confusing the enemy, and at the same time having no proper visibility at night. The villagers watched as the victorious tiny warriors proudly triumphed, and Kai confirmed. The allies reliably and safely cleared dangerous corridors for escape. Kai warmly greeted the exhausted small warriors, first assuredly returning the transformative seed, and then resumed rescue operations. Kai sharply summoned the villagers and drove them to retreat until reinforcements arrived, after which he locked the exhausted survivors inside forever. Abyss exchanged devastating magical blows with Fossil, striking him with colossal electrical power to the limit. Fossil fiercely fought back, but Abyss each time successfully redirected any attack flying at him into magical energy. Kai nervously watched the distant explosions, understanding. The Abyss is slowly capturing Fossil during the furious battle outside. The exhausted Fossil fell, defeated, and as soon as Abyss reunited, they happily gathered beside the relieved teacher Kai. Fossil criticized Kai for hiding Abyss from the war, calling the destructive magical abilities something capable of dealing with enemies. Kai calmly put everything in order and asked Fossil to surrender, and the defeated mercenaries silently retreated somewhere else, leaving the wounded behind. Fossil stubbornly refused to surrender, gathering the remnants of magic, although exhaustion had already completely shaken and finished off his battered body. Kai whispers the instructions of the Abyss, carefully choosing a strategy, precise angles against the dangerous magical attacks of Fossil. Abyss quickly dodges the destructive volley of Fossil, and Kai breaks free from the chaos of the surrounding battlefield, remaining unharmed. Fossil cautiously combs the smoke-covered battlefield, closely watching Kai's movements and recovering strength after exhaustion. Abyss launches concentrated lightning spears relentlessly, forcing Fossil to dodge explosions during chaotic Fossil maneuvers on broken streets again and again, desperately. Kai suddenly grabs the distracted Fossil, hastily leads him to Tenohira village, and then they escape from the authorities together. Fossil crashed into Kai with a sudden strike pain rolled across his face, and confusion instantly spread across the entire battlefield. He rubbed his body aching under the scorching sun until he felt Kai quietly approaching and Enel closely watching their strange situation. Carefully, Kai surveyed the unfamiliar village and listened attentively. Confusion overwhelmed him as soon as he saw the villagers, animals, and wooden houses scattered across vast open meadows. He forcibly dragged Fossil across the field, ordering Enel to prepare, while Fossil screamed, demanding explanations for his suffering. Enel warned every villager not to approach the enemies, while workers grabbed agricultural tools and protected frightened women and children in shelters. Enel encouraged the frightened residents, driving away the approaching thieves, and warned. Their gathered harvests and peaceful homes would not remain unscathed, but in the absence of resistance, everything was completely destroyed in an instant. Enel questioned the mothers with doubt, carefully sorting out how vagrant bandits could seize vulnerable daughters, while frightened children quietly peeked from behind fences. Fossil calmly approached the armed peasants he was looking for Kai and refused to fight, but the confused farmers did not notice the invisible aliens standing nearby. He confidently blocked the path of the peasant crowd, declaring that he was a powerful mage, and that the workers surrounded him from all sides with farming tools and determined, firm expressions on their faces. Fossil rushed to cast a spell in vain, and the shock failure immediately spread across the battlefield, causing the frightened warriors to doubt their own powerlessness in the face of the encirclement. Fossil understood that Kai had imprisoned the mages in a strange, bottomless realm, while the frightened peasants surrounded him, cautiously holding rough agricultural tools. He painfully pushed the rest of the magic outward, and tiny flames flared between trembling hands, while Kai watched as his desperate, futile efforts came to nothing. Fossil suddenly fired weak magic toward the peasants, but the frightened farmers defended themselves with their tools, while Kai silently observed behind everyone. The peasants were momentarily confused seeing the flames, and Fossil, exhausted and bewildered, collapsed. The defenders tightened their ranks around the frightened families. Fossil prepared another spell against the advancing peasants, but the hidden creatures completely disrupted it, while the enraged farmers wildly tore forward together and attacked as one. Fossil cursed everything around in furious rage as soon as the armed peasants encircled him, and despite defeat, were not going to retreat. An unrelenting wave of incredible confusion rolled across the stormy fields. He looked fiercely at Kai, certain that an impossible defeat awaited him, while the strange creatures and peasants together blocked every escape route. The peasants finally completely defeated Fossil. They knocked him to the ground, and Enel ordered everyone to immediately stop any unnecessary fights. Kaiser and Kai discussed the village's safety next to Enel attentively, while the exhausted residents firmly held Fossil and questioned what future conflicts might be approaching their settlement. Enel explained, the residents were afraid of strangers just as naturally, but Kai accepted another view. Violence is unavoidable because dangerous people threaten peaceful farming communities. Enel gently calmed Kai, encouraging his decision. Kai sincerely thanked her for her constant support and trust. Then Kai carried the unconscious Fossil in his arms, while Enel quietly inquired about future plans under the silent skies, as the exhausted companion stood silently nearby. Later he safely reunited with the villagers outside the stone buildings, while hidden creatures silently lurked from dark corners over the peaceful field, watching cautiously. Abyss sadly lowered her head, thinking that futility had become a burden on everyone, and Kai warmly praised her exhausting magical efforts alongside comrades who reassuringly assured her. Finally, Kai sincerely encouraged Abyss, explaining that stubborn enemies create difficulties, and her abilities during dangerous conflicts with strangers successfully protected the residents. When comfortably and warmly he calmed the shy Abyss, he also nervously praised her so much that she became quite embarrassed until she asked for a hug beside the smiling comrades. He firmly embraced Abyss before the stunned residents, and curious onlookers quietly whispered and attentively watched their unexpected tenderness, silently together. Yuri sincerely thanked Kai for protection, while Enel quietly observed nearby. Abyss, comfortably settled in Kai's arms, rested peacefully. Kai carefully considered how to invite the rescued villagers to a safe island, because he knew well, forcing frightened strangers emotionally, it was completely impossible under any circumstances. Yuri admitted that he was left homeless and sadly asked to serve under Kai's family. Ruined circumstances left him no safe opportunity to return anywhere permanently. Yuri explained, slavery sheltered vulnerable travelers, and Kai awkwardly, with frustration at his own courage, revealed that he was a merchant. His companions nearby only froze, and silence became complete. Everyone was confused without a single word. Kai described his isolated island and warned the newcomers. Survival would require determination, because the abandoned wilderness around their distant settlement would forgive no one. The peasants inquired about the condition of the island, and Kai calmly explained. Fertile soil, rivers, forests, and hidden safety, therefore the inhabitants were able not only to stand firm, but also to successfully defend themselves together. Yuri proudly unloaded the story about the disgraceful reputation of Mondial, and Kai froze in shock, while the peasants merely accepted the strange nicknames of their agrarian state as a matter of course, without complaining about anything. Paint joyfully accepted Kai's invitation, and before joining island life, asked for one promise: to stay forever beside him, together with the peasants who seek a peaceful future. Kai firmly warned Yuri against revenge, ordering everyone to completely get rid of imperial grievances before joining the peaceful island life. Yuri accepted this condition, acknowledging that revenge no longer gave anything meaningful, while Kai calmly prepared to return home together with Abyss. Kai cautiously led the rescued settlers northward, and the newly arrived Amaze were drawn to mysterious forces, and silently carrying everyone went through strange hidden paths. Recently, Kai warned the villagers about meeting unfamiliar girls the day before. Cooperation remains important as long as everyone accompanies them and safely reaches the island's territory. The peasants, suddenly crossed the mysterious northern entrance, finding themselves near giant trees and rocks, and the frightened Sarah could not comprehend the impossible means of transportation. Kai calmly introduced the abandoned island, while Yuri and Sarah nervously stared into the empty wild area around the unfamiliar territory, and they stood silently together. As soon as Kai returned, Ren pounced on him and furiously scolded him for disappearing right here, nearby, and the peasants awkwardly watched as their chaotic reunion happened right before their eyes. Ren tightly embraced Kai, confessing that loneliness painfully overwhelmed her, and Kai sincerely apologized for unexpectedly leaving his comrades without any explanation. Friends, Katie happily rushed to Kai, celebrating everyone's safety, while the Abyss quietly walked alongside the relieved comrades who nearby watched the touching reunions together. Kai carefully introduced the rescued islanders, while Keed politely greeted Yuri and inquired whether only unfamiliar newcomers had accidentally arrived with him again. Sarah attentively questioned Kai about the abandoned homes, and Kai admitted, "There is no going back no matter what connections might exist somewhere beyond the distant oceans." Kai from Empty Island appeared honestly and straightforwardly before the comrades. He explained that it was nothing but a worthless, deserted wasteland surrounding them, even though everyone had gathered together in hope for the Abyss Circle. He promised to build farms, roads, houses, gardens, wells, and ranches, and while Kai spoke, determined villagers already imagined a peaceful, prosperous future ahead. Yuri listened attentively as Kai proclaimed the plan to create a hospitable country together, hoping that the abandoned people would finally find true belonging alongside their comrades forever. Recently, Sarah enthusiastically embraced the unfamiliar world, and Kite and Fox girls promised to support the island's development together with the smiling villagers and hopeful newcomers, with enthusiasm. Another, Abu's, promised unwavering loyalty to Kai's family, and Yuri quietly smiled, watching as his comrades calmly gathered around their settlement, which grew larger every day. Yuri encouraged rebuilding broken lives, and Kai gently took her hand beside the residents, hoping for a brighter future. She sincerely promised to support Kai, simultaneously proposing to create a peaceful country, and hoped that no one would ever again know sorrow in their new homeland. Sarah suddenly loudly declared herself Kai's wife, completely stunning Yuri, while the confused villagers awkwardly and strangely recalled their shared nighttime agreements. While the villagers watched her intently, Abyss worked silently. Her demonic appearance and mysterious magical transformation within the camp made them ask one question after another. Cade defended Abyss before the suspicious villagers, putting everything in order. School rumors exaggerate demons, because Abyss behaved gently while politely distributing prepared food. Ren rushed along the village paths, quickly carrying supplies, and her companions Kaya were amazed. Strange creatures silently and attentively watched her lively movements. The villagers surrounded Ren and curiously examined, touched her fluffy tail and ears, while Kai stood aside and observed growing embarrassment rolled through the entire camp. Kai examined the damaged boots near Abyss and realized, for the village to grow, better clothes, stronger tools, and clearly distributed responsibilities for making things for settlers are needed. Kai gathered the villagers openly and loudly announced a meeting of the Island Advisory Council, while the Abyss roared below. Kai, Duren, and Yuri quietly watched him from behind. The villagers demanded immediate practical improvements. Fishing gear, baths, means for agriculture, clothes and shoes, meat, and additional toilets, all this was necessary for survival. Yuri explained the plumbing difficulties in a serious tone, while Kai considered Tainohira's solutions. Abyss stood nearby and silently listened during strategic discussions in the headquarters building. She explained that countries need citizens, territory, and governing authority, and Kai, in turn, linked combat power with magical leadership duties responsible for management. While Kai spoke about population growth methods next to Yuri, they clearly understood. Stronger citizenship indicators remain necessary to successfully develop their island state together. Yuri proposed increasing the number of citizens by universal methods, and Kai froze in surprise, while Abyss silently observed the strange conversation. Finally, she sharply recalled her sexual activity right before the stunned villagers, and from such shame during the meeting, Kai, Kade, and Ren were left speechless. Yuri reminded Kai of royal duties. Kings need heirs because her princely bloodline properly maintains the legitimate traditions of national governance. She aggressively interrogated Kai, demanding that they bear heirs, and pressured. The growth of citizens and political stability for the development of their kingdom are equally important. Kai awkwardly accepted Yuri's proposal, and Yuri gladly shortened her name, further bringing their personal relationship closer while the surrounding peasants quietly watched. Kai remained confused about Yuri's intentions, thinking that royal duty probably prompted her unexpected decision to support the island's development. And then Yuri suddenly declared that Sarah must live next to Kai forever, and this stunned Abyss, Kai Day, and Renah, as their cramped home was still full. Before winter could cover the land, Kai was already preparing to build stronger houses. Discovering that one of the peasants had valuable carpentry experience, he mastered it through family duties. The one who eagerly asked for help in construction organized 10 shelters for the village, and the raccoon warriors prepared supportive work, quickly performing it across the expanding territory and arranging new settlement plots. Finally, Yuri confidently pictured a future in his mind where Kai would one day rule in huge castles, believing that kings need grand symbols of power to properly maintain national influence under control. While Kai worried about how Yuri spoke of unattainable castle ambitions, Abyss silently listened beside him during serious village planning talks. Yuri explained the castles, gathered citizens, mages, and guards as efficiently as possible, yet Kai still doubted. Does every resident really want the communal housing to remain permanent? Kai refused excessive housing management duties and realized 14 isolated settlers need practical communal work, not unnecessary individual buildings all over Ireland. Meanwhile, Yuri proposed building one magnificent castle city where all residents would live together. Surprised Kai and the supportive settlement unity moved forward without stopping. Kai watched as peasants proudly united, while invisible observers imagined. This is how their state is born, and that shared determination will strengthen future generations. Lands, Yuri promised. Their future castle will become a bold homeland, and everyone will proudly protect each other together despite the difficulties of island life. Kai accepted Yuri's offer regarding the castle seriously, while Abyss quietly acknowledged. Living together does not dispel loneliness among isolated comrades, even despite difficult circumstances. And he celebrated with explosive enthusiasm as soon as the village development reached level 20. And Kai was preparing materials needed for large-scale castle construction projects. Rewards for settlement development increased every few levels. It was enough to unlock a new one, and imported city resources appeared automatically alongside village infrastructure expansion systems, and this happened unexpectedly. Chromo confidently introduced herself next to Enel and explained that wandering elves seek protected settlements. They provide food, shelter, clothing, and peaceful opportunities. Chromo revealed tailoring and sewing skills so confidently that it excited Kai, as proper clothing production solved the settlement growth problems affecting the inhabitants. Enel proudly defended her expertise in food. She talked about checking poisonous ingredients and her food knowledge, keeping everyone afloat to survive in the dangerous conditions of the wild. Friends, Chai mistakenly called Enel gluttonous as a joke, thus offending her, because she believed friendship already means deeper personal understanding among companions. He sincerely apologized while Enel explained cooking skills, poison detection, and material creation, thereby supporting villagers with practical survival duties. Chromo carefully accepted Kai's request for footwear and explained. Handmade leather boots require several days because fabric preparation takes too much time for production. While Kai enthusiastically praised Chromo, preparing measurements for village inhabitants, Enel teasingly criticized his impatience during the important clothing preparation for the settlement. Enel stopped Kai and dryly reminded him. The village status was updated now. Besides Chromo's sewing skills, additional functions appeared within the settlement management systems. Kai learned that Tenohira evolved into a magical hidden village. Eastern exits grew, and magical elven advisors came to the settlement for development. Enel laid out step by step how to activate battle magic. He crafted magical concepts inside the villages, discovered seed synthesis, and significantly expanded the technological capabilities of the settlements. Kai learned synthesis works like this. It combines similar seeds to grow stronger raccoon warriors, but depleted supplies did not allow immediate testing even as magical settlements continued to expand. Kai questioned the requirements for the magical village. While warrior raccoons launched explosive experiments with indifferent zeal, causing confusion about what development goals should be in the future. 3 days passed until Chroma finished sturdy leather boots which immediately impressed the residents, while Kai joyfully celebrated their professional appearance, standing among everyone. Chroma carefully explained the complex methods of shoemaking, how waterproof leather is treated, how soles are reinforced, and how durability is increased through traditional manufacturing techniques. While Chroma nervously tried on the handmade boots, Enel silently watched, holding her breath waiting for an honest answer, whether they were comfortable and what their quality was. Kai enthusiastically praised the boots, sincerely encouraging Chroma, then asked to set up additional shoe production to support the village residents in all expanded settlements. Chroma proudly set himself as an example to Enel, seeking recognition, and because of this, Enel loudly protested, while Kai entertained himself nearby with conversations. Kai confidently checked Chroma's boots, smiling self-assuredly, and Enel immediately noticed his satisfied expression and clearly became embarrassed. Sarah spoke seriously about improvements in agriculture. She proposed ponds or huge water containers to provide villagers who need reliable resources for cultivation across all settlement lands. Kai excitedly thanked Sarah as soon as he realized that pottery production from clay solves storage problems, and this immediately sparked new handicraft plans that benefited the expansion of communities in the village. Kai explained the benefits of pottery, relying on memories from television programs, while the peasants listened attentively. Nearby stood several clay vessels for storage not yet finished. He spoke about his merchant origins, shared observations about pottery, encouraged his companions, and presenting simple enamel-making techniques to everyone, explained them on his fingers to each person. Kai asked Abyss where to find clay, and she honestly admitted she did not know. Lowering his head, Kai struggled a bit, then forced his memory to extract information that might be useful to him. He suggested searching for marshy areas. The clay layer which remained beneath the surface was hidden underground, and because of this, chasms opened. The peasants carefully and unhurriedly examined all possible places where it could be collected. Following Ria's instructions, Kai and Abyss surveyed the marshy riverbanks near giant trees looking for clay deposits suitable for pottery. The wasp dug into the damp earth next to Kai and made him carefully examine the material. She emphasized, under the river water, clay could very well be hiding there. Kai explained the clay properties in simple words, regretting that there were no more translators. Meanwhile, his animal companions watched the demonstration next to Abyss. Kai tested dirty samples of wasp creatures and realized communication works, while Abyss silently observed their strange harmony, standing nearby. He continued searching along the riverbanks together with Abyss. Examining the exposed cliffs, hidden clay deposits were still difficult to detect by ordinary reconnaissance methods. An excited substantial wasp suddenly jumped to the surface with heavy silt, shocking Kai and Abyss, and possibly hinting at valuable clay deposits underground. Wasp creatures carried huge, dirty clay baskets to Kai, letting him test the texture, while Abyss carefully watched their successful discovery. When Kai confirmed that souf and clay hardened after firing, and began explaining the planned production of water jugs, Abyss listened intently beside him. Laying out the refined clay blanks, Kai regretted that his knowledge of pottery was still not deep enough, but the Abyss still highly appreciated his valuable understanding and careful observations. Kai gave his companions a clear order to take the collected clay to the village of Tenohira so that there would always be enough materials for future pottery construction projects. He showed the villagers how to properly clean the clay, first carefully preparing the filtered materials, and only then crafting strong clay utensils for survival together with them. Enel doubted the construction of the kiln, and Kai explained. Conditions in the village had become faster, so worries about firewood disappeared. The development of ceramics and tableware moved forward. Meanwhile, Kai talked about unfamiliar kilns, those structures he remembered from television, while people discussed connected chambers that effectively transferred heat along sloping underground passages. The villager immediately understood Kai's explanation, confidently offered help, and encouraged the Enel workers while they prepared for construction projects. The villagers stacked bricks into molds and built massive kilns, while Kai supervised the construction alongside hardworking comrades throughout the entire settlement of Tenohira. After a few days, several kilns already stood right near Tenohira village, so Kai was satisfied and simultaneously prepared future ceramic production operations for everyone. The villagers praised the already completed foundation work of the kiln, and Kai honestly admitted that roofs were still lacking. And standing next to Enel and the workers, he gladly watched the construction progress. Kai suddenly remembered another experiment. He explained that the villagers were capable of improving techniques themselves through repeated practice, rather than relying entirely on him. During the workers' break, Ren introduced playful companion animals Katie, and the villagers, who looked at these unusual creatures with surprise, gathered around Ren and watched them attentively. Kai observed how these energetic creatures entertained everyone, then invited Ren to Tenohira hoping to discuss another useful idea privately on the way. Katie happily asked Kai and Ren to join inside Nohira, carefully holding the strange creatures, and smiled happily alongside everyone during the celebrations. Katie set out to learn about the village expansion, while Kai and Ren watched as buildings, fields, and locals spread around the newly built Zonesti were proud of the settlement gaining momentum. Villagers passed through fertile fields as population growth increased settlement activity and attracted Katie's attention along the expanding streets of Tenohira. Kaitai was worried about her parents in the distant castle of their hometown, and Ren impatiently reassured her, assuring that they would cope with the difficulties of the road and the dangerous paths ahead. She recalled childhood impressions when she went to the castle with her mother, where people worked, and quietly spoke about lonely feelings. Continuous duties of her father there gave rise to them. Kai promised that he would eventually find Katie's hometown, and Kaitai believed him unconditionally, although the timing of their difficult journey was still undefined. Katie was certain that during the separation her parents were very worried, while Kai quietly listened alongside Enel and her companions. Enel interrupted preparations for the gathering in the village, called everyone together, and Kai awkwardly apologized next to Katie and Ren in the cramped space behind the crowded tables. Kai excitedly announced magical experiments with real mage sand. Enel even laughed, while Kaide and their nearby companions got confused as everyone watched the strange passion. Kai explained the drying procedures in the kiln before heating ceramic materials, and Enel called the villagers to the already prepared kilns, from where magical fire experiments were impatiently awaited outside. Enel proudly presented the famous hellfire magic alongside Ren, and the villagers froze in amazement, immediately asking to be taught their magical methods of working the magic kiln. Villagers admired Ren's incredibly cute appearance while Kai taught precise flame control, preparing magical ignition for killing next to the completed pottery structures. A moment before the astonishment of the stunned villagers of Tenohira, Ren released a powerful magical flame hellfire, proving that magical fire can immediately support pottery production inside Tenohira village. Finally, Kai celebrated the successful kill message of ignition near Enel and the villagers, announcing, "Soon real pottery production will begin there as the newly built premises have already been completed." Cade diligently kneaded clay alongside the villagers, working intently while they all practiced making pottery together in the open work area of Tenohira. Together, Kai inspected the finished pottery work of Katie, while companions praised how she was mastering the craft more skillfully and eagerly discussed the prospects of future pottery production. Ren proudly displayed handmade ceramic dolls next to Kade. Her brief answers confused Kay, and the companions praised her quirky artistic interests. Kai shuddered upon hearing strange doll names from Keed, and Ren calmly explained how at that very moment ceramic figurines began appearing next to the embarrassed companions. He warned that ceramic dolls might crack during firing. The treacherous air inside remains dangerous, so Ren continued admiring Kita's unusual creations. Sarah noticed pottery experiments near Abyss while Kai explained, "Kaidi can still make ceramic figures despite their strange appearance." She proudly showed finished dishes and pottery storage items. Abyss noticed her excitement over successful improvements in Tenohira pottery production. When Kai arranged the finished ceramics next to the ready kilns, the villagers celebrated successful production, proudly carrying containers. He carefully inspected the hardened clay dishes next to Kade and confirmed, the firing was successful while the villagers continued managing the kiln operation behind them. Enel explained, cooling must be gradual to prevent sudden cracks, and Kai realized that working with pottery requires a much longer curing time than he had thought. The peasants carefully examined the already made ceramic bricks, and Kai encouraged them to share the acquired knowledge so that they could independently master the methods of making ceramics and further develop them. Kai looked over the fragments of damaged ceramics near Ren and realized several fired products had crumbled, although he had previously prepared everything carefully and maintained controlled heating in the kiln. Kai successfully uncovered and fired ceramics alongside interested companions, while Ketty was very worried about the strangely curved flower vase. Its shape turned out unexpectedly like that. The peasants proudly celebrated the achievements of pottery production alongside Kai, insisting that Tenohira had become the homeland of pottery, and the partners together admired the newly completed ceramic creations. Together, Kai reminded everyone, pottery remains unfinished because the glaze and proper firing still need improvement, and only then can stable mastery in ceramics be fully achieved. Kai was inspecting the collapsed earth while Ren explained the shortages in the village, and the workers every morning dragged barrels to the distant river sources again and again. Ren Klung stood next to Kai, doubting that Kai had been fooling around for days, while Kai was planning reliable construction that would protect the villagers and fully relied on him for survival. Ketty happily grabbed Kai's hand and asked for help carrying the ingredients, but Kai resisted such unexpected behavior deeply humiliated him. Finally, she announced plans for baking inside the village kitchens, and this prompted Kai and Ren to the storerooms where mysterious hidden materials lay for use. Keed found strange clay statues in the pantry and smiled confidently. Thus, she revealed another secret that resonated with the village's development and trust. Next, Ketty demonstrated fragile clay dolls. She lifted them and moved heavy materials, while also convincing Kai that her strength would quickly and efficiently pull the village's construction projects. While she was pulling the supplies, she suddenly coughed next to Kai, and this immediately unsettled him, although she assured that the minor illness no longer meant anything serious. Kai carefully inquired day by day about her condition after she felt a sore throat, and she gently smiled, hiding her tired appearance which was visible to everyone. During the recovery, he invited accompany Kaiti, while the workers meanwhile transported huge clay dolls along the paths to the future settlement territories carefully, step by step. Kai displayed huge clay figures alongside the villagers before entering the workshops, hoping that the Kai-D creatures would pick up the production pace just as the settlement itself steadily expanded forward. Enel and Chromo flawlessly handled the complex clay products, sincerely impressing Kai, while the residents meanwhile drank citrus tea, thus celebrating the growth of both skill and productivity. Kai talked with the villagers about pottery matters and realized Sarah cooks wonderfully, so he supported her and encouraged happiness and stronger cooperation among the entire community of settlers. Sarah invited Kai to the kitchen, asked for additional ingredients, and showed that she confidently held the helm in cooking dishes, supporting the expansion of the village and hardworking workers. She explained that plans would have to change, and usual products would suddenly sharply fade, and this confused Kai, because the ordinary cooking methods for villagers suddenly revealed important agricultural opportunities. The participants rejoiced. Kai celebrated that they had better chances for harvest alongside Sarah. If they united for joint sowing and care, the constant dependence on potatoes would finally disappear forever. The villagers compared the purchased ingredients with the island harvest and prepared more hearty dishes, involving livestock, vegetables, grain, eggs, and preserved products, all to serve festive food. Kai and Sarah proudly envisioned future harvests, convinced that wheat production and island farming would strengthen the settlement's independence, and this was too obvious for everyone. Sarah quietly examined the unfamiliar flower, looking at it carefully, and got confused. Its strange texture and color did not match what they were used to in ordinary rural products. Kai's explanation of why the flower was so white surprised him, as much as the thought that ordinary grains often have darker impurities and naturally coarser texture. Sarah questioned Kai about grinding methods, learned about simple millstones, and when river water suddenly appeared, she produced amazingly refined flour. Sarah obtained it independently. Enel explained. Kai unconsciously twisted his strange assumptions, and through perception, he transformed the village materials so that ordinary flour turned into polished white powder. She admitted that Kai believed white flour exists by itself, and this distorted the village reality, replacing mixed grain textures so that no one immediately noticed the difference. Enel showed how Kai's perception constantly manifested itself in the surrounding objects, and explained that fresh eggs remained safe because Kai considered them harmless and suitable for use. She clarified, Eggs appearing within Kai's influence automatically became protected, and Kai felt relieved while the villagers calmly continued cooking. When he uncertainly pondered how random changes overturned reality and realized that knowledge was lacking, he felt the village was rebuilt too dangerously, despite sincere intentions to support everyone's survival. Sarah carefully examined the refined flour while Kai admitted that distorted ideas, accidentally generated, ultimately produced exceptionally high-quality ingredients across all village kitchens. Kai and Sarah cautiously prepared ingredients for bread, carefully discussing egg safety, and together very attentively experimented in the kitchens of the new settlement, still without a finished result. Kai suddenly remembered the absence of leavening agents for dough and immediately understood. Ordinary dough would not rise properly without additional knowledge about fermentation, and there was nowhere to get them here. Sarah suggested instead making flatbread, and Kai searched the village stores hoping that somewhere in the settlement storage's workers would find forgotten baking materials. Kai questioned Enel about leavening agents for bread and learned villagers had never baked bread before, even though their agricultural knowledge had only grown over time. Before Enel introduced noodles, Kai asked the villagers how they used wheat. Unfamiliar dishes were prepared for the settlers, so strange bread recipes had to be temporarily replaced. For hours, Kai excitedly insisted on noodles, explaining that due to the lack of leavening ingredients, it had been impossible for years to bake bread for many families in the village kitchens. Sarah recognized these dishes from Scorpa streets, so she shared culinary knowledge, while Kai regretted that he had unilaterally shifted the traditions of rural cuisine, guided by his own ideas. She explained that communal meals have emotional meaning, and that if they believe in cooking together, they will be able to restore cozy memories among the isolated residents together. Kai happily joined Sarah while she prepared the dough for noodles, believing that their shared experience and teamwork would strengthen relationships between the growing communities for everyone. Kai and Sarah kneaded the dough for noodles, while the villagers rested nearby with the prepared ingredients, waiting for warm dishes before the work resumed again in the evening. Kai carefully asked Sarah about personal happiness, trying to understand whether settled life gave any relief despite heavy duties and unfamiliar surroundings. Sarah proudly explained that the quiet life satisfied her to the depths of her soul. Independence replaced restrictions and did not let ordinary happiness fade during all the previous dangerous circumstances. Sarah admitted that she cooked without any restrictions, while Kai realized old dreams. The calm daily affairs in the village removed the fear sown by hostile noble possessions. Sarah quietly confessed, the greatest happiness for her was cooking together with Kai. From this he froze in surprise, then suddenly understood everything. Her feelings for him were growing stronger. Kai and Sarah continued cooking together in the village kitchens, but growing embarrassment crept between them, twisting an awkward silence. Kai carried fresh noodles to Katie's room and saw Ren guarding her exhausted, barely holding on under warm blankets. He carefully brought hot Scorpa-style udon, hoping that the warm ingredients would ease Kad's illness, while gently encouraging her appetite and natural recovery. Kyude joyfully tasted the homemade noodles with relief, smiling. The familiar flavors gave strength again, even though the illness that still remained was still severely exhausting her body. Kai and Sarah proudly celebrated the successful cooking alongside the restoration of Kai Day, and Ren cheerfully boasted about the tasty noodle soup, which they warmly shared together. Kai saw how the villagers happily ate the noodles and understood. Enel's words that food brings happiness truly made sense for the entire settlement. He enthusiastically began eating next to Abyss, encouraging the shy companions to also join the meal, while the peaceful village atmosphere kept the pace. Friendship strengthened on its own. Later, Pitma approached Sarah alone near the kitchens and hesitantly asked if additional help was still needed during the ongoing preparations in the village. Abyss asked Sarah for cooking lessons, and unfortunately this upset her. The acknowledgement that usefulness had decreased compared to before embarrassed her even more, because Kai almost never relied on previous skills anymore. Sarah gently reassured Abyss, promising that she would continue to support Kai's cooking education, hoping that hearty dishes could fully repay his kindness. Sarah warmly encouraged Abyss near the kitchen shelves while carefully preparing ingredients, and they both joyfully shared thoughts about hidden talents and future cooking duties. Abyss enthusiastically accepted Sarah's advice, promised to train seriously in cooking, and the two immediately agreed on simple omelet lessons for dishes in the village. Kai watched as Kai placed hardened bread next to the small golem as a gift of the day, and tested its strength with strikes right during physical experiments in the camp. Kai instantly drew mysterious energy before the motionless golem. Eyes sparkled brightly, and internal power systems awakened synchronously even before Kai could react in any way. And the giant golem suddenly stood on tiptoes near Kai and Kaidi, revealing powerful mechanical arms ready for a dangerous fight immediately at once. The awakened golem politely bowed to Kai and Keed, demonstrating smooth movements despite its heavy stone construction. Kai explained that ancient golems were like artificial servants from forgotten civilizations, and Kai froze in shock, and silently began to inquire where these mysterious beings came from. Cade named the obedient golem's target while Kai prepared performance tests, checking the response to simple commands near the camp area, keeping everything safe. Cade ordered a sprint exercise next to Kai, and the compact golem suddenly accelerated sharply and wildly sped up on the ground, scattering dirt everywhere. The shaved golem raced across the fields, shaking buildings and confusing peasants while observing. A whole mass of gigantic footsteps was cautiously, quietly, silently approaching their settlement. Finally, Katie excitedly praised Kai's impressive speed while Kai inspected the sturdy bodies of the golems. They survived dangerous collisions and easily withstood without visible damage. Katie requested another experiment with heavy objects, and Kai was led to where huge stones awaited, while the golem obediently and patiently awaited further instructions. Gade ordered lifting a gigantic heavy boulder, while Kai doubted that the weight of this stone significantly exceeded the usual building materials for testing. Kai nervously watched as the golem succeeded, lifting a huge rock above its head and demonstrating extraordinary strength far beyond normal expectations. Keed joyfully accepted the victory, praising the colossal strength, and from that Kai began to doubt whether divine blessings were intertwined somewhere inside and awakened strange mechanical abilities. Kai realized that Kai's strange logic defined the golem's abilities, so hidden blessings, historically, did not become known in the wider circles of human society for a long time. Kai celebrated the reliability of the golems and their usefulness, and Kaidi proudly smiled, encouraging new experiments despite concerns about excessive load. Peasants and Golmi expanded the stone buildings, while Sarah and Abyss prepared food this way. They quickly accelerated the settlement of the fields together. Kai helped the workers cultivate the fields, while another resident marked giant trees on the map, carefully recording previously unexplored areas of the island for future expansion plans. He moved back through the blooming fields, clutching the gathered supplies to his chest, and heard the village greeting him near the newly built wooden houses, peaceful and calm. The farmer gave Kai the news. The wheat had finally sprouted properly, so in the entire growing settlement, they would soon start bread production. They did not have to wait long. Ren excitedly called Kai to prepare a feast which surprised him greatly, while the peasants gathered with ingredients at the temporary tables and reached out to the campers. Several months had passed since Sarah and others joined the island, and Kai and Ren meanwhile continued to arrange life in the settlement, step by step. Kai returned, dragging fish, and the residents proudly came out to meet him, showing the completed castle and how life was bustling throughout the settlement on all its lands. When nervously placing homemade food before him, Abyss solemnly showed how she prepared it and silently awaited his honest reaction. She cautiously admitted someone had once taught her these methods. Kai immediately sincerely and enthusiastically praised Abyss's cooking, and because of this, her nervous expression noticeably softened. During the calm dinner, she attentively watched how he ate with satisfaction. Abyss successfully celebrated by preparing delicious food, and Kai admired her efforts enthusiastically, encouraging her so that her confidence in future domestic duties would only grow. Yuri proudly called the finished dwelling a royal castle, while Kai considered this characterization an exaggeration, although she still appreciated her intentions. Thus, she explained, the citizens worked harder because they believed. Kai ruled a true kingdom, so it was fitting for them to push her brothers to take responsibility sovereignly, fully, and further. While winter rapidly closed the distance, Abyss slid Kai another portion of food, and he swallowed it, clutching in his mind thoughts about the burden that demanded protecting everyone together. The path still lay ahead. During the banquet in the castle, the village gathered lively and joyfully around Kai, and each new shout only fueled his determination to responsibly govern the growing kingdom forever, properly. From the late evening conversations, Kai found himself between Yuri and Abyss, and he silently listened while both women seriously laid out their own thoughts, not yielding an inch. Yuri and Abyss fiercely argued, having slept beside Kai. Both insisted that personal loyalty gave the right to his bed exclusively with them, and only so. Kai nervously stared, while Sarah quietly accepted the last bed according to the strange sleeping arrangements inside the cramped castle bedroom, without any complaints. Abyss held tightly to Kai and demanded that he take responsibility for warming, while Yuri publicly protested against the unworthy behavior supposedly expected from their revered king. Kai suggested everyone go to sleep together calmly and without trouble, recalling that Ren and Kide already had separate rooms, so that no new misunderstandings would arise among the villagers. Kai explained how Yuri's huge bed accommodated several people so that everyone was comfortable, although Sarah still felt uneasy during the conversation about the strange nighttime agreements. Yuri carefully watched the sleeping Kai as Abyss left, and a sharp concern was clearly visible on his face, worry about the duties of succession and the transfer of power. Yuri came across secret temple traditions where there are heirs and sacrificial children, and he refused to cooperate until he learned the whole truth about Kai's real intentions from Sarah. Morning conversations began quietly. Yuri prepared tea and decided to explain those mysterious blessings directly to Kai in the castle dining hall, personally. Kai finally heard her admit Sarah had unsuccessfully investigated the origin of the blessings, and now he understood that their private conversation required careful, premeditated preparation. Kai asked for complete honesty about what practical blessings are really capable of. And as a result, Yuri revealed the temple's orders, which previously under threat of coercion forced keeping important information secret. Yuri agreed and explained the secret, hidden blessing secrets, to Kai, although her soft facial expression already hinted that she expected much more from ordinary conversations. She hesitated, but still gave the information and hinted that Kai must provide fair compensation, and only then, having received confidential knowledge about the temple's affairs from her. Yuri quietly asked Kai to hug her shyly, and when he hesitated, he felt awkward. Still, she forced herself to accept this strange condition and entered the silence of the room together with him. Kai nervously delayed with further physical touches, promising gentle gestures a little later, but still tried to handle Yuri's direct, emotional requests with restraint. Yuri suddenly and forcefully hugged Kai across the bed, completely shocking him, and from this instant, tense closeness, the conversation between them sharply changed atmosphere. Yuri suddenly pressed Kai against the wall, hugging tightly, and such aggressively gentle behavior left him completely stunned. Holding Kai close, Yuri revealed her divine blessing from the lineage of the shield god, and during dangerous battles and emergency situations, almost indestructible protective barriers began to grow. During school lessons, priests explained blessings, and Kai silently listened while Rukia questioned how exactly peaceful miracles differ from destructive magic. The priest claimed that blessings can protect Farley without war, but Kai recalled Yuri's dangerous shield ability and did not believe it. Still, Yuri proudly showed her blessing next to Kai. She revealed invisible protective barriers that repel allies in bloody clashes with enemies. Kai noticed Yuri's sanctuary technique. She surrounded users with invisible walls, and the protective blessing was engraved in memory as a survival path after dangerous attacks. Yuri admitted that more concentration was needed due to smaller barriers, and then cheerfully suggested increasing their size. Even more, Kai responded with a nervous surprise, but said nothing. Yuri deliberately locked Kai within her sanctuary barrier, pressing tightly against him, and confidently teased his shy reaction, buying time. Kai smirked proudly, explaining that he had become the perfect test subject for checking her blessing's protective abilities and emotional influence. Once Abyss suddenly approached the corridor entrance, noticing the strange silence around Kai and Yuri, and surprise immediately spread across her face. When Kai realized, Yuri's shelter completely blocked the sound, Abyss could not hear them, and Yuri calmly continued holding on, pressing against his surprised body. Yuri confidently glanced back while Abyss repeatedly touched the invisible barrier, remaining amazed, and the metallic clinking sounded through the closed sanctuary. Yuri tightened her embrace around Kai, kissing him on the cheek, while he flinched fearfully from the sudden intimate touch. Abyss completely misunderstood the hidden situation, deciding that Kai and Yuri were secretly enjoying private activities, although no one outside could observe them. She gathered magical energy around herself, preparing for devastating attacks on the invisible sanctuary, and Kai immediately noticed how danger was rapidly approaching them. Abyss delivered powerful blows directly to Yuri's barrier, and during the destructive clash, harsh impacts echoed, while Kai protected Yuri at all costs, desperately shielding her in this disaster. Explosions scattered against the sanctuary walls as Abyss mercilessly continued the attack, leaving Kai in shock, while Yuri firmly held her protective grace. Kai abruptly urged Yuri to cancel her sanctuary, convinced. Abyss struck out of concern, while Yuri calmly maintained the protective barrier. He cried out anxiously towards Yuri, but she only ignored his complaint and remained pressed against him inside the sanctuary. During the Abyss attack, she paused for a moment, noticing a worried expression on Kai's face. Her former aggressive determination against Yuri's protective barrier vanished instead. Uncertainty grew. Finally, Kai begged Yuri to release the sanctuary. Abyss looked stunned, but Yuri still refused while not ceasing her gentle behavior towards him. He finally demanded that Yuri stop using the temporary refuge, and Yuri blushed deeply as soon as she heard his desperate emotional outburst. Yuri quietly confessed that unresolved feelings towards Kai still remained between them, holding him tightly, and from her serious emotional confession, Kai was left confused. Outside the sanctuary, Abyss continued charging destructive magic beneath the trembling building, without doubt. Only stronger strikes could save Kai. Kai felt dangerous vibrations spreading and realized Abyss could destroy the structure if Yuri did not release her refuge quickly enough before it was too late. He urgently addressed Yuri by her full name, Cecily, hoping to finally convince her with serious words. The refuge must be abandoned. Yuri blushed deeply, accepting Kai's desperate request, and Kai immediately understood. Stubbornly holding the refuge would only worsen the misunderstanding in the Abyss and provoke its destructive actions. Yuri finally removed the sanctuary barrier and silently stood before Kai, while Abyss watched their strange interaction intently, still unable to recover from embarrassment. Abyss rushed to Kai and hugged him tightly, deciding that rescue was already necessary after noticing Yuri's suspicious behavior. Kai calmly reassured Abyss, while Yuri criticized her excessive care, and an awkward silence stretched between the two girls around Kai. Yuri warned, excessive attachment to them could eventually bring problems to Kai, and Kai himself nervously tried to stop their argument before the escalation broke out further. She reminded everyone, mages protect states during conflicts, and insisted that Kai acknowledge both the strong feelings of Abyss and his combat importance in relation to him equally. Yuri explained, a master must never allow personal emotions to influence decisions in battle, while Kai listened nearby near protective Abyss. When Kai questioned Yuri's argument, insisting that Abyss means much more than just combat power, and that it is also within his growing family circle, where it was felt so painfully emotionally. He pondered the story of Abyss, his magical companion and homunculus servant, and realized their bond went far beyond usefulness on the battlefield. Kai smiled warmly and declared that Abyss belongs to his family, and Yuri immediately reacted with surprise to such an unexpected statement. Yuri accepted the Abyss, legally joining Kai once, although she insisted. Kai must also accept her feelings and companionship equally on par with Abyss. When Abyss confirmed everything, they often naturally cuddled up to each other, and Yuri held her breath from this. He had not quite understood how close these relationships were, and how tightly emotional attachment was woven between them. He firmly refused romantic intentions towards Abyss and Sarah, and Yuri silently digested his unexpected explanation, dispelling embarrassment. Abyss nervously asked Kai if constant closeness would eventually become a burden for him, revealing hidden insecurity that was concealed beneath her loyal, protective behavior. Kai answered immediately, without any hesitation. He assured Abyss that she would not have to be afraid, he would never tire of her presence beside him, emotionally, after everything. Abyss quietly smiled as soon as she heard Kai's reassuring promise, and he meanwhile asked her to remain honest and natural around him without any worries. Abyss tightly embraced Kai with relief, while Yuri quietly stood nearby, understanding. Kai's excessive kindness constantly fuels Abyss's growing emotional dependence. Sarah rushed into the room to Kai, panicking over magical reactions, while Yuri silently watched as everyone discussed the strange recent disturbances inside the castle. Yuri cautiously approached Kai, begging for answers about his mysterious abilities, and Sarah, unable to hold back, confessed. His unusual powers scared everyone in the camp. She explained that Kai was building settlements, continuously transporting resources, and single-handedly erecting giant structures, and Sarah froze nearby, stunned. Yuri admitted, secret knowledge is hidden in the Farley religion, and Kai's extraordinary blessing exceeded expectations, so a heavy silence hung among everyone at headquarters. Kai demanded secrecy regarding the island settlement, but Yuri refused immediately. She believed it was already impossible to protect her dangerous secret for herself. Kai warned Yuri, recounting temple wisdom about blessings that put life at risk, and forced everyone who listened to remain silent until Abyss observed. Kai revealed a Lamilla and he blessed him, while Yuri and Sarah nervously listened from the side. Near hot drinks, quiet companions closely surrounded the tables. He explained that temple priests called a Lamilla dangerous and evil gods, and carefully hid information from ordinary followers across all kingdoms to keep them safe. Yuri and Sarah turned pale with fear as soon as they learned. The blessed children became outcasts, forever abandoned on remote islands where monsters hold control and behave ruthlessly. Kai admitted that ceremonial kidnappers left him there years ago despite impossible conditions that later turned him into a resilient island leader. Sarah interrogated Abyss about the abandoned blessed children, and Kai confirmed. Kai Day survived under the same exile circumstances years before he reached safety on his own. Yuri explained to Keed how to control dolls and golems easily, as if it were a trifle, but Keed perceived these abilities as something extraordinary, completely beyond ordinary magical understanding. Kai described 13 subordinate gods who served the religion of Farley, and hidden records hinted. Among them, there already secretly existed one dangerous god. He publicly revealed that the priests worship only 3 gods, while ancient books mentioned 7 additional deities hidden from ordinary believers. Kai admitted he was not sure where a Lamilla came from, and Yuri suspected that the temple authorities deliberately erased forbidden gods from historical records everywhere, completely, without exceptions. Sarah concluded that exile and blessing exist entirely outside officially accepted religious histories, while Yuri understood. Hidden temples deeply influence mondial society. Yuri explained that inquisitors secretly gathered the descendants of a Lamilla during ceremonies, so the black-robed chaplains immediately and forever expelled the dangerous blessed children from society. Sarah suddenly connected Kai's story with recurring ceremonies and realized another blessed child might one day appear on their lonely island alive. Abyss revealed every year how transport ships threw abandoned children across distant seas, and Sarah interrogated priests who refused direct executions, but again and again completely refused. Kai declared his determination to survive alongside the abandoned children, shelter for each on the islands, and his vow to protect their lives from persecution forever. Kai straightforwardly showed the main goal: to found an independent country and protect abandoned, blessed children from persecution. Sarah was worried. Temple authorities might find out how the living survived, and then everyone silently replayed in their minds the unforeseen consequences that would threaten their isolated settlement. There, Yuri warned, powerful armies might invade the islands, and Kai's settlement would soon face a dangerous conflict with religious enemies who would unexpectedly prove too strong. She insisted that their nation needed greater strength immediately, while Kai quietly took on the duties of protecting the companions from future aggression of the temples. Kai wearily trudged to bed and deeply pondered the mighty states, while Abyss secretly watched his uncertain decisions silently from afar, and at the same time very close. He recalled painful warnings about his own weakness and realized, to survive, strength is needed, strength that will protect everyone he now completely depends on. Kai promised himself not to regret his relentless efforts, although Abyss accidentally jokingly attacked him and knocked him onto the bed during that emotional conversation in the room. Suddenly, Abyss declared that she would decide the competition by personally protecting Kai, and Shy Kai quietly, inside the chamber, asked her about the strange rivalry against Yuri. She immediately climbed up next to the frightened Kai, insisting that such physical closeness greatly disturbed her, and he helplessly again and again loudly tossed on the bed to somehow push back the panic. Hellish Abyss firmly promised to protect her master forever, while Kai silently listened and realized his lonely aspirations inside are greatly strengthened by loyal comrades. Kai valued Abyss, shielding her from monsters, ships, and Yuri, yet despite this, he trusted the faithful allies. They unconditionally supported dangerous ambitions daily and survived against all odds. He realized that Yuri's harsh warnings were born not from evil, but from care. She united those who survived and simultaneously nurtured a plan for a safe future for everyone on the island. Before visiting Enel, Kai carefully weighed military power. He asked for weapons suitable against human enemies and promised to someday achieve independence from invasions. Enel immediately questioned Kai about human opponents, and curious companions quietly listened nearby at simple tables outdoors, attentive and focused. While Kai figured out combat shortcomings against archers, Enel admitted, raccoon warriors, despite impressive combat skills already demonstrated multiple times in battles, still fight without iron armor. Peasants enthusiastically praised Kai's iron tools, and Enel explained that traveling merchants reliably distributed goods between surrounding settlements, so trade there was becoming more active. And Kai was fired up as soon as he heard about the trade revival. Enel, among other things, advised the peasants to regularly exchange handmade items through traveling merchants for profit. Enel refused to give the rural disturbances free support and ordered Kai to personally inspect the settlement conditions before seriously discussing plans for commercial expansion. She proposed experiments with seed synthesis to increase the number of warriors, and Kai nervously listened nearby, along with the enthusiastic raccoon soldiers who trained outside daily. Kai demonstrated seed synthesis confidently, as if by magic. Magically combining the remaining seeds, he permanently transformed light energy into agricultural opportunities in isolated settlements. Kai and Enel experimented with mysterious purple seeds, and Enel casually dismissed all uncertainty regarding unpredictable agricultural outcomes. A few days later, Enel solemnly celebrated the successful cultivation of additional combat raccoon warriors from the purple seeds, and Kai stood stunned nearby while comrades greeted him and shouted, running through the entire settlement. She suddenly declared that religion was igniting throughout the village, and this immediately caused great confusion, while frightened residents, unknowingly, accepted a dangerous spiritual authority. Kai inspected the village of Tenohira, sturdy wooden houses, even roads, and compared this settlement to ordinary pioneer villages. He noticed a small shop near fenced paths, stopped and froze, curiously examining the building and considering what could be taken from it for the village. In the shop, a young woman was sharpening tools herself, but suddenly her work was interrupted by strange noises, and everything around seemed to sway between confusion and caution. She nervously glanced around the quiet workshop, and the creaking sounds coming from everywhere made her suspect. An unexpected guest had secretly appeared here at night. The man calmly entered the workshop next to the frightened woman, explained who he was, while another villager watched her turbulent reaction. The woman warned the villagers about those mysterious sounds, and Kai listened quietly, while the frightened merchant fiercely defended old rural superstitions. The raft Sapka suddenly crashed into the workshop with a roar and smashed everything in half, leaving Kai and the startled villagers silently frozen next to the scattered wooden furniture. Enel joyfully announced that religion had appeared inside the village, greeted Kai with enthusiasm and sincerity, cheerfully presenting the strange, supernatural situation. Enel explained the villagers were scared. Floating objects, missing supplies, and doors opening by themselves, which completely confused Kai because strange rumors circulated in every house. Kai understood. The villagers associate his teachings with supernatural incidents, and Enel admitted that most of the religious confusion originated from him. Finally, Kai nervously questioned Enel when he learned that the villagers worshipped him. She denied it, saying she called him an evil god for their survival. Enel explained why Kai, respected by the villager, was so honored. Her gifts enhanced development. But he was struck that she laid everything out so indifferently and with an uncertain excuse down to the last detail without any embellishments. Kai revealed that the village depended on his special ability and asked Enel, "Do the residents really need to know the dangerous truth hidden behind this?" Chromo noted that ordinary villagers are incapable of grasping complex explanations, and Enel admitted, he teaches them only simple information about Kai. When the villagers relied too heavily on his skill for their lives, Kai began to worry. He feared that the settlement would disappear forever if he suddenly died someday. Kai awkwardly smiled, promised a long life and good food, but deep down knew these comforting words remain untrue. Enel and Chromo encouraged Ka, promising support nearby, and at the same time declared their determination to defend the growing village. Kai took responsibility for everyone living in the pioneer settlement, realizing their future directly depends on his survival. Finally, he hoped that the villagers would someday be able to calmly experience the outside world before they noticed the preparations for the unexpected statue and opening ceremony. The villagers unveiled a giant statue resembling Enkai was frozen with amazement as she joyfully examined the shameful monument in front of everyone. Enel explained that the villagers worshipped Kai as their creator god, and Kai accepted this strange religion with exhausted embarrassment. The villagers gathered proudly before the statue of Enel, and religious followers treated the story of her exile as a sacred dogma during public ceremonies. Osa accidentally broke another stone axe, and Kai and the neighboring villagers, inspecting the damaged equipment at the forest production sites, were extremely irritated. Katie explained that the Royal Guard requested stronger agricultural tools, and Kai regretted that those who survive have to rely on supplies from the first settlements year after year. Kai planned to expand the farmland and forest resources, hoping that over time the settlement would gain full independence without relying on external aid. Kai spoke to Keej and Abyss about how to approach winter conditions while everyone clenched their hearts in anxiety. The snow was about to arrive. Abyss visited Kai on a cold night, bringing warmth and friendliness, while he quietly pondered the inhospitable frost tightening around their camp. Kai refused to share a bed with Abyss on a permanent basis, saying that when closeness continues without pause, it creates awkward misunderstandings even though she provided him with separate private living quarters. Abbas insisted on becoming Kaya's personal futon, confident in words, but together with her stubborn persistence, he helplessly covered his face, overwhelmed by a wave of stunning embarrassment. During the quarrel, she pressed Kaya to herself, protecting him, and explained, "His sudden death still poses a threat since the peasants completely depend on whether he survives there." Kaya awkwardly slipped out of Abyss, cautiously deciding that turning to Chromo for information about winter clothing was safer than staying together indoors. Abyss suddenly broke down emotionally as soon as he heard the name Chromo, and Kai froze, not understanding a word, so confusion clumsily and awkwardly spread among everyone nearby. Enel and another elf joyfully celebrated reaching level 25, and Kai only guessed. Does this mean that founding a religion enhances the progress of village development? Kai inquired whether new rewards had appeared recently, and Enel nervously waved his hand as if to say unexpected information had already surfaced inside the village system, and the screen mysteriously lit up. He unexpectedly came across a television in Enel's house, and both were confused, questioning each other why such modern technology even existed in their secluded settlement. Kai carefully tested that mysterious television next to Enel and Karomo, wondering whether Earth programs were launched through magical connections. Enel noticed. Places related to Kai's ability appeared on the television screen, so very soon useful information about the weak points of Hira village became known to everyone. She was glowing, excitedly controlling the television with the remote, and explained that she could finally directly observe events happening far beyond the isolated village. Maliciously taking advantage of her new power of observation, Enel declared full surveillance over Kai's activity, and nearby another elf responded with silent shock. Kai shrugged and flipped channels, reluctantly waiting while Enel curiously examined the modern furniture. Simple beds did not fit into her imagination at all, because foreign technology confused the villagers. Abuz lay motionless on the bed, quiet, calm, as if completely relaxed, although inside Kai of the modern bedroom was not sleeping. Enel noticed Abyss and endlessly, hoping for Kai's attention, waited until the television programs distracted everyone gathered in the cramped room. With pride, she announced her personal futon Abyss Kai, and sparkling with enthusiasm, promised a special treatment. And Kai, alongside shocked comrades, reacted with extreme embarrassment. Kai yielded to Enel's strange behavior as a supervisor only with apparent reluctance, deciding that safe entertainment was still possible as long as she happily watched how things were going in the village. He awkwardly and nervously turned back to Abyss while she lay on the bed, silently and patiently waiting for his return again. Suddenly, Abyss pressed Kai tightly to herself, insistently demanding that they fall asleep together, and completely stunned him with unexpected, all-consuming physical tenderness. Nell was bitterly proud, standing next to Karomo, and explained how Abyss was used in adult form. Larger bodies naturally gave off more heat. When she quietly blushed under the blankets, and Abyss comfortably and gently pressed against him, Enel happily thanked her for everything. Kai surveyed the unexplored cliffs of the northern island with his companion, realizing that 2 separate years had passed without any proper reconnaissance. He examined the cultivated fields where vegetables were grown, looked at their order and saw what remained unfinished, despite the successful management near the forests and mountains. Kai made another wooden stake near the tree, while his small companion watched his diligent work from above with interest. The animal vigorously struck the massive tree with stakes, quickly knocking out the climbing fixtures, and Kai silently watched the finished wooden path. Recently, Sarah approached the forest clearing with anxiety about ingredients for lunch, and this suddenly caught Kai off guard while he continued working near the giant trees. Sarah nearly fainted from illness until Kai supported her, noticing her feverish face and exhausted state during the conversation. Then Kai dragged Sarah to her room despite protests, and the little creature warned, "Do not approach the warriors unexpectedly from outside." Sarah rested under blankets next to 2 companions while Katie entered the house and silently met Kai near the wooden doorway. Finally, Katie asked Sarah about her illness and immediately extended a helping hand, deciding to take proper care of her despite Kai's hesitation in the house. Kai carefully laid out methods of disease prevention, and Katie listened without averting her eyes. Understanding proper hand washing and throat rinsing reduced the risk of dangerous infections for everyone. When Kai reassured Keed about Sarah's condition, he explained, "Warmth, water, soap, and a sufficient supply of washing agents plus proper rest will support her recovery gradually and steadily." While Kai silently worried near Keed, Sarah downstairs was coughing hoarsely alone, fearing that untreated illness would eventually become fatal for her. Kai approached Yuri and asked him to prepare simple, easily digestible food for Sarah, while the residents cautiously continued preparing meals inside the cramped settlement building. The villagers thoroughly washed nutritious ingredients, and Kai recommended warm dishes, hoping that stronger food would get Sarah back on her feet as soon as possible. Eventually, Yuri explained, "Expensive temple potion can indeed cure illnesses." This shocked Kai because each bottle cost several valuable gold coins. Abyss seemed to press Sarah's forehead, while Kai worried that winter ailments could cruelly affect everyone living in isolated settlements on the islands. Kai blamed himself for bringing the peasants to the island, convincing them their sufferings and possible deaths remain entirely his responsibility. Yuri gently calmed Kai, reminding him of the warm shelter, food, fireplace, and clothes made by hand. All of this shielded the people from harsh winter conditions. The inhabitants encouraged Kai confidently, humanly. Even when supplies were lacking, it never stopped them, holding on to each other in the hardest seasons together and truly there. Kai silently listened while Yuri assured him survival of each one was still possible, and that for all who fearfully gathered in the settlement, spirits rose as they stood firmly together. Yuri explained that stronger military forces were needed for winter preparation, and this left Kai anxious. His settlements were too weakly protected against enemies. Being a warning about hidden settlements, it eventually attracted dangerous invaders, so, for everyone on the islands to continue surviving, Kai had to have proper defense. Yuri revealed that her homeland fell due to lack of military strength, and only then did Kai finally understand her painful fears and desperate determination to endure to the end. Kai carefully analyzed the island's cliffs and quickly realized, due to limited landing spots, strategic advantages grew their ideal for defense during possible enemy invasions. He proposed creating detailed maps not only beyond the island, hoping that broader knowledge of geography would significantly strengthen future survival plans for all. Kai gathered the peasants around the table, ordered each to make accurate world maps and combine knowledge to use them for future planning. Abyss confidently and swiftly took up the work, showing amazing drawing skill, quickly sketching complex geographical details, while the peasants watched her impressive mapping techniques with admiration. She completed an extremely detailed map of the island, and it impressed the peasants, who had never before seen precise large-scale geographical illustrations within their community. Yuri carefully outlined the nearest territories, and the explanation about what Scorpus holds in these regions still sounded unstable even after recent travels through neighboring lands. Kai persistently inquired about the exact location of the empire, and Yuri guessed. The territorial expansion had already captured most of the western continental regions around them, those they already controlled. Kai carefully questioned the peasants about states producing iron, and several people recalled unsuccessful negotiations where merchants of the Magni Federation were previously involved. The inhabitants identified the Magni Federation to the south of their island and explained. The broken iron deals only added tension to the relations between key trading groups. Kai initially planned to visit the Magni Federation, believing that stronger trade ties would become a support for further development and for the successful deployment of military expansion. He seriously asked everyone about the location of the Kingdom of La Virda, but the peasants stubbornly remained silent. No useful geographical clues about distant lands were given. Yori apologized for lacking knowledge about Mondial's trade connections, while Kai quietly observed the tense conversation unfolding around everyone. Kai proudly inspected the unfinished boat, while Kaide and Ren by the shore unloaded food with grateful bows right at the construction site. At night, Kai explained, "The large raft still lacks proper safety measures," and Ketty nervously twitched beside frightened peasants who silently watched every move. Ketty begged Kai to allow her to join the journey, sincerely believing that her abilities could support everyone during dangerous reconnaissance missions and help successfully complete them. Finally, Ren suggested that Keej secretly dreamed of finding living relatives, while Kai worried. Transporting children across oceans remains incredibly dangerous for them. Kai gently reassured Kai, promising to visit the nearest pioneer villages, instead of immediately setting off to distant foreign lands for safety. Kai carefully laid out transport routes between island settlements, and Kaidi believed that searching for port cities would provide clues about her missing hometown. Katie gratefully thanked Kai for supporting her aspirations, promising to patiently wait even in loneliness during the dangerous business trip abroad. She promised to help with village duties in every possible way, while Ren quietly listened near the snowy path by their settlement together and faithfully. She seriously took Kai's advice about health, considering how to keep the villagers warm in the cold season, which was already approaching for their isolated island community. Katie exclaimed, "One," enthusiastically suggesting building huge heated baths, and Ren eagerly picked up the idea to make comfort better for every resident of every settlement. Katie excitedly told Ren how to build warm baths, while Milord meanwhile learned which proper bathing habits really increase comfort for residents in winter. Spring was approaching the island settlement, urging Kai, Ren, and Ebis as they prepared supplies carefully before their important shopping journey across icy waves and reefs. Kay's improved sailing vessel confidently set sail towards the Magni Federation, transporting villagers across dangerous oceans to profitable trading opportunities. Enel served orange juice to Kai and Ren, and everyone relaxed together in the peaceful atmosphere of the village restaurant area during the celebration. The Abyss remained outside and silently watched the sunlight, while Kai suddenly realized, village gatherings can support lonely comrades without long and complicated conversations. Kai warmly welcomed Abyss alongside Ren and Enel, then invited her to head to Pioneer Village despite their uncertain methods of magical transport. Kai barely held on board the ship next to Abyss and Vren, trembling from seasickness as they sailed away from their isolated island settlement. Ren pointed at distant cliffs across the ocean, while Kai was preparing landing plans before setting off with companions to search for unknown territory. Hidden inhabitants watched the ship, lurking on forest branches, and uncertainty spread along the unfamiliar coast bordering the mysterious territory. Kai studied the dangerous cliffs next to Ren and concluded, traveling through the mountains was impossible because monsters continuously lurked on the elevated paths around them. He ordered to go into the abyss to cliff summit, holding wooden stakes, and she, without hesitation, calmly immediately took on his dangerous task. Abyss sharply jumped onto the cliff tops, moving along suspended ropes and flying over raging waves, while Kai carefully watched distant movements below. She threw another rope over the rocky cliffs, helping Kai and Ren prepare safer routes for exploration across the impassable mountain coast, and they truly succeeded. Kai trusted Abyss, who covered the mountain paths near Ren, while everyone discussed how to carefully reach distant cities along dangerous cliffs. He struggled, climbing the rocks and crossing rivers alone, repeatedly getting into accidents, and Ren silently observed his exhausting attempts at exploration. Finally, he cut down reckless upward bursts and decided some of his companions should stay below instead of recklessly risking dangerous mountain routes together. Ren suggested using Palm World's fast transit for Kai, and Abyss doubted their direction before cautiously continuing the complex reconnaissance routes. While Kai stayed below waiting for signals, Ren and Abyss hauled loads upward, paving easier paths through dangerous mountain cliffs. Rinnonobai faced giant monkey monsters in dense forests and several beasts, like a pack, jumped forward immediately to attack both explorers fiercely. They both unleashed powerful magical attacks, simultaneously striking the monsters around and covering the dangerous mountain expedition, preventing it from being disrupted and failing. Here Kai saw flashes in the distance above the mountain ridges, somewhere in the middle of the forest, and understood. Ren and Abyss were successfully holding their planned routes. Their help was no longer needed. He noticed bright signals above the cliffs, confirmation from Ren and Abyss, and the preparations through the dangerous mountain passes were successfully completed for everyone. Abyss warned Kai. The number of monsters must not be increased until he sets off on the road again, and Kai sincerely thanked both companions for supporting the expedition missions. Kai followed Abyss and Ren through dense forests, and closer near them grew the traces of monsters. His suspicions that hidden settlements lurked somewhere in the depth grew stronger with every minute. But as soon as he went deeper, his mind jammed. The winding jungles twisted him without any end, and he stubbornly convinced himself that the wandering never ends, although he repeatedly carefully paved the way through unfamiliar routes of the wild terrain. Abyss calmly led everyone upward, and Kai acknowledged a simple truth. Without her navigational abilities, the expedition would definitely fall apart. It was they who constantly kept the course and did not let the movement stop. Kai searched long and carefully for places to set up camp, when suddenly Ren noticed something huge. It was rapidly approaching them from the distant skies. He raised his gaze above the forests and spotted a huge flying creature. But Abyss felt no hostility, although everyone still remained alert against any unknown monsters. Kai noticed a giant bird beast descending through the jungle skies, and everyone cautiously watched its strange movements from the thicket. At first, the winged half-human landed in front of Kai's group, shocking Ren and Abyss, and huge feathers scattered in all directions across the wild terrain. The bird girl inquisitively asked about Kai's group, explaining that she had never seen half-humans traveling through forbidden mountain regions. Kai told how the search for settlements beyond the mountains failed, and the bird girl suddenly realized they were completely lost because they accidentally strayed from the route. The bird girl silently observed Kai's companions while Kai himself prepared careful questions, hoping she had important knowledge about the surrounding territories. The bird girl misunderstood Ren and Abyss, perceiving them as Kai's slaves. Kai immediately stated that both his companions belonged alongside his family. Kai explained to Ren and Abyss they were not slaves nor ordinary beast folk, and the bird girl looked at each of them with curiosity. The bird girl invited Kai's group to her mountain village, while sunset sneaked through the forests surrounding the dangerous paths of the wild terrain. Kai learned that hidden settlements exist inside the mountains, and Ren and Abyss listened attentively from the city and the edge of unfamiliar jungle territory that quietly besieged them. There he noticed the bird girl accepted the Abyss quite naturally and kindly offered everyone lodging inside her quiet mountain settlement. Kai carefully introduced Ren, Abyss, and Warrior Klin, accepting the generous offer of the winged girl for a quiet path to the hidden mountain settlements. The cheerful winged girl introduced herself as Libel, and leading Kai and his squad through mysterious mountain paths, did not hurry and carefully paved the way for them. Kai explained that information about winged people came from ancient books, and the slander was about how strangely people spoke of isolated mountain villages near everyone. Libel revealed that her village is still hidden among the sacred mountains, and warned Kai's group never disclose important secrets publicly outside the communities. When Kai cautiously asked Libel about trust, he did not yet realize why she openly led strangers, although just a moment unexpectedly met everyone there. Libel trusted Kai for her kindness, but Kai awkwardly reacted to sincere compliments and cheerful behavior silently, without unnecessary words. She led everyone to the disguised entrance of her settlement, and herself disappeared for a moment to quickly prepare an explanation for the unexpected guests who arrived peacefully and had already managed to enter the community. Kai cautiously entered the village of winged people, examining the primitive wooden huts scattered among the secluded mountain lands under silent, giant tropical forests. Ren was worried that because of them he would unnecessarily burden the impoverished peasants, while Kai silently considered in his mind whether it was worth accepting this hospitality, although everyone found themselves in uncomfortable conditions. Kai decided to stay in the village and with respect return Libel's kindness, and Ren finally fully understood his thoughtful explanations. Libel introduced Kai's group to the suspicious peasants, and the confused elders questioned their origins. At first they took Ren and Abyss as slaves. The village elders met the exhausted travelers, and Kai politely thanked everyone and agreed to temporary shelter inside the secluded settlement in order to finally rest peacefully. Kai felt a strange tension condense throughout the village. As soon as Liebel appeared, next to the silent-winged inhabitants, he became uncertain during the conversation. Kai politely thanked the rural beastmen, but Ren loudly complained because of this. An awkward moment arose during the acquaintance next to the great leader of the bird people. Liebel carefully and inquisitively questioned Kai whether Ren and Abyss served him faithfully, and the beastmen peasants considered their relationship entirely familial. Kai cautiously explained human slavery, but Liebel immediately dismissed his remarks, confident that good people naturally become a shield for their beastmen comrades. He closely observed the beastmen settlements near Label. The peasants openly welcomed strangers, while for safety from external civilizations they carefully stayed in the shadows. Kai quietly and cautiously inquired about the secret of the village, and his little companion listened and understood one thing. In lonely communities, strange customs based on trust were everywhere. Kai carefully examined the strange black stones near his companion, and suddenly recognized valuable coal pieces scattered right in plain sight. He silently inspected the huge coal reserves and immediately realized the villagers had underestimated their true importance, as they kept the giant quantities carelessly under simple wooden shelters. The leader of Birdman immediately noticed Kai's interest and asked him inquisitively. Kai confirmed, these unusual stones really have considerable practical value, and this turned out to be unexpected. Kai learned that the beastmen mined coal only for smelting iron, and immediately understood. Their hidden resource has colossal economic significance, much more than just a craft. He promptly addressed Birdman Chief Cole, demanding negotiations and promising fair compensation despite existing trade agreements, while agreeing to limited immediate possession and transportation rights. When Kai confidently offered the best terms for trade, the Birdman leader refused cautiously, because previous promises in this matter still remained unfulfilled. The chief respectfully apologized, but still rejected Kai's request. The concluded agreements do not allow immediate cooperation, although he understands the seriousness of his intentions. Kai looked at the ordinary village huts and wondered why the beastmen had not managed to break out of poverty, although trade seemed profitable and natural resources truly valuable. Lebel proudly served Kai simple porridge and explained, in peasant families, special dishes are prepared in advance and everything is thought out in detail because they consider him an important, honorable guest. Kai silently stared at the watery rice porridge next to Ren and the Abyss, and suddenly realized the beastmen's hospitality was greater than their own harsh living conditions and meager resources. Kai forced himself to smile politely while eating the beastmen's porridge, firmly restraining his discomfort because the villagers had prepared it sincerely, from the heart. Then he offered her libel-like potatoes from his supplies, and this completely confused her, because beastmen villages had never before received such valuable food. Libel joyfully exclaimed, carrying the potatoes across the entire village, and proudly announced that Kai had brought a gift for every member of the beastman family. Next to Ren, Kai quietly apologized, regretting the poor preparation. Beastmen villagers stubbornly were not easy, but the beastmen always kept cheerful moods for guests. Kai silently finished eating the salty porridge while Ren carefully watched him, understanding. The beastmen villagers survive in harsh poverty, hidden behind warm hospitality and kindness. During the northern silence, Ren and Abyss urgently woke Kai and warned. Someone suddenly approached the hidden village of beast people under the mountains. Libel climbed through the window, endlessly apologizing and begging Kai to wake up immediately. Important visitors suddenly appeared downstairs. When AI almost secretly questioned her cautiously, the beastmen representatives during dangerous night meetings always discussed how to secretly deliver rice to city merchants. Liebel explained, humans were forbidden to enter the sacred mountains, so the beastmen villagers hid their existence from suspicious strangers forever, for safety. Kai got serious while Liebel waited downstairs, and Ren carefully watched the Abyss inside the quiet house until dawn. Kai threw aside the potato supplies and looked at Liebel, explaining that he had earlier prepared additional provisions inside the research village in case of emergencies. He generously shared the potatoes next to Ren and Abyss, believing that thanks to thoughtful efforts in food distribution, the rural beastmen residents could temporarily protect themselves from hunger. Libel led Kai to preparations for transport, and the Birdman villagers watched from the side and warned. The upcoming journey in the air would be dangerously unstable. Kai nervously glanced over the fabric glider, realizing that beastmen intended to cross vast mountain valleys by dangerous, primitive means of air transport. He trembled with fear and walked alongside Ren, Abyss, and Libel, while the giant bird people lifted their gliders high above the cliffs, keeping everything on the edge. Kai survived the dangerous glider flight, nervously holding back his trembling. Ren mocked his fear, and Abyss quietly admitted that he even liked this thrilling challenge. "Thank you, Libel," sincerely but secretly before leaving. Kai promised never to reveal the existence of beastmen, while Libel asked to protect their hidden mountain. Libel and the villagers waved joyfully goodbye, thanking Kai, because after meeting the strangers, both curiosity and loneliness finally vanished. Kai reminded Libel about the potatoes hidden in his rented house, hoping that the beastmen residents could eat human food from the supplies that were still left. He entered the human town near Ren and Abyss, disguised, so suspicious townspeople did not immediately recognize the beast people just beyond the gates. Kai entered the busy town near Ren and Abyss and decided, first to buy meatballs and simultaneously gather information. The butcher explained. Pilgrims constantly visited the religious city, so the streets were always crowded with people, and the markets bustled with work continuously in all seasons, regularly, without any breaks. Kai learned, traveling merchants needed official permission to set up tents, and trade guilds controlled market deals and relentlessly fixed prices. Finally, he politely thanked the butcher before moving on, deciding that personal investigation of local government systems would help his future trade negotiations go much more successfully. Kai carefully planned gathering market information after he was unable to immediately join the local merchants, while Ren listened attentively beside him outside. When Kai, disguising Ren and Abyss as street urchins, carefully threw cloaks over them, he asked them to behave naturally and avoid suspicious townsfolk in the crowded streets. Later, he quietly followed Katie across the stone roofs while she admired the distant landscape, and he himself busily hustled in the unfamiliar human space. Katie joyfully told Zax how long she had stayed in isolation near the islands, and how it had previously prevented her from visiting bustling cities until she now found herself among other people. Kai carefully questioned passers-by near Kai Day, hoping that tourists would recognize information about her homeland, while Ren and Abyss silently observed. Kai watched as traders exchanged livestock, while the beast girls calmly maintained control over buffalo, and the townsfolk, watching everything with surprise, carefully examined the crowded market. He noticed familiar guild supplies near the trading rows, then cautiously approached strangers and politely asked to whom they belonged. Kai offered large batches of goods from distant islands, and the merchants were surprised as they turned animals, baskets, grain, and preserved supplies in their hands. The merchants rummaged through his goods, arguing about temples and castles, which confused his companions due to the unfamiliar local architecture and stories clinging to every wall. Kai followed the merchants through stone corridors until his gaze met giant religious buildings, and between steps, he involuntarily compared the cathedral structures on different islands. Kai noticed gigantic cathedrals that seemed to mirror holy pilgrimage sites, and as he walked quietly, hidden memories painfully surfaced outside. Abyss glanced at Kai's embarrassed expression, while the townsfolk told stories about miracles accompanying mountain saints. Their pilgrims honored them in 4 important religious sites. Kai told about the sacred traditions of naming his father, and from that, the characters of Kai and Rukia became too similar to legendary, revered figures. Finally, he revealed how he came across the settlement Kaidi. He simply reviewed the investigation results by Abyss and confirmed that the escaped rabbits never found prey, despite extensive searches everywhere. There, Kai learned that oranges have extraordinary value locally, and Abyss reported unsuccessful investigations, so the companions, disappointedly quiet, waited in vain for information from traders. Kai celebrated successful trade profits, not letting go of thoughts about the future, planning stronger structures and prioritizing the delivery of medicine and further investigations together with comrades. He questioned local travelers near the noisy streets, while hooded visitors quietly conversed about Godier and rumors regarding unknown pilgrimages. Former soldier AA recalled how pilgrims once mentioned Katie's homeland, thereby supporting Kai's group and acknowledged important regional connections, which was a surprise to everyone. Kai nervously twitched as soon as he learned that forgotten imperial territories exist, while Ren and Abyss immediately read their historical and political significance. The travelers found out. Kide is heading to the former imperial capital, and this gave Kide precise clues, and everyone regained confidence again. Kade was worried that she would soon see her parents again, while Kai promised mentorship to the imperial survivors, even despite dangerous and uncertain circumstances. She cried joyfully next to the stuffed dolls, hearing Kai's encouragement, and warmly expressed gratitude to her reliable older brother. Finally, Kai confidently encouraged the companions. He decided that the path must be taken step by step before they encounter imperial secrets and difficult duties ahead. He said, while the companions dispersed around the cathedral grounds, he prepared holy water and the investigation continued, leading the trail to hidden imperial territories and ancient religious traditions. Since the merchants reacted strangely to iron supplies, Ren and Enel stayed inside Tenohira village and patiently waited while Kai continued the investigation. Kai found out that the temples, managing iron production throughout the territory of the state, secretly influenced trade, manufactories, and the country's political systems. Diligently questioning merchants, he learned to manage temple organizations. They indirectly directed the island federations, hiding economic influence from ordinary citizens. And he concluded, the temples deliberately manipulated iron prices, buying cheap materials in villages, then reselling valuable stocks through controlled markets across the country. Kai separated himself from Abyss for a while. Suspicious appearances could disrupt the investigation, so he gained freedom, secretly monitoring the temple's supply networks. He desperately searched for iron suppliers, but the priests repeatedly rejected his requests. This caused his heart to tighten with oppressive helplessness, while he simultaneously exhaustively weighed other procurement options. Finally, Kai noticed temple carts pulling heavy supplies through the city and immediately fixated on the idea of underground trade operations, schemes of controlled iron distribution throughout the country. Secretly, he followed the transports while the priests solemnly announced important deliveries, and each such announcement only fueled suspicions about hidden commercial activities under religious cover. Kai recognized the same storage barrels previously given to him and realized the temple had organized direct iron material supplies to the winged tribes secretly across the country. The priests inspected the gathered resources near the wagons, and Kai quietly observed, confirming that the temples had already established extensive transportation and distribution systems across the islands. Kai rushed to his comrades and interrupted Ren, impatiently waved his hand while Ren was preparing explanations about the temple carts and suspicious iron trade deals they had just discovered. When Kai secretly monitored the temple's communication through magical devices, he confirmed the bishops coordinated suspicious negotiations regarding hostages in distant settlements. Since the bishops deliberately ignored the peasants' suffering, believing that hungry hostages were powerless, they simultaneously conducted negotiations through deception and controlled information systems. Religious leaders calmly discussed monthly hostage exchanges, revealing practiced exploitation schemes against isolated bird tribes facing increasingly harsh conditions. The bishop refused public inspections of hostages, secretly hiding prisoners. Their weakened appearance could disrupt further manipulation and undermine religious authority across all territories. Bishops carelessly inspected stolen goods from the village, while verbally discussing hostage agreements, thereby exposing corrupt trade schemes with confiscated tribal resources nationwide. Kai overheard bishops speaking unemotionally about extermination plans. They frightened companions while revealing ruthless intentions toward supposedly extinct tribal hostages. His anger flared completely when he realized corruption in the temple had reached relentless darkness, not only political manipulation, but also bribery that gnawed at all territories. Kai fiercely condemned the temple leaders, then rushed alongside Ren without hesitation to save prisoners hidden in suspicious transport wagons. Kai and Ren jumped without hesitation directly into the temple wagons, risking exposure, and in despair struggled among hiding places where kidnapped tribal captives were secretly held. Ren sensed the smell of deceitful slanders within the very walls and led Kai to the prisoners sitting in captivity. Stunned priests immediately faced a dangerous intrusion. Kai stopped Ren from frightening the prisoners while the temple guard approached aggressively, driving their companions into an immediate clash inside the hidden wagons. Ren unleashed blazing hellfire magic before the frightened priests, displaying incredible werewolf abilities while simultaneously shielding the freed captives from approaching attackers. Flaming tongues closed around Ren from all sides, and the stunned priests, recognizing dangerous magical powers, turned desperate rescue attempts into an outright rebellion against temple authorities. Ren tore apart the flames swirling near Kai's cart, and the frightened villagers silently stared at Liebel. He, lying under heavy blankets, barely held on to his strength. Kai saved the one exhausted from panic by repelling the slander, and as soon as the priests recognized Ren's beast folk magic, suspicion flared among the gathered spectators. When they escaped danger, Liebel gratefully embraced Kai, while Ren quietly stood aside, dispelling the last fear that held everyone inside the carriage. The townspeople noticed how Ren's blazing magic reached toward the holy places, so throughout the city confused talks about beast folk, dangerous fire, and divine protection were already spreading. Several peasants aggressively condemned Ren's appearance. They demanded that the beast folk leave immediately, and frightened witnesses pounced with questions on the soldiers who protected the inhuman companions from discrimination. Ren coldly looked at the hostile crowds while her body was wrapped in burning embers, and annoyance at the merciless accusations boiled in her eyes. She fiercely interrogated the innocent townsfolk while Kai carried the weakened slander and decided escape was the most reliable way to avoid harm. Kai ordered Ren to distract with bright spells, while armored soldiers aggressively combed the area and drove the doomed comrades into immediate dangerous cooperation. Ren released blazing flames skyward, blinding all witnesses around until the end, while Kai led Liebel through the chaotic confusion under the crowd unnoticed. When Kai's carriage disappeared, smoke completely covered the empty streets, and priests and soldiers, confused, began searching at the abandoned intersections. The churchmen erupted into panic over Kai's disappearance. They immediately summoned divine commanders, while suspicious leaders prepared a harsh response both to the beast folk and the foreigners. Liebel screamed terribly and suddenly woke up. Her confusion overwhelmed her exhausted thoughts after the dangerous escape. Kai peacefully led Liebel to the village of Tenohira, while Ren proudly watched and explained. His blessing had created a hidden refuge from danger for them. Enel warmly welcomed Kai inside the noisy village houses, pouring drinks and talking about the public chaos that was previously seen in magical television broadcasts. Kai calmly discussed successful escape plans with Ren and Enel, confidently believing that enemy pursuers completely missed the disguised entrance to their village. Calmly and continuously, he purposefully threatened the approaching enemies while drinking tea, and this dangerous self-confidence confused the comrades who silently listened from inside, in the village rooms. When he calmed nervous Liebel, and gently, yet clearly, gave instructions to the settlement, first calling for investigation to prevent conflicts from escalating due to the threatening escalation, everyone still had to make difficult decisions. He returned back to Abyss Inn together with Ren and Liebel, and Hooded Abyss warmly welcomed the tired travelers, letting them inside its building. Liebel reacted sharply when unexpectedly encountering Abyss, and Kai calmly explained recent events to the confused companions who were resting together and lying peacefully inside. Liebel told how temple soldiers secretly pursued iron cargoes, while bird-like elders interrogated suspicious orders around dangerous transportation operations through the mountains. Birdman workers were explained. Exhausting iron supplies keep them on the edge, and strict deadlines are already approaching. Entire villages are overwhelmed by physical exhaustion from continuous labor. Temple officials admitted that the shortage is only growing. They insisted dangerous resource procurement missions are still necessary despite mass suffering affecting both civilians and workers. Birdman demanded reassurance regarding families who hid on temple grounds, but officials postponed reunification, placing labor quotas above emotional experiences. Liebel finally emotionally reunited briefly with her mother, while Elder Birdman explained. The separation lasted 6 painful months because temple restrictions were still in place. Biedman compassionately asked to extend the reunion time, but temple authorities allowed only Liebel's presence reluctantly, but with suspicious supervision over everyone. Temple officials carefully surveyed the amazing dishes, and the confused bird people told that the peasants created these valuable products despite harsh working conditions. The officials boldly declared that the rural goods now belonged to them. They decided that the stolen jugs and the captured birdman fully fell under the temple's authority. Temple soldiers fiercely and mercilessly burned the pottery supplies, dismissing the harsh fate of the hungry peasants, and doomed the precious food resources only to worthless fodder for livestock. Libel quietly recalled the strict transport duties, while listening to the officials justifying the cruel treatment of the exhausted birdman in isolated settlements. She, breaking into emotions, asked painful questions about oppression, understanding that the temple authority continuously manipulates the vulnerable bird people, since their weakness did not allow them to resist the powerful rulers. Kai silently listened as the companions cautiously conversed about the growing unrest, and felt dangerous clashes continued to spread through the overcrowded settlements. After the recent violence, the crowded streets remained chaotic. So in the villages across the lands, people became louder, and the tension among the frightened townsfolk steadily rose. Kai carefully prepared for the journey. He ordered Abyss to lead to the nearest villages, himself remained extremely alert and calibrated astral magic to avoid arousing anyone's suspicion. Abyss warmly embraced Kai before quietly leaving, reminding him to avoid suspicious behavior and carry protective magic during this dangerous mission. Kai and his companions calmly said goodbye and together headed back toward Tanohira Kaitakamura, preparing for the next actions against the oppressive temple authority. Abyss moved through the crowded city streets, cautiously blending into the crowd and closely watching the nervous passers-by, while Kai stealthily studied the noisy quarters near the cathedral. Frightened civilians whispered about the appearances of beast people, precisely toward the church leaders, and they, wasting no time, demanded divine warriors to remove the dangerous strangers from the sacred city district. Residents hurriedly spread hateful rumors. The winged ones were allegedly seen in thefts, violence, and deadly epidemics publicly, without any evidence against innocent peasants. Finally, the bishop confidently dismissed the worries, promising that the divine warriors would catch the troublemakers, and at the same time threatened the peaceful authority of the cathedral in all surrounding regions. The church officials deliberately blocked the path to the truth. They completely denied the existence of winged men, and manipulating the frightened townspeople, hammered this into them with deceitful speeches and false assurances. During a thorough review of dangerous reports, the bishop urgently summoned Mariella, preparing secret operations against Kai and the werebeasts who were hiding somewhere else. At first, Mariella coldly refused the church authority. She carefully listened to the bishop, who spoke about divine soldiers and blessed people hunting fugitives. The bishop explained, Kai's companions have dangerous abilities, so even from Mariella's perspective, strong killers are still needed both against the werebeasts and against the mysterious users of fire magic. Mariella enthusiastically seized the assassination plans, increasingly getting into the hunt for Kai and his comrades, while dangerous conflicts quickly spread. Kai's comrades relaxed a bit in response, and it turned out funny. Ren admitted that during magical escapes he accidentally set his clothes on fire, so earlier he felt uncomfortable. Libel emotionally rushed to her father, and Kai silently watched, relieved that the dangerous encounter finally ended without further fights. Snuggling close, Libel revealed the hidden lie involving her mother and the father, the Birdman, immediately got confused and embarrassed. Libel explained, the prisoners were deliberately released even before Kai personally saved her, so the father was flustered with mixed feelings but still firmly embraced his frightened daughter. When he calmly asked Libel's father for explanations, while several winged residents gathered together and listened attentively against the backdrop of the tense shore. Listening carefully to everything, Kai stubbornly insisted. Women must be protected immediately, so he decided the patients would no longer be saved, while the exhausted peasants meanwhile prepared plans for permanent departure. Several bird people hesitated regarding Kai's proposal, carefully choosing their words, while the displaced peasants explained, there is a shelter in the temple, work, and protection from hunters. Elder Birdman spoke about generations who suffered in slavery among humans, and praised Farley's doctrine, because the temple authorities accepted the persecuted non-human refugees. Without discrimination, Kai carefully studied the temple teachings before interrogating the exiled women, while the usual pilgrims calmed the unrest in the city so that no one would get involved in criminal affairs. Liebel instantly exposed hidden lies. She showed that temple workers kidnapped women forever, despite promises of temporary work contracts for desperate rural residents who were secretly persuaded. When Kai realized that Liebel had abilities to detect iron, which the temple leaders so desired, she explained their further pursuit and how they manipulate everything around her existence. Liebel confessed. The god Mithra granted her the gift of clairvoyance, and that is why the temple leaders valued her unusual abilities so highly, more than anyone else. Several elders cautiously defended the temple's intentions. They believed that Liebel was captured on her own, yet the uncertain accusations threatened their fragile shelter. Liebel immediately rejected forgiveness, while the exhausted father uttered a confession of unbearable suffering, and Kai silently watched as a painful family quarrel flared up right before him. Sobbing loudly, Liebel told about exhausting work, where for years she had to carry iron, about hunger, broken families, and how peaceful relations in the village were destroyed for years. Kay stood embarrassed next to Labelle's father until Ren approached respectfully, calmly focused, and prepared to speak seriously with them about their complicated situation. Ren stopped Kai and warned, "One cannot approach the temple soldiers immediately from the metallic clanking at a distance." He recognized armored divine warriors rapidly approaching. Settlement Bird's vagabonds meticulously verified negotiations to the smallest detail while Kai was learning. The power of the temple requires 30 minutes before safely reaching their isolated settlement. Chai ordered the villagers hiding nearby to stay quiet. While he himself tried to buy time and conduct peaceful negotiations, Hooded Abyss lay silently nearby and watched carefully. He carefully formulated defensive plans with Abyss. Understanding that negotiations might fail, he allowed for a violent conflict that would flare up as a threat to the vulnerable winged villagers living there. Abyss secretly proposed to remove the temple soldiers even before witnesses could reveal the blessing of Libelle, and this ruthless proposal completely threw Kai off balance. Kai decisively rejected Abyss's proposal to kill and decided, direct confrontation is inevitable, despite the temple soldiers already approaching their secluded settlement, the very ones who pose a danger. Kai acknowledged harsh realities and it deeply shook him, while Abyss quietly accepted his decision, without unnecessary arguments, without further resistance, and completely. He warned, the blessed opponents still remaining cannot be trusted two unpredictable enemies. Because ordinary soldiers posed less of a threat, Abyss could fight effectively alone, sometimes even without support. Reaching the Abyss instruction, Kai carefully gave orders during emergencies. He launched electric attacks, since temple soldiers needed clear voice commands that activated their mysterious blessings and work. Libelle tearfully begged for forgiveness, and Kai promised he would personally help the imprisoned girls, preparing future rescue actions in case peaceful negotiations later completely failed. Kai revealed plans to rescue the imprisoned women, promising generous temporary shelter even though a dangerous clash with the powerful temple authorities was about to erupt. He promised a warm, peaceful refuge in the forest, and Abyss pushed escape plans so that the Libelle-shocked residents and prisoners were still met. Libelle quietly questioned Kai's kindness, but he replied, "A one-on-one meeting only justifies help so that the desperately impoverished, exhausted people could survive peacefully." Wishing to extract the debt at all costs, Liebel carefully asked Kai if her search blessing had any other useful abilities besides initially finding iron deposits. Liebel confidently promised to immediately test powers that were still unfamiliar to him, and set out to support Kai's dangerous rescue mission, despite limited prior experience with blessings. Liebel activated several vision blessings at once, focused to the limit and stared into the distance, where the approaching temple forces were breaking through cover carefully hidden. Through her blessing, Kai observed how armored soldiers cautiously advanced through the forest, while she struggled to cope with the overwhelming amount of visual information inside. Liebel immediately identified two blessed enemies. One stood before Kai, and the other silently waited halfway, cut off by mountains. Somewhere further, Mariella incessantly complained about the unbearable heat and insects, walking through the mountain jungle alongside an exhausted companion who had to keep up with her. Temple warriors gradually approached the villages with clipped wings, and the irritated Mariella incessantly cursed the dangerous duties around operations in the remote wilderness for everyone. Mariella encountered aggressive jungle inhabitants and instantly stood completely fearless while the monsters mindlessly attacked from the surrounding wild. Another creature immediately targeted Mariella's companion, but the frightened child, selflessly and desperately, fought off the monster attacking her alone. Mariella released a terrible pressure. The nearby monsters instantly shuddered, and she calmly withdrew and vanished into silence. The defeated creatures collapsed behind, motionless. Temple soldiers finally reached the winged villages near Mariella, and the frightened bird residents nervously huddled together around heavily armed, unfamiliar strangers. Mariella coldly ignored formal greetings and focused only on quickly finishing matters in the temple, while villagers from surrounding areas watched with growing anxiety as tension escalated. Mariella demanded to immediately surrender Kai and Ren, but Labelle's father objected. He knew nothing about suspicious strangers hiding among the peasants. She pressured Labelle directly, and seeing the frightened reactions, understood. Hidden information about mysterious beast people was closely connected to the recent unrest in the temple. Labelle admitted that she remembered little clearly. She was captured and restrained, and then, without explanation, all were left helpless near the mountain foothills. Mariella grew increasingly irritated, repeatedly listening to Labelle's confused answers, dismissing fragments of information, and mercilessly tearing apart any attempts to ask foolish questions. Finally, despite Labelle's father's objections, Mariella decisively ordered to depart immediately and, roughly grabbing Labelle, dragged her past stunned peasants who stood quietly nearby and watched silently. Mariella insisted that temple blessings completely surpassed winged villagers, while Labelle refused to leave her family despite the growing tension among the soldiers. Labelle shouted fiercely, defending her relatives on the brink of despair, and Mariella visibly grew irritated by this, while frightened peasants watched the dangerously escalating clash. Mariella instantly threatened with the force of abduction, mocked the peasant defenders and armored soldiers, and publicly questioned whether they were useful at all, as negotiations sharpened to the edge. Finally, unable to endure it, Mariella ordered the soldiers attacking the peasants to strike directly shocked everyone nearby, while frightened winged elders helplessly watched the approaching armored warriors. Finally, she cruelly struck Labelle's father emotionally, deliberately causing fear because Kai was still hidden while tension among the peasants rapidly increased. Mariella proudly demonstrated terrible soul manipulation abilities. Tightly gripping Labelle, she revealed dangerous powers hidden beneath her calm facade. Mariella unleashed a soul-binding puppeteer against Labelle. While Kai silently watched beside them, the abyss crawled toward the collapsing tunnel. At that very moment, the blazing magic sharply struck Mariella, pushing her back. Painful energy covered both fighters right in the heat of the battle among the ruins. Mariella fell to the ground unconscious, completely losing control, while strong waves scattered gunpowder across the entire battlefield. The warrior screamed painfully as a mysterious force attacked her body, everything mixed up in her head, while electric sparks exploded again and again around her. Kai appeared next to Ren and Abyss, just as enraged soldiers turned against them, accusing their group of having stirred up the destructive chaos. When Kai activated the Eye of Truth, he revealed to the frightened soldiers all their falsehood calmly, confidently, so that no doubts remained even among those present. He mocked the soldiers thoughtfully while the Birdman explained the hidden intentions. And from these words, the armored warriors faltered, got confused, and became angry within their own defensive formation. The desperate commander denied every accusation, but Kai subtly and easily manipulated the conversations, pushing the enemies toward impulsive decisions. Kai joined Ren and Abyss, combining magical power. Between their synchronized strikes, mighty energy fiercely surged each time, breaking loose again and again. Ren released a swirling whirlwind of wind magic near Abyss, enveloping Kai with a proud glow, while the soldiers, trembling with fear, watched. Huge destructive spheres silently formed above them. Kai mercilessly threatened the soldiers with surrender, while the armored guards searched for Mariella. She lay unconscious near her fainted comrades in the damaged chambers of the sanctuary. He carefully interrogated the elderly priests, who were trained only as bishops, to find the way to the hidden shrines. Meanwhile, the trusted winged women remained under protection from execution. Kai challenged the cruel traditions face to face, and the soldiers, enraged to the limit, demanded that the winged inhabitants leave the settlement, although they themselves stubbornly refused to carry out orders for violence. The old warrior told that the winged villagers secretly cultivate the mountain slopes. The authorities repeatedly accused them of stealing valuable crops wherever they appeared unjustly. Label denied stealing anything, and explaining the strict isolation rules, inadvertently revealed the main point. Their unquestioning obedience kept the hidden mountain community under complete control for generations. Label shouted fiercely towards the village that accused him. While the frightened elders silently watched, they already realized that prejudice governs every decision against the winged inhabitants. Kai searched for Ren near the void while discussing the priests and carefully choosing his words. Later, he learned that lost items should be left in the abandoned embassy buildings for refugees. He suspiciously asked Abyss about gathering clothing supplies, then just as calmly accepted Ren's well-thought-out plan to save the winged villagers. Suddenly, Kai saw wild magical currents raging around distant structures, and huge spiral fires rapidly spreading across the surrounding settlements, risking everything. Kai rushed into the raging flames, frantically searching for Ren, while Mariella's predatory laughter echoed through the burning passages. Mariella finally grabbed Ren and, proudly showing off, declared that the mighty magic belonged only to her personal control and also near the frightened companions. Kai nervously admitted serious mistakes, while Abyss cautiously warned everyone, sensing dangerous consequences around Ren's strange magical illness. Mariella showed that she survived secretly even before fully taking control of Ren. With shocking explanations about manipulations, she drove Kai and Abyss into tense confusion. She quickly pressed Ren to herself, proudly talking about puppet connections, and this caused anxiety in Kai and Abyss. What if she has hypnotic power that controls her actions? Suddenly, Ren smiled suspiciously when asking for additional information, and Kai wondered, what if hidden manipulation really controls her thoughts? Mariella roughly gave the order to Ren, while Abyss carefully prepared next to Kai, clearly understanding. A dangerous conflict would erupt instantly between the two hostile groups. Ren abruptly rushed at Kai from the rooftops, while Abyss dodged, intensifying the confusion and driving Kai into bewilderment amid chaotic movements among the burning village buildings. Mariella loudly laughed with joy, and Kai panicked even louder when he finally realized. Ren's strange magical abilities gave overwhelming advantages precisely in such dangerous confrontations. She mocked Kai again and again, fueling hatred against the winged citizenry to manipulate through harsh words and continuous emotional pressure. Their Kai angrily interrogated Mariella about how the winged villagers ended up captive, and Abyss cautiously restrained him, preventing reckless actions against dangerous enemies. Kai furiously fired questions as soon as he learned that the winged inhabitants were secretly being sold, and Mariella answered firmly innocent and without any hesitation. Mariella explained, wealthy buyers regularly purchased the rare winged people, and the frightened villagers silently listened behind Kai while the shocking revelations were spoken. The bird chief fiercely condemned Mariella, while she valued Ren carelessly, comparing her real worth with colossal sums of gold. Finally, Kai demanded explanations about the imprisoned bird girls, and Mariella described the profitable traits proudly, before ending the conversation with mocking confidence. Mariella immediately prepared and left together with Ren, while Kai closely monitored the situation, understanding. Dangerous enemies planned to transport the captive villagers to another place. Sunrin suddenly and violently attacked Mariella. Pinning her down, and the hidden resistance against puppet control finally made itself known. She confidently mocked Mariella. Meanwhile, Kai carefully examined the wounds, and a simple thought spun in his mind. Manipulations with the doll never fully took Ren under control, despite the dangerous magical interference. Ren proudly told about her divine blessing, and the elderly bird inhabitants sincerely apologized to Kai for their former distrust and misunderstanding. Kai calmed the frightened villagers with kind words, while the elderly leaders earlier admitted that they did not believe, but now finally understood. Kai's group successfully prevented certain deaths through dangerous intervention. The bird villagers decided to fight together bravely, and Kai promised to rescue the captive women and refused to surrender, despite numerous threatening forces looming over their isolated mountain settlement. The fighting bird villagers cast away fear, promise resistance alongside Kai, reject weakness and ignorance, and from now on cease any personal suffering. Libelle joyfully greeted the father and villagers, and Kai respectfully acknowledged their courage, strengthening the trust between humans and the winged survivors. Kai gathered Ren, Abyss, and the winged villagers together, and proposed a rescue mission relying on precise strategies and trying, when possible, to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. When Kai panicked, flying next to Ren, he nervously struggled under her too close teasing, and from the dark skies he was shyly covered. Secretly and quietly, Abyss watched as Kai rejected Ren's courtship, then silently followed them through the darkness, investigating strange movements. Libella activated powerful vision abilities, soaring over cliffs, carefully scanning distant lands for enemies and looming as a threat over the forces of Kai's expanding settlement. When with the help of divine sight she saw 8 blessed people in the giant structures, it instantly shocked Kai and Ren. Unexpectedly valuable information struck them like a blow. Kai looked over the mysterious buildings where whole Labella were, and moonlight flooded the abandoned outskirts, and the fear of hidden dangers waiting for everyone only grew. Ren noticed enemy watchers guarding the blessed captives, and immediately struck, just as suspicious soldiers stumbled upon Kai's hidden reconnaissance mission. Kai noticed heavy defensive barriers around the giant buildings as Ren carried him through the darkness, dodging attacks raining down from distant towers. Kai ordered Ren to distract towards the temple while he tirelessly prepared coordinated strikes, even before entering the dangerous territory where enemy sentries already stood. Ren unleashed blazing magic over the cathedral roof's explosions tore through the air, and illuminating the fortifications, instantly confused the defenders. Kai caught a hidden movement behind dense bushes, memorized key locations, and quickly retreated with Ren before the enemy recovered from the confusion. Labella carefully questioned her father while distant mountains surrounded their hidden settlement, where winged inhabitants quietly gathered. Her father admitted he believed that isolation reliably protected everyone, and for this reason had carried the village's hidden life under the mountains for years. She realized enemies sooner or later would break into their homeland, driving villagers into a dangerous conflict despite peaceful intentions and continuous defense. Labella begged her father to keep everyone together near Kai's group, refusing separation from friends and family never again, even if uncertainty lay ahead. Under the starry sky, Labella and her father promised freedom to all and, holding courageously, prepared to face the approaching enemies directly together. The small warriors crossed quiet gardens, carefully carrying wood materials, while giant city walls embraced distant buildings under gloomy clouds. The little warriors continued actively gathering supplies, signaling to each other and dragging heavy logs through remote paths among bushes. Rumors that the winged tribes had survived quickly spread through crowded taverns, and frightened townsfolk began lively discussions about possible dangers among themselves. Peasants fiercely argued over the unexpected return of the winged people, while soldiers prepared responses to possible raids that could again threaten the harvests and local families. A gloomy figure in a hood interrogated frightened residents about ancient instructions, while the terrified inhabitants demanded the complete destruction of the surviving winged tribes. The hooded priests publicly defended the winged tribes, rejecting accusations of discrimination, while reminding the frightened townsfolk of the peaceful sacred instructions of St. Lucia. Nervous residents awkwardly apologized, but as loud riots drowned out conversations, the priests and peaceful residents investigating the strange commotion outside immediately appeared on the scene. Citizens with radiant wings of anger marched through crowded streets, demanding that families return alive, and protesting against discrimination and corruption perpetrated by powerful religious authorities. Kai addressed the confused pilgrims directly, explaining that the winged tribes were subjected to unfair treatment, while the frightened townspeople watched the demonstrations which dispersed through the crowded neighborhoods. Moreover, Kai loudly revealed, the beast people endured slavery, forced labor, and hostage threats, and by this loudly exposed the deep discrimination hidden throughout the religious society of St. Lucia. Kai publicly exposed corruption in the temple, accusing the priests of destroying evidence, while pilgrims listened attentively around. Nearby, nervous townspeople stood silently. He clarified, their gathering did not break into a fight, it remained a peaceful demonstration, and the winged protesters marched proudly, voicing demands for equality, yet in the cities it was their actions that ignited bloody riots. Kai explained, frightened townspeople did not trust the winged tribes, although the arriving pilgrims might have supported the instructions of equality which were spread in churches among different races. Meanwhile, religious extremists with full determination condemned teachings about equality, calling half-humans devils and sowing fear among believing pilgrims with their terrifying public speeches. Concerned priests thoughtfully considered Kai's proposal and immediately realized, frightened citizens need honest explanations, not blind faith in malicious rumors spreading across all communities. Kai insisted, kidnapped families who were taken to other places for slavery forced pregnant priests to immediately investigate crimes in the temple and uncovered hidden human trafficking operations. He called on pilgrims to peacefully spread truthful information, while in the mountain-winged tribes demanded the safe return of captured relatives across all countries. Sympathetic priests agreed with Kai's claims about the teaching of equality, promised cooperation, and listening attentively alongside emotional winged representatives did not avert their eyes. Later, crowds increasingly supported the winged demonstrators in public. Wider marches swept through the city, rapidly growing, while suspicious townspeople silently watched from windows the change of moods. In the gigantic cathedrals, corrupt bishops exploded with rage because the protests were growing. So they demanded immediate explanations regarding the riots that repeatedly flared around St. Lucia, outside the temple. Corrupt bishops fussed within the cathedrals in panic, and embarrassed servants jumped outside and hurried to investigate the loud riots around the protest crowds. Floods and relentless demonstrations that covered the sacred shrines unfolded at full force, and the bishops suddenly realized. Kidnapped winged prisoners never returned from suspicious cathedral operations that were secretly conducted. Winged leaders confronted corrupt priests face to face and declared that they took responsibility for protecting their people, while the exposed bishops had to admit hidden plans that fell apart extremely catastrophically. Armed winged tribes appeared before frightened townspeople, proving, despite years when they continuously hid under oppression and discrimination, communities that survived still existed. Angry winged leaders demanded freedom immediately, refusing to bow before corrupt authority, and at the same time ordered citizens to gather planted families to reunite together without fear. Kai joined the angry townspeople protesting near the temple, and winged families demanded authorities return relatives who died in suspicious religious punishments. A bishop appeared above the narrow stairs and, silently keeping calm, began questioning about violations, while nervous townspeople silently watched Kai as the protesters slowly gathered together. The winged leader accused the temple officials of betraying promises and demanded the release of family members who were held in captivity, despite the opposition of the bishops, the very same opposition they publicly displayed. Kai exposed the ship deception head-on, but the smiling cleric dismissed all accusations without hesitation, even pretending to know nothing in front of the stunned witnesses. The bishop was persuading frightened townspeople against the high officials, and the betrayed winged peasants suddenly realized. The temple leaders were secretly conspiring to sell their families. The bishop openly threatened Kai, raising divine magic, and at the same time contemptuously clung to him with words until the frightened residents gathered around the cathedral entrance. When Kai confronted him again alongside the armed guard, he immediately understood. The cathedral officials were planning to hide the imprisoned winged women from the investigators. The bishop thoroughly refuted every accusation, mocking Kai's claims, yet at the same time did not dare to take responsibility for the missing winged families even within the temple walls. Kai ordered Abyss to secretly investigate the interiors of the cathedral, while his trusted companions prepared to defend the captured peasants from the dangerous temple retaliation. Secretly, the bishop ordered to strengthen the Titan's guard, nurturing the growing panic outside and still fearing Kai and Abyss. So soon, he stumbled upon hidden prisoners underground. Temple guards confidently protected the hidden prisoners. Unaware of this, mysterious devices stealthily crept toward the cathedral walls, while Abyss quietly charted infiltration routes outside. Ren fiercely attacked the cathedral soldiers with magic, scattering them in different directions, breaking their order and burning chaos, while Abyss advanced deeper to the locked wing where winged women were held captive inside the building. Kai charged directly at the frightened guards, then ordered his companions to quickly move forward. Trapped people could disappear before the rescue efforts truly succeeded. The small warriors defeated the armored soldiers without any difficulty. They smashed defensive structures and utterly destroyed them, while the small comrades supported the assault throughout all the chaotic corridors of the cathedral. Kai held Malord in anxious tension and covered him while Abyss sensed hid in the trap under the wing, and the women in the sky led the rescue forces deeper straight to the secret chambers that were already ahead. Winged women in captivity waited in cramped rooms, fearfully listening to the silence and doubting whether rescue would really come. Together, they talked about the missing men and about the future that no one can predict. Kai confidently entered the hidden prison next to Ren, promising the frightened winged captives immediate freedom while the abysses guarded the corridors. Kai declared that the bishop deliberately forged the deaths of men. He incited the devastated prisoners and, simultaneously, uncovered organized human trafficking schemes hidden under the cathedral's authority. The winged prisoners burst into emotions from Kai's explanations, and then quickly gathered next to the rescuers through the open cells until reinforcements near the cathedral could arrive urgently. The bishop again twisted public opinion. He blamed others for discrimination problems. Meanwhile, armed soldiers maintained control, surrounding nervous citizens and silently setting up an external barrier. The priest calmly interrogated the bishop, demanding evidence. He had not seen winged families and indeed had never entered the cathedral grounds before the pilgrims arrived. Temple guards blocked the hostile citizens by force, aggressively pushing and accusing protesters, which caused riots to break out. But they did not take responsibility. The winged families hidden inside secretly did not let them out. Citizens demanded the immediate return of their relatives, and the bishop loudly and stubbornly denied all accusations, while the temple soldiers stubbornly held the defense at the cathedral entrances. Finally, the free-winged prisoners suddenly descended from above onto the stunned crowd, publicly revealing the bishop's deception, while frightened townspeople saw evidence everywhere that could no longer be refuted. There, winged families emotionally reunited before the eyes of the people, and the rescued children tightly embraced their mothers in safety, while the cathedral's authority completely collapsed before everyone's eyes. The saved winged families tearfully reunited with the wounded residents who joyfully shouted, and the exhausted prisoners finally embraced their relatives safely, beyond the Catholic imprisonment in the cathedral. And the crowds publicly celebrated the liberated prisoners, while the temple officials watched in fear. They finally realized that hidden crimes could no longer be concealed from the citizens. Kai confidently revealed the exact locations of prisons near Rents, driving Bishop into desperate excuses, while angry witnesses were already gathering around. The bishop immediately shifted the blame onto subordinates, trying to escape punishment, and Kai noticed his cowardice at that moment. Angry families with angry wings surrounded everyone indiscriminately. The priest sincerely praised Kai, publicly acknowledging his courage, and the townspeople accepted him as a protector who guards the innocent families of the winged. Kai politely thanked the priest, yet uncertainty remained in his heart. The powerful temple officials still controlled national decisions behind the scenes of public judgment procedures. The priest confidently promised justice, and this time knocked Kai off balance and revealed the calm, iron determination hidden beneath a friendly smile. He directly condemned the corrupt temple officials, stating that sacred laws were violated, and the frightened bishop, trembling with fear, begged witnesses to explain his authority. The priest publicly introduced himself, Haklauser and Kai, and the bishop immediately lost their speech due to the terrifying reputation of the inquisitor. Hay calmly confirmed rumors of a military invasion. Emergency evacuations had already started, and the frightened bishop suddenly realized that political chaos was about to engulf them. When Kai learned that Bihi was one of the powerful inquisitors, the shocked bishop understood. Dangerous political investigations had already secretly begun there. Connecting all conspiracies into one thread, Kai suddenly realized. Hay carefully manipulated events, and the corrupt officials, unaware of this, had fully exposed themselves to him publicly. Kai found out that he was the first to send him to the isolated island. He revealed the hidden intentions of everything that preceded the previous meetings, and how the mysterious clue disappeared without a trace. After he understood this, Kai silently worried. Imperial troops directly threaten his homeland, and the companions noticed how his face trembles next to the frightened civilians. He confidently compared Kai to the legendary Saint Kai, openly showing admiration. So the attendees, stunned and confused, began to doubt and ask what mysterious thing Kai had, and what significance it would have for future events. Kai awkwardly refused heroic intentions, explaining that his actions were based on simple compassion, and Bihi enthusiastically praised his mercy. Bihi widely spread his arms and confidently, publicly blessed Kai, also comparing his kindness to divine protection as if he embraced all the faithful. Before departure, the winged inhabitants sincerely thanked Kai and safely dispersed, while the exhausted survivors quietly gathered with the family they saved near the city limits. They carefully calmed Kai in their shelter, noticed his exhaustion, and praised his efforts. He successfully protected innocent prisoners from danger. When hidden doubts hung behind forced smiles, although Abyss noticed his uncertainty immediately after dangerous revelations related to Bihi, recently she publicly. Kai cautiously calmed Abyss, but concealed his own anxiety, and told about unexpected encounters connected with dangerous political conspiracies rapidly unfolding. Abyss silently enveloped Kai, as if muffling his exhausted mind, and at the same time pressed him with emotional pressure the echo of recent investigations and bloody clashes that swept the world. She warmly encouraged Kai, carefully removing his anxiety while he awkwardly accepted her affection during their quiet conversation. Then everything finally settled and became calm. Kai honestly admitted the pressure simply overwhelmed him next to comrades, while Ren silently observed, recognizing how the growing burdens began to seriously affect his emotional resilience. He decided to take the protection of the rescued winged families into his own hands, strengthening his resolve, and simultaneously led the survivors toward safer lands away from the influence of the corrupt cathedral. Liebel came across underground water veins near the settlement. Kai excitedly called out and led everyone through the rocky clearing, showing the place for inspection. Kai discussed with Kai Day and Sarah convenient access to water even before starting construction, while the strange companions were already celebrating the upcoming well-drilling project. Lebel examined their peaceful first week of island life. They saw how the inhabitants, leaving after the disaster, shared meals near huge cliffs without harsh clashes. Kai silently pondered Liebel's situation while Kai Day cautiously approached, noticing the hesitation hidden in the expression of the winged girl. Ketty invited Liebel to gather firewood together, hoping that joint work would ease the tension growing inside their unfamiliar community due to the cooperation itself. Ketty told the story of her exile, and Liebel recalled the cruelty in the temple and how Kai saved them before hunger consumed the exhausted bodies. Lebel admitted that he still felt uncomfortable near the island settlement, and that was why Kai was worried while he quietly listened from under the shaded forest branches. She feared that their sudden arrival would become a burden on the peasants who were already suffering heavily. But Ketty calmly dismissed these fears without any hesitation. Ketty explained that Kai often hid personal experiences alone. Painful memories of his distant family, she said, still continue and seriously affect him emotionally. Liebel immediately decided. The search for Kai's family became necessary. From this Kai Day shuddered, and in the winged girl's gaze uncertainty changed to determination. Lebel rushed to distant shores, promising endless searches across the oceans, while Cad fussed in panic because dangerous consequences loomed over Kai. Suddenly Ren grabbed Liebel mid-flight, immediately stopping her reckless attempts to escape, while Ketty silently stood nearby and anxiously watched the struggling winged girl. In a calm tone, she explained, Liebel's disappearance will only complicate problems for Kai even more, while Kaidi watched their emotional quarrel from afar, not taking his eyes off how she encouraged the patients. Lebel admitted that he desired Kai's happiness more than ever, but Ren immediately shifted the focus to the fact that the bathing had not been prepared and the complete lack of water. Before the inspection, Ren placed containers near the peasants' huts, carefully collecting water, hoping that the temporary bathing spots would at least somewhat ease everyone's exhausting daily routines. Islands, Kai quietly fished near the steep cliffs, recalling the dangerous inquisitors who were connected to the island's secret history and the forbidden blessings recently found. He remembered ancient books. They described step by step the purges of temples against heretics, the extermination of indigenous religions, and forbidden writings, all of which had once been erased under divine authority, without a trace. Kaiga recalled the priest Bihai, the one who led brutal investigations, and immediately realized terrible consequences awaited the peasants. And as soon as the foreigners learned about their isolated island enclave. When Kai doubted, Bihai had already learned about his secret blessing. Yet even despite this, peace did not come. The priest's cold expression continued to haunt him, in fragments incessantly. He recalled the meeting with Bihai and saw in the calm eyes contempt, masked so skillfully as if nothing had happened. Dangerous suspicions slowly matured in his anxious thoughts. Bihai calmly, without any hesitation, announced preparations for evacuation from Laverden. He revealed plans of imperial invasion, and at the same time maintained an unsettling confidence in his smile as he looked at everyone. Kai connected the imperial movements with Bihai as an adversary and suddenly realized dangerous events around Laverden and the island were rapidly approaching. They were about to converge. He was torn between saving relatives and protecting peasants, and ultimately took on leadership duties directly related to whether everyone could survive. Kai quietly left fishing before returning to the camp, dragging heavy thoughts about the impending conflict and the unknown future awaiting the inhabitants. And suddenly Ketty stopped Kai, urgently asked for a private conversation, and refused to explain why he was standing confused near the forest path and silent. Cade sharply ordered to take Kai's ball away embarrassed him, and pushed him away without words while he frantically searched for an answer to his question, then abruptly rushed further through hidden structures. Kai, reluctantly reaching the unfinished bathhouse buildings, where Cade ordered the golem to remove his clothes before he immediately went inside, felt extremely embarrassed all the time. Then he desperately resisted the humiliating treatment, but the golem continuously pulled him forward, so chaotic clashes began, and boiling water splashed everywhere. Kai suddenly entered the crowded baths and immediately noticed many naked women relaxing. Steam clung to confused faces, and chaos and shock completely overwhelmed him. Yuri and Labeled happily let Kai into the bathhouse, promised him warm treatment, while his embarrassment uncontrollably grew inside. Yuri confidently began explaining the strange bathing customs, and Kai nervously listened. He was overwhelmed by the usual nudity surrounding the water, and endlessly steaming everywhere among the crowd. Their Ren proudly told about special heated pools carefully prepared for Kai, assuring that warm water noticeably improves health in cold weather. Sarah relaxed a little in the large bath, enjoying the warm waters, while Kai quietly watched how everyone around him behaved carefree. Caddy briskly approached Kai in the bathhouse and inquired about the water quality. His nervous confusion was increasingly difficult to hide, and finally it could no longer be completely masked. Kai awkwardly praised the successful bathhouse facility of Kisan, and the villagers playfully teased him, enjoying his embarrassed reactions until the group gathered together. Yuri immediately hotly jumped up next to the embarrassed Kai and proudly declared that she was the first, while the villagers continued jokingly pulling at his awkward reactions. While Kai was bustling in the cramped, overcrowded baths, Abyss and Yuri suddenly surrounded him from all sides, cutting off a barrage of chaotic splashes, and all immediately ignited into a fierce struggle for his attention. Ren enthusiastically explained that hugging orders originated from Enel, and that physical affection would noticeably ease Kai's gloomy emotional state during bathing. Kai nervously questioned everyone why such excessive care, trying to understand why the villagers apparently suddenly united, and made strange efforts to collectively patch up his mood recently. Finally, Lebel spoke quietly. Since Kai returned home, he constantly looked depressed. The villagers noticed a hidden sadness that recently noticeably disrupted his behavior. Yuri explained that Kai remained their favorite because the villagers considered him their king, so the guilt he hid behind overly insecure gratitude seemed to vanish. At last, the villagers promised Kai unconditional support, warming him with their warmth, and Libel, without hesitation, gently squeezed his palm beside the crowd, among the steaming baths. Libel encouraged Kai to share personal experiences, reminding him. Beside him were trusted comrades who would stay close in every difficult responsibility that would fall to him on the island. Kai sincerely accepted everyone's support, feeling, stronger leadership requires honesty, and their joined hands became a symbol of how the villagers' hearts increasingly close together. Kai and Abyss looked at the distant waves from the wooden shelter, and quietly talked about abandoned children who sneak through dangerous seas to survive. Abyss explained to the temple ships. Sometimes they disappear for years, and Kai seriously waited nearby looking out for another abandoned child. The temple priests examined children with holy marks, adhering to strict national traditions, and bless each child exactly at the moment they turned 12 years old. Kai remembered the cursed children who were abandoned next to monsters on lonely islands, and now he desperately holds the defense against the Abyss, protecting the lost survivors doomed to perish. He inquired how much longer island life would continue in peace, while Abyss believed, sooner or later all forgotten children would have proper shelter and protection. Kai suspected that powerful religious groups deliberately abandoned the marked children to their fate, while Abyss thought 60 missing years were the result of dangerous conspiracies. Libel returned from the aerial patrol and reported. Beyond the horizon was a continuous, endless ocean, without a single ship, and Kai, together with Abyss, continued to watch the distant, dangerous shores. She explained, dense forests hid their island from passing boats, and even during cooking, the fire smoke sometimes revealed the hidden inhabitants. Kai warned her that dangerous seasons were about to come, then watched as she happily went alone to the baths near the settlement buildings. Abyss explained to Libel that she often visited the bathing places because the body got tired from flying, and Kai awkwardly and silently accepted this strange explanation. Kai noticed the cold sky over the warming lands, and Abyss quietly observed as Libel flew through the distant forest bound irresolently. Libel happily guided another winged companion through the cliffs, enjoying boundless freedom, while both girls together explored the open skis without any worries. Enel met Kai in Pioneer Village as he, preparing for mysterious discoveries, walked among newly built wooden dwelling sand. The residents meanwhile sat relaxed and peaceful around, as if everything here was perfectly ordinary. She showed Kai unusual iron, beside her something that threw him off balance. Supposedly, this rare substance had disappeared from all usual commercial markets. Here Enel proudly told that Pioneer Village produces real iron naturally, and convinced Kai. Even their isolated settlement has valuable hidden economic resources underground. Enal was summoned to mysterious village iron Amafuganan. This surprised Kai, as elegant elves strangely recorded complex kanji hieroglyphs perfectly, right on wooden tables. She explained that Amafugan really resembles meteoritic iron, although the strange metal grew underground naturally, not fallen directly from the sky. Kai was mocking how to avoid dangerous disasters caused by meteorites, and Enel was laughing nearby during calm conversations about unusual materials in the village's history. He watched the villagers processing clay and quickly realized production would not be possible without repeated experiments, but Pioneer Village was steadily improving manufacturing methods thanks to collaboration. Loudly demanding stronger magical techniques immediately, he reproached, and the confused villagers just watched as Kai questioned the eccentric methods of working with the furnace used during processing experiments. Ren proudly taught the villagers simple fire magic spells, and Kai observed how everyone greedily repeated the lessons near the crowded training grounds. The villagers found it difficult to keep the fire under control, and Ren confidently showed the glowing flame. Kai silently watched their unusual magical abilities. Kai looked admiringly at the incredible magical techniques. Envy crept over him. Controlling flame and lightning seemed truly exciting, especially against the backdrop of everyday village duties. Enel asked Kai why he desired stronger abilities, while Koromo suspiciously watched nearby, and embarrassed villagers crowded behind them. When Kai finally understood, Ren's fire magic style was fundamentally different from the magic of external civilizations, and Enel confirmed. The village's unusual powers grew from separate traditions that developed independently of each other. Finally, Enel explained that the inhabitants avoided unfamiliar ideas about Kai, while he quietly replayed strange magical words in his head, though without fully understanding their meanings. Liebel suddenly fell from the sky, breaking the silence with a daring descent, sharp and desperate, immediately frightening Kai while shouting warnings about dangerous events approaching their hidden island. Kai and Liebel noticed a ship approaching, and panic erupted instantly. Strangers rarely came directly to their remote island. Liebel nervously and again questioned Kai about the number of enemies, details of the ship, and possible threats, while he tried to quickly gather immediate defensive actions. Yuri calmed down a bit when his overwhelming emotions receded. Kai did not take his eyes off the distance, and Liebel confirmed. Only one distant ship was slowly making its way through the ocean waters. Kai decided to investigate the approaching ship, and Liebel prepared flying transportation. Several curious owls were already waiting nearby. Liebel carefully carried Kai over the forests, but it was equally difficult for both to discern details. From the height, the ship kept so far away that nothing clear could be noticed. Kindest fishermen throw nets from small boats, and Liebel closely watches every movement while below the fierce ocean wave space pounds the hull. Liebel instantly activated special vision abilities, and Kai urgently questioned her whether she saw soldiers, mages, or anyone dangerous blessed persons on board. She confirmed that there were only ordinary fishermen, but Kai still remained cautious. Temple scouts sometimes disguised themselves and masked as simple fishing boats. Kai refused to attack immediately and ordered the slanderers and the village elder to monitor movements, avoiding reckless, dangerous clashes. Later, Kai returned to Yuri safe and sound, explaining. The approaching vessel looked ordinary, but everyone still waited cautiously. Unexpected guests were coming to them. Yuri was nervous. The hidden shrines had completely lost security until Kai realized foreigners had probably already stumbled upon routes leading to their isolated settlement. But Kai cold-bloodedly calculated all options, while Yuri advised sometimes going out in private boats, and their hidden island territory each time suddenly ended up where the waters were truly dangerous. Eventually, the fishing boat quietly sailed away, but Kai seriously began reviewing the island's defense. Future attacks could wipe out everything they guarded from the face of the earth. Kai entered Pioneer Village, searching for enel, hoping to synthesize special warrior seeds and noticeably strengthen the settlement's defense against new, even more dangerous attacks. And suddenly he noticed. Enel had at least temporarily disappeared, and then wandered confusedly outside among the village buildings until Kai heard unexpected celebrations erupt loudly around him. Suddenly Enel and Karomo joyfully greeted Kai, enthusiastically announcing, Pioneer Village had risen to level 30 thanks to continuous development and successful cooperative efforts. Kai awkwardly twitched in response to these confusing announcements, while Enel silently watched nearby with complete silence on his face, while a cheerful festivity sparkled in his eyes and shock was readable on Kai's face. It turned out, as soon as the village leveled up, the indicators began to change automatically, and along with that appeared strange achievement messages fueled by mysterious magical system functions as if they had come overnight. The magical system was renamed Pioneer Village after Ren disappeared completely. Kai was beside himself with shock, but the confused inhabitants accepted the ridiculous changes without any resistance. Enel watched as Kai carefully examined how the buildings were growing, explaining it as the mysterious evolution of the village, and both remained amazed by the unexpected magical changes. She explained, Hellfire Village changed because Ren strongly influenced the hidden systems, so unusual functions appeared there that no one had been able to detect before. Kai silently examined the wooden bulletin board, reading special purchases unlocked through village progress and achievements of magical tools that the inhabitants had recently obtained. Once masters appeared near expanding settlements, they brought advanced equipment, and the villagers received stronger supplies, more entertainment, and heavier duties. Enel revealed special shopping rewarding rare creatures that accidentally surfaced thanks to craftsmen's skill, and gave Kai a chance to discover unique items in the villages. Enel explained, special purchases and gold coins were needed. Kai froze in shock. The village system suddenly demanded real currency from the inhabitants. When Kai asked to make purchases immediately, Enel patiently refused and led him through the streets, simultaneously telling about the iron products that had already come into circulation. Enel led Kai through the noisy roads and proudly presented the blacksmith workshop. There, expanding the business, they supported the development of villages evenly, steadily, and for everyone. And the old masters closely watched the workers near the blazing furnaces, continuously giving orders to the apprentices, and the equipment made in the forge filled the noisy workshop. The blacksmith firmly commanded near the glowing metal, showing the correct forging techniques, and Kai attentively watched how evenly and harmoniously everyone worked. Flames flared around the blacksmith. He forged magically, and the workers were amazed at how the molten metal in an instant became what was needed, thanks to his incredible supernatural skill. Kai silently watched while Enel explained. The craftsmen knew how to combine magical abilities in blacksmithing, so their mastery inspired admiration among students in all the villages. Enel told how the respected black magicians protected foreign merchants carefully, without unnecessary noise, while ordinary everyday goods freely remained available throughout all the trading quarters. Enel led Kai to the statues in the village where offerings were left, and Kai remembered how he had previously transformed himself into an object that was publicly worshipped. Kai cautiously approached the market stalls, noticing fruits and knives displayed next to villagers, calmly inspecting the goods while the streets of the growing settlement stretched further. Kai examined the floating knives and, proudly picking fruits, realized technology in the village had advanced far, far beyond the primitive conditions of the Stone Age for its inhabitants. The residents gladly greeted him near the statues. They believed that the flying knives carried blessings, and children excitedly swarmed around him. The children declared as if Kai had joyfully accepted their sacrifices, and embarrassed reactions immediately spread through the settlements, while the strange religious faith spread even further. Kai seriously immersed himself in the plans for the future village. He realized that settlement level 30 had already imposed obligations that would require careful decisions from each individual and from everyone together in advance. So he gathered the island's inhabitants to discuss defense strategies, first asking for confirmation before defining important long-term goals, and promised to protect everyone from any threats. Kai was worried about something else. The forces in the temple might one day break through and attack, so she chose relocation rather than risking throwing the villagers against two powerful future battles that were already looming. The villagers immediately and without hesitation rejected Kai's proposal. They would stand by him under any circumstances, even the hardest ones that threatened everyone. He explained that the abandoned children from the temple urgently needed protection, while Yuri meanwhile encouraged the villagers who were seeking safer lands, without forcing those who remained to relocate there. Yuri asked Kai to find a reliable shelter as soon as possible before the temple authorities discovered the villagers. At the same time, their companions seriously kept the course for forced migration and supported these terminal plans. Sarah sharply criticized Yuri's discussion, while others kindly defended Kai, understanding his concerns for everyone's safety in our uncertain future. Yuri carefully questioned Kai about his determination. The residents of King's Guide need to be led forward, not abandoned to the state during dangerous, severe trials that constantly threaten everyone. Kai stated that peaceful life is the most important. Strong communities rely on people they trust, not on ideal lands without any conflicts. He directly asked the villagers if they wanted to stay despite the temple's threats, and gave everyone freedom, let them decide their own future without looking back at others. The villagers quietly closed their eyes while Kai asked for sincere decisions, pushing them to make choices based only on their own feelings and desires. Yuri confidently raised her hand next to Kai first, and then without hesitation the villagers moved, together, as one force, demonstrating full determination to support their homeland. Every peasant proudly raised their hands alongside Kai and Yuri, confirming complete dedication to defending their island, their homeland. Kai cautiously warned everyone. Near the warrior, blessed by the temple, rages a destructive force, one capable of instantly wiping out a settlement, covering it with devastating magical attacks. Yuri admitted that he was dying of fear before the temple's forces, yet firmly declared, "The peasants prefer to stay close to Kai. He honestly saved and protected everyone." The island's inhabitants warmly praised the peaceful life, promised to resist the temple's invasion, and at the same time carefully valued friendship, food, safety, and what they felt as true happiness. Kai was overwhelmed by a wave of touching support. Everything inside was stirred. He stumbled over words and faltered, unable to respond properly, while the peasants cast sideways glances at him, trusting, warm, as if each look demanded more from him. Kai accepted the peasants' loyalty recognition with all his heart and promised to lead decisively further, despite the uncertain danger already looming over everyone, so he chooses to stay close. Yuri cautiously warned Kai. Sooner or later kings face harsh decisions, and she already understood she had underestimated his determination to truly and fully protect everyone. She confidently encouraged Kai, holding to her own ideals, while he quietly weighed the responsibility resting on him to successfully pave the way for peaceful communities. Unfortunately, Kai again touched painful memories from his past life and made a promise to himself to achieve true happiness by protecting the villagers, despite all the overwhelming trials forever lurking ahead. He strategically laid out in his mind the geography of the island. Steep cliffs cut off enemy landings, and stronger coastal defensive lines anticipate future invasions in advance. When he proposed carefully concealed coastal fortifications, he explained, "The peasants need to prepare defensive positions in advance before the enemy forces eventually attack their island." He strategically analyzed the enemy's naval power and concluded, "Temple flotillas will be able to break through the defense if only emergency evacuation systems are not prepared in advance." Peasants seriously murmured about constructing escape facilities near landing zones, so that during dangerous assaults on temple, civilians would have reliable evacuation routes while the enemy approaches. When he was focused on gathering the operation plan, it was obvious. Detailed maps of the island were needed so that future defenses and movements in emergencies would work as efficiently as possible. Finally, he silently studied parchment maps at headquarters, drawing strategic schemes, considering fortification reinforcements, evacuation routes, and coordinated defensive structures for all island settlements. Abyss carefully enlarged the island map for Kai, enhancing it with powerful magic, and flawlessly reproduced terrain details on the vast surfaces. Kai happily praised Abyss after completing detailed sketches, preparing additional surveys together with winged peasants who were to assist in future topographic research missions. He suggested cautiously surveying the northern regions, while Abyss acknowledged, Unpleasant magical sensations originated from that territory which had not yet been explored beyond the settlement. The awakening from the abyss manifested in the northern lands mysteriously and suddenly. Kai realized that there was an important connection between her unusual appearance and forgotten memories. Laboratories. She explained that ancient laboratories a century ago created reproduced creatures, and Kai was stunned when he came across hidden technologies beneath the territories of Northern Island. Kai descended near the snowy mountains together with Ren and Abyss, planning first a cautious reconnaissance before entering the forests around the hidden ruins. Abyss warned Kai about dangerous structures, but he stubbornly insisted on a personal investigation, dismissing hesitation, while Ren silently stood nearby and watched attentively. Kai came across giant stone tunnels under the trees, and it immediately became clear they were built by humans. Abyss silently surveyed the unfamiliar environment, growing more anxious with each moment. Ren laid fire magic near the tunnel entrances, while Kai noticed that Abyss was strangely distracted because of this. The dangerous investigation suddenly paused for a moment. Abyss suddenly collapsed next to the broken ruins, and Kai and Ren had to immediately save her while she struggled and explained. The illness only worsens weekly. When Kai realized that the Abyss was getting worse, she recalled the difficult bison hunts and worried that broken magic under the mountains caused a dangerous disease inside her. Ren watched as Kai carefully carried the unconscious Abyss and agreed. Immediate retreat was the safest option, but the mysterious ruins continued to threaten their expeditions. She immediately raised the bus, dismissing trips through the village. Distant castles required faster movement, and Kai fully trusted her decisive decision. Ren rushed through the rough terrain, securely holding Abyss, and each step raised powerful shock waves as he alone sped headlong toward distant settlements. Several minutes passed before Ren swiftly returned, and Abyss lay calmly in place, impressing Kai with the incredible speed with which he crossed the vast distances of the wild desert. Ren carefully dragged him recovery from the Abyss while Kai quietly listened and understood. She still blamed herself for delaying the dangerous research attempts. While Kai cautiously questioned the darkness about the destroyed tunnels, the ancient structures indicated by Runya caused strange, mysterious reactions in her weakened body. The Abyss revealed fragments of memories about ancient laboratories. The creators assembled her copy 1,000 years ago, deep under the tunnels. When Kai compared Abyss memories with unfinished computer installations, she was convinced that lost knowledge prevented her from fully seeing the dangerous historical events, completely destroyed. He concluded that there were defense systems against intruders in the hidden ruins, so he decided future investigations would require thorough preparation, without the Abyss accompanying the expeditions. Ren was warmly comforted by Abyss while he quietly apologized, and this surprised everyone. During dangerous expeditions, Abyss drew Ren into dependence. She promised fierce protection, and at the same time smiled as if Abyss could be laid down and left to rest in silence and peace, yet still without any hesitation threatened destruction to the enemies already approaching. When the investigation was postponed, temporarily reinforcing the ruin, she explained, defensive preparations and departure from the island are still necessary until it becomes clear what dangers lurk around the ancient tunnels. Kai studied the island maps in detail alongside Yuri, meticulously analyzing the fortress construction plans and strategically calculating enemy invasion routes. Yuri silently surveyed the coastal area and concluded, the invading forces have only limited paths to pass because dense forests surround the isolated sections of the shore like a solid wall. Naturally, Kai explained, the invading enemies will easily set these forests on fire, and the defenders will be forced into direct clashes on narrow island passages instead of well-thought-out maneuvers. Sarah immediately supported strengthening the coastal defense, while Kai proposed powerful long-range attacks on enemy ships even before the landings occur. Kai confidently led the companions through rough terrain, first working out defensive construction plans, and only then entering the dangerous ruins hidden under the forests further inland. He carefully chose a spacious, open area, considering that mighty moats would restrain enemy movement and significantly strengthen the future fortifications of the fortress. Yuri cautiously inquired about the complex construction distances, while Kai relied on warrior clans and powerful golems, saying they would complete the large-scale fortification projects. Kai thought through the giant defensive moats in detail, explaining, the chosen soil will reinforce the walls, and shooters from below will be able to effectively attack enemies trapped in the pitfall. Yuri looked suspiciously at Kai, while he compared fortress planning with tower defense games, and with obvious pleasure dissected complex military strategies right in conversation. When Kai realized that the existing magic did not reach sufficient range, he made a decision. Stronger, more necessary types of weapons are needed to fully cover all defensive lines from the invading armies. Enel proudly revealed the mysterious creation seeds, playfully tossing unusual resources, and at the same time demanded a bet involving valuable red Kaya stones, jokingly as well. Kai immediately declined Enel's gambling offer, choosing to focus further efforts on development, while she quietly grumbled beside the unfinished, helplessly scattered planted seeds. Kai experimented near Enel, using strange creation seeds, and accidentally obtained beige camouflage effects on his bare arms instead of the expected ones. He accidentally created another unusual seed, opened it, and saw objects perfectly copied surrounding patterns while Enel, confused, silently watched the reactions. Kai again carefully tested the camouflage seeds, ensuring the invisible effects worked properly, while Enel could not fully understand how the appearances completely disappeared during experiments. He deliberately gathered black camouflage and transparent seeds. He decided planting immediately was necessary, although Enel really wanted additional explanations first. Overnight, the planted seeds sprouted unusual creatures so rapidly that the incredible growth rates impressed Kai, Ren, and their companions everywhere, in the fields around. Ren and Abyss enthusiastically collected the strange creatures, while Kai nervously watched, unsure if the dangerous experiments remained completely safe. Kai carefully organized the abilities of magical creatures, studied mage types and how elemental control works in battle, while the ninja and angel variants took on specialized roles, skillfully weaving into battlefield tactics. Kai warmly welcomed the newborn warrior creatures, and companions immediately explained. Their instinct draws them to stronger predecessors, so wandering around construction zones is as natural to them as breathing. Ren laughed beside Kai, scattering jabs about his distant leadership, and Kai grumbled in response. During work tasks, the creatures repeatedly ignore his personal orders. When Kai inspected the progress of the moat construction, Ren quickly suggested the idea to set fire to forest roots to boost excavation efficiency across the entire planned defensive territory. Then Ren suggested that Kedi could directly control living trees, which surprised Kai, while he was mentally drawing impossible construction bypass routes through defensive fortresses. Kai carefully analyzed Ren's explanation and understood. The shapes of objects hardly matter, so he always controlled the surrounding materials with mysterious forces, and each time he succeeded. Kai thought about transporting defensive soil automatically, and asked Ren whether Kai Day's abilities could still effectively influence huge masses of extracted materials after that. Kade successfully created huge living soil monsters, surprising everyone, and controlled the moving earth monsters, directing them to construction zones energetically through neighboring beachheads. Having tested and verified the possibilities further, he carefully found out. Animated mud can form soil for excavations precisely, for massive fortress foundations, effectively and without unnecessary expenses. Kedi initially doubted the impossible experiments, cautiously trying to temporarily create life, while Kai nervously watched the silent muddy blocks next to her. When Kai realized that Kedi was changing the names of objects, his abilities sharply shifted, and he reached an unexpected conclusion. Creating living earth creatures became possible only through recognizing concepts. Kedi successfully rolled out bold earth creatures from her abilities. They immediately smiled, surprising Kai, while their moving bodies, torn from the mud, freely twisted all over the excavation site, cheerfully and amicably. Kai enthusiastically praised the useful creatures, and Kedi proudly smiled. Finally, her unusual abilities benefited important fortification works for building the fortress. He carefully planned another dangerous expedition, deciding that population growth and family searches in Kade remain key future goals beyond the island's defense. Kai promised Kade that they would visit Scorpa first, hoping, in the lands of the empire that is nearing its end, very soon there will be information about the missing members of his family. Kedi imagined feeling the connection with her parents again, emotionally closer than ever, and knew. Ahead of her awaited journeys through foreign lands, but she was truly given hope for happiness again. Kedi approached the temporary shelters, while strange dolls twitched nervously near the giant trees and silent rocks surrounding distant buildings on various islands. She woke up under the trees and, gathering childhood memories, listened as the worried dolls questioned her weakened appearance against the backdrop of scattered grass and oppressive silence. For a moment, the vision of the dolls returned to key some birthday gifts from her father, and those forgotten memories suddenly flared clearly in her anxiety-filled mind. Katie confessed, while waiting for her father's arrival, she felt hope somewhere beyond the distant forests and believed that rescue would happen sooner or later if she did not stop. She sobbed bitterly, hugging herself, desperately reaching for reunion with her parents despite the painful loneliness that burned her whole heart to the core. Katie sat next to the wooden shelters and swore to her distant parents. She survived, she was safe. Nearby, her stuffed companions listened silently and evenly. Eventually, she blamed herself for believing the tales of rescue. She cried hopelessly, while the sewn dolls quietly encouraged her, supporting the trembling heart near the grassy fields. The dolls repeated that Cade's father truly loved her. He would supposedly pass through dangerous enemies, search for her tirelessly even if insurmountable obstacles stood in the way. And he would do all this alone. Kai remembered how his older sister once believed in rescue, that they would come soon and take them away. But mature instincts suggested otherwise. No one would ever get there. Katie tearfully admitted that hope had long faded and revealed her hidden fears, clutching fabric sleeves under the empty sky that envelops everyone. Katie listened attentively while the dolls holding her pushed her toward honesty, releasing hidden sorrow freely, completely, and without any hesitation from the exhausted heart. She accepted the harsh reality despite unfinished houses and promised to work hard, while determined dolls supported rebuilding plans for collective survival and peaceful life. Later, Sarah told Kai that during the next expedition they would return to Scorpa, and she described in detail the dangerous circumstances inside the huge stone buildings. She warned Kai about suspicious slave traders who remained in the city, and Kai responded calmly and went through the door, unexpectedly alone. Kai showed possible ways to permanently remove the collar from Sarah. She was overwhelmed by shock, and reliable emotions immediately displaced that lingering hesitation. Recently, Kai explained about the meeting with puppet priests, and Ren doubted whether truly identical divine abilities can exist separately in different gods in distant settlements. He showed unsuccessful attempts to remove Sarah's collar, while the companions listened attentively nearby, and emotional memories of painful struggles they had experienced before flashed in their eyes. Ren explained, amazing blessings created magical tools, but mysterious seeds of creation and stakes of escape remained impossible to reproduce by ordinary methods. Since Kai suspected that slave collars originated from blessings, he decided another knowledgeable manipulator could explain the dangerous spells acting on captive victims. Kai carefully questioned Mariella about magical slave collars, promising her peaceful freedom, and her uncertain face revealed that she already understood. Behind these trifles hide dangerous secrets. Mariella explained that the magical collar on the ceiling did not appear as a result of her blessing, and Kai listened attentively nearby, restraining himself within cautious, thoughtful conditions. She told about ancient artifacts capable of destroying hearts in the head, admitted that they possessed ordinary blessings, and that there was a lack of power to fully subjugate victims with magical slavery. The suspected unknown blessings permanently strengthened the slave collars. Mariella revealed secret investigations, and mysterious forces prevented usual methods of destruction from working. When Kai carefully questioned Mariella about her dangerous curiosity, she excitedly revealed hidden divine secrets, forbidden knowledge of the temple, and unfathomable blessings. Mariella explained that slave collars require impossible conditions for safe removal, and Kai was seriously considering how to permanently stop further suffering from magical slavery. Mariella clarified, only collar casters truly understand the removal spells, and at the same time firmly rejected any involvement in the dangerous slave trade business and crimes. Kai immediately related the suspicious information to Marina and recognized the slave trader Scorpus apparently knew about the spells used to bind magical collars. There, Sarah asked Kai to help her remove the collar while they were searching for the Kaida family. In this, there was quiet, unconditional trust in his abilities and persistence in the search. Kai accepted Sarah's request, seriously explaining everything. The mages will strengthen national defense, and at the same time promised protection from possible attacks on temples thanks to the joint actions of the United Resistance. efforts, he eagerly awaited to see Sarah's magical abilities, and she reacted awkwardly pricelessly, comparing herself to the stronger Abyss and others. Sarah felt awkward imagining future travels alongside Kai, and at the same time quietly understood. Sooner or later, their companions would permanently distance themselves from them. Today, Kai decided to immediately check Ren's early hint, and his excited companions gathered near the buildings and curiously watched his determined expression. Near the animal pen, villagers discussed supplies for the expedition, explaining which materials were needed, while Ren carefully listened among the workers, bearing responsibility for the livestock. Residents of Pioneer Village considered making alcohol from the harvested grapes, but previous cultivation attempts completely failed. Environmental conditions turned out to be unsuitable. Ren misunderstood. 2 female horses were looking for mates, so the villagers who observed this silently watched as the animals behaved strangely in the overcrowded stables. Ren and Abyss had already finished gathering supplies for the expedition, and walking along quiet coastal paths, wondered where Milord was now. Abyss came across a strange experiment of Kai offshore, and excitedly waved his hand towards the distant waters, while Ren carefully watched the unfamiliar movements nearby. Kai tested experimental boats on turbulent water and successfully passed the trials, and Kai Day laughed loudly with delight, not taking his eyes off the incredible speed that completely surpassed the usual rowing methods. Kai named the vessel Santa Maria, which greatly impressed Kai Dai, and during the trials explained the mobility that is impossible to achieve with traditional oars alone. Katie enthusiastically rolled forward as a volunteer for Kai's future expedition. She firmly grabbed his hand and, bubbling with excitement, spoke about the adventures ahead far beyond the seas. Kai insisted that Kai take him along through the dangerous seas and reminded him, "The blessing's power weakens each time you separate from your trusted comrades during expeditions." She confidently demanded that Kai join, and he accepted her determination, promising safer journeys with reliable allies across the oceans someday. Ren and Abyss watched as Santa Maria rapidly gained speed on the open water after Kite enhanced the magical power, and the wave was pushed by focused encouragement from the shore. Tidy pushed the vessel forward boldly, without fear, declaring that her own efforts would reunite her family, and that indomitable confidence strengthens everyone on board. Koromo carried supplies into the house, and Enel confirmed. Kai and the expedition members had already safely passed through the distant coastline without incident. Enel recently explained. Kai's group left the island even before the TV footage first showed him screaming wildly during the dangerous trials of experimental transportation. Koromu compared the vessel to machines from Kai's former world, while Enel described the temporary ability to live on Kai Day. Everything worked automatically and smoothly, without any failures. Kai contacted Kaid via television and asked for a few minutes of rest, until Enel noticed his unstable machine was rapidly approaching the pioneer settlement just outside. Enel warmly greeted the exhausted Kai, and he responded with confused joy while Koromo questioned how he survived the strong shaking along with the bewildered companions silently, without any complaints. Enel threatened pursuit every time Kai tried to escape again, and the exhausted Kai collapsed onto the grass next to the worried companions they silently watched from afar. She quietly reassured Kai, explaining, "Koromo fully supports him every time exhaustion returns during difficult expeditions through dangerous territories where patients appear." Kai asked for tea for his aching stomach, and Enel immediately gave the order to Koromo, and joyful reactions spread like a wave throughout the quiet settlement. His expedition reached the shore in 4 days. Pioneer Village provided nightly rest every night, although exhaustion still harshly broke his movements. Abyss stared suspiciously, and Kai cautiously warned everyone, remembering the previous disturbances that occurred inside Scorpa during their previous expedition mission. When Kai was assigned to watch Abyss and guard the escape points, it caught her by surprise. Before truly taking responsibility, she still accepted it without any hesitation. Katie loudly protested against visiting slave trade houses, but the companions calmed Abyss, staying in place and remaining safely inside the settlement territory together. Later, merchants observed loaded carts carefully entering Scorpa, noticing hidden travelers transporting valuable cargo through noisy roads under quiet, guarded entrances. Recently, citizens suspected that wealthy merchants were sending children with goods, and Kai hurried to the markets, the very places he had seen during past travels. Ren warned Kai about dangerous crowds, while the morticians inspected livestock and goods around the noisy streets, filled with attentive townspeople curiously examining everything. Kai rejected expensive offers, insisting that the huge cows deserved a fair price, and even when the merchants were shocked, they still calmly inquired about his strange decisions. He refused long negotiations, hiding behind previous sales amounts, while impatient buyers loudly argued next to confused companions who silently stared from afar up close. The wealthy merchant immediately took the price Kai asked for, interrupting negotiations and mercilessly spoiling the mood of the traders. In the crowd of shops, he fiercely tried to secure cheaper deals. Recently, merchants were wildly bargaining over livestock prices, and Kai quietly listened among them, completely avoiding interference, while market quarrels became increasingly fierce. Desperate merchant raised his payment offers again and again until exhausted Kai agreed to 7 coins, and then the chaotic negotiations around valuable livestock finally ended successfully. Kai explained, merchants deliberately conspired to raise prices together, although Ren preferred to avoid wasting time during complex market negotiations altogether. Kai confirmed that every sold item was first successfully realized, and only then planned purchases necessary to improve Pioneer Village, and immediately after that everything was carried out thanks to Kai Day. Carefully he bought what was needed at crowded markets, gathering food, containers, tools, and livestock that would support local efforts to expand the village and help them come true. Kai proudly returned to the loaded wagons, while Enel celebrated another successful trading expedition. Valuable resources were heading to the settlement inhabitants who sincerely rejoiced. Kai showed the purchased horses, barrels, grapes, glass, and cotton seeds before surprising with further mysterious additional goods that he would secretly obtain a little later. Enel proudly displayed specially forged swords, while shocked Kai carefully examined strange tools they secretly bought during a successful market stroll. Enel enthusiastically scattered dramatic explanations, and Karama quietly walked beside Kai, waiting for demonstrations, squinting with curiosity while they rehearsed carefully thought-out mysterious spells for weapons. She traced blazing flames along the entire blade, solemnly naming it Fire Sword, but AI Kai immediately criticized this boring name out of embarrassment. Enel stated that the village blacksmiths created magical flames safely thanks to enchanted craftsmanship, before Kai, not thrilled, still acquired expensive weapons, incessantly complaining about every expense. Kai questioned the very idea of using magical swords without power, while Enel stubbornly insisted. During demonstrations, imagination matters more than magical talent. Kai focused intently and squeezed concentration, and before the flame wildly burst from the sword, the unexpected activation of the magical blade stunned everyone watching. Enel proudly celebrated the victory, while Kai warned, the enchanted weapon they created amidst dangerous heat, it is not suitable for direct fights against ordinary people. Kai spoke about future plans concerning horses and rural supplies, and before that promised Sarah transportation across Northern Ireland, writing, "Safe." He returned home and warmly greeted Sarah, while she quietly carried trays of food inside the buildings of the busy settlement during preparatory work. Sarah walked through Pioneer Village reservedly, and Kai silently watched her, noticing her focused expression during important duties and waiting for everything ahead to finally conclude. Kai suddenly remembered that Skora once belonged to the territory of Monodal, and Sarah noticed that something had changed along the crowded city streets carefully, attentively examining everything around. Abyss briskly approached Kai and asked for permission for future actions, before he calmly agreed, standing next to comrades waiting outside the noisy district. Having changed together with comrades into cloaks, Kai approached the house of the slave trader Morini right before the entrance. He prepared additional support for dangerous negotiations and kept everything thoroughly under control inside. Katie, Abyss, and Kai discussed how to use magic against resistance, then cautiously moved forward through the silence of the corridors, while Sarah silently watched every step. The group came across abandoned corridors inside the trading house. This threw everyone into confusion, so each carefully searched the surrounding space, looking for hidden inhabitants. Clocked Kai asked silent workers inside Maylini trading house question after question until they explain. The company's work is temporarily suspended without any additional information. When Kai directly requested a meeting with Mr. Maylini, the servants replied that their master had left for another place for procurement operations several months ago. He found out that Malini left even before the start of the military conflicts, and then the workers admitted. Now he is cautiously sitting inside Namelport City. Without wasting a second, Kai, together with his comrades, reviewed maps near the place. Just found the location of Malini, but sudden movements inside the headquarters involuntarily frightened everyone. Sarah gladly agreed and joined Kai's investigation regarding Nommel and Godier, while he sincerely apologized for involving her in dangerous circumstances. Sarah nervously asked to accompany Kai, confessing that separation and magical summons caused those who stayed with comrades too much emotional pain. She celebrated success. She managed to convince Kai, so he abandoned previous plans to return, agreeing to travel together with cheerful companions, and they happily reached the moment when everything became fine. Kai calmly rested next to comrades who were sleeping, while in crowded rooms, exhausted travelers regained strength to further collectively undertake dangerous investigations ahead. When Kai realized that there was not enough space to sleep and had to settle uncomfortably, he was overwhelmed with shame. Sarah and her company quietly occupied neighboring beds all night. Sarah suggested discreet places for dinner, while everyone carefully prepared to set off to Nommel, hoping to unobtrusively avoid extra attention during upcoming investigations, and eventually they succeeded. When Kai entered the crowded inn, he suddenly recognized a familiar client. He was attentively watching him from above near leftovers and unfinished drinks, and silently. Kai immediately recognized Fazl the mercenary, recalling connections with slave traders, and Fazl himself also recognized Kai from that old meeting. Fazl led Kai along paths through the forest, avoiding Imperial soldiers, while simultaneously hiding their connection from suspicious travelers crossing nearby roads. During breakfast, Kai offered work involving fossil fuels, believing that the exiled warrior lacked not experience but truly valuable skills that would be useful in the dangerous political circumstances surrounding all this. He interrogated about the missing mercenaries, and Fossil revealed that former Imperial mages had already joined the war, and this forced him to leave military service forever after the defeat. Kai suspected deception. Skilled mages were still respected, but Fossil calmly laid out the intricate reasons why his reputation was finally ruined in society. Fossil finally admitted Kai had once already defeated him, and therefore the humiliation was so painful that during clashes it destroyed the trust between him and the Imperial authorities. Fossil trusted Kai's strength, confident that cooperation would only bring new clashes closer, and Kai just as evenly, without any hesitation, immediately accepted his dangerous proposal. Kai carefully examined Fossil while Ren noticed their serious intentions and realized their team would again face a risky decision as soon as unfamiliar allies appeared, with whom they would have to act together. Here he asked Fossil about Imperial routes stretching in the direction of Gaudier, and having just learned valuable geographical knowledge from his experience, immediately confirmed the plans. Sarah worried that Fossil had concealed important information while they traveled alongside Kai, and pondered, is there any point in unconditionally trusting an unknown mercenary guide at all? When Kai acknowledged Fossil's danger, but decided that his behavior was still reliable enough, it touched Sarah with conviction, although uncertainty still remained in their partnership. Sarah recalled how Fossil had abandoned the Imperial forces despite his own magical talent, and Kai remembered his determination in the bloody battle. Fossil warned Kai, rulers are watched by dangerous fanatics and greedy merchants, so trusted companions from the very beginning are extremely important for survival within the kingdoms. He acknowledged the uncertainty regarding Fossil's intentions, but understood mere suspicions would never protect vulnerable people from future troubles and conflicts. Rejected, frightened separation, he insisted that constant distrust would intertwine like a vice and imprison all emotions, turning strangers into permanent enemies in distant lands. Sarah cautiously accepted Kai's verdict, promising to watch closely. Fossil had troubling connections with Mondial, although recently he behaved as if honestly. Sarah dismissed the vile, vindictive games of mercenaries and instead focused on removing the collar, explaining, Fossil arrived too late during the battle to interfere. 10 days passed before Kai reached Nammel, where he was met by crowded streets, lively trade, and huge buildings lining the Imperial harbor quarters. Fossil interrogated Kai about how he recognized Mondial, but neither Kai nor Ren recalled what Mondial looked like while they were sneaking around the vast No-Mel territory together. He advised looking for taverns, Soldiers usually wasted time drinking, while military officers managed the imperial troops across the districts of Nomal City. In a crowded tavern, an angry commander slammed his mug against another, breaking into a shout and demanding immediate preparation from the Imperial Army forces who were late. In the cramped space, Imperial soldiers chatted about the hardships of distant wars, then complained that the Empire lacked enough warships for military transport operations. Fossil suddenly burst into the hall, shocking the commander, who immediately recognized him as Fossil, began demanding explanations in front of suspicious soldiers. The mercenaries gladly welcomed Fossil, expecting another combat ally, until he explained that Kai's group only needed information from their commander. Kai approached and, pulling on a strange mask, left it next to Fossil, confusing everyone in the tavern and hiding his own identity until he encountered dangerous Imperial veterans. Melini finally recognized Fossil completely and immediately fiercely ordered the surrounding mercenaries to seize him, threatening severe punishment to anyone who ignored the order and still tried to get inside. Fossil defended Kai's group in front of everyone, openly declared his loyalty to him, and at the same moment masked Kai and his companions clashed with enemy mercenaries. Kai requested a private conversation with Melini, and Fossil confidently lent the commander temporarily, preventing unnecessary conflict among the suspicious mercenaries inside the tavern from erupting. Melini accompanied Kai downstairs, while the mercenaries waited upstairs cautiously, realizing that talks about magical slave collars concerned highly secret Imperial information. He demanded convincing reasons before sharing information, and masked Kai cautiously hinted at consequences without revealing either his personal identity or dangerous abilities. Melini agreed to negotiations because Fossil gave Kai money, honestly admitting Sarah's power prevented them from winning over her during possible power clashes. Melini offered a reward for Abyss's services, but Abyss refused without hesitation and declared complete loyalty to her mistress. After Melini learns that the stolen slaves became loyal comrades, she acknowledges Kai's decisiveness as honorable and understands that such devotion is too unusual to be broken by ordinary coercion methods. Kai aggressively threatened Melini, demanded a call or information about the spell, and promised a terrifying punishment beyond death if she did not start full cooperation immediately. Defeated, Melini revealed the chance to activate the collar, explained exactly how enslavement and liberation work, while regretting that circumstances forced dangerous negotiations for everyone involved. After that, Melini did not lie. Ren noticed it immediately, and Abyss stayed behind. She carefully watched him while masked Kai prepared to leave the underground chambers. Sarah nervously interrogated Melini about honesty, and Kai confirmed the negotiations were successful. After that, he immediately began preparing the removal procedure for her dangerous slave caller. She voluntarily agreed to the possible risks of being removed from the call, acknowledging her devotion to Kai, and at the same time asked for permission to stay close to him. Kai silently watched as Sarah touched her collar, adjusting herself inside, before the official procedure of dangerous magical release started under the underground chambers. Kai gently comforted Sarah. He promised full support despite all consequences and swore that he would take on any problems that might arise from the effects of removing the collar. He managed to activate the chance for release. A bright glow flared around Sarah, and the magical slave owner summoner finally disappeared completely from her neck. Oh, Sarah joyfully celebrated the removal of the collar, and Kai sincerely apologized, swearing that the release would be peaceful, and life alongside trusted comrades would be safe forever. Overwhelmed with emotions, Sarah rushed straight to Kai. She suddenly threw herself at him and hugged him tightly, asking why he repeatedly showed such constant kindness specifically to her. Sarah nervously confessed her romantic feelings to Kai, was stunned, and then, awkwardly confessing in return, they both realized they felt mutual affection standing side by side. Kai could not find the right words for his own feelings, and because of this, Sarah became even more embarrassed, as they both had not fully read each other's emotional intentions. She was overwhelmed by a wave of excessive happiness and became afraid. She realized that true love had fundamentally changed her, while hesitant feelings rushed forward and wildly raced through her heart and thoughts. Kai accepted her confession gently. The most important thing was her sincere feelings. He patiently calmed her and stayed close until the emotional confusion subsided. Fossil approached Kai and Ren inside the stone building and noted their partnership bond had not yet broken, despite all the difficulties that had accompanied recent events. The trader demanded the return of his collar, but Kai firmly refused, decided that Ren would never be put up for sale. Fazil dismissed the merchant's complaint, dryly warning, "Some decisions must be made, even when the circumstances are no longer on your side." He led Kai, Ren, and their companions through the market as soon as the three mages appeared among the people. Attention swept over them like a wave, and the locals grew uneasy. Ren showed that another sorceress was standing beside them, which surprised Fossil. Meanwhile, Kai realized that her powers surpassed all the powers present. Fossil praised the blessing of Kai, pointing to his might as if it were greater than an entire nation. But Kai only believed that their path would be safe anyway. Kai questioned the imperial agreements with Leverda, then reasoned practically. The kingdom relies on naval power, so a maritime confrontation is unlikely. Kai was already about to stop the matter if possible, but Fossil apologized and quickly left. Another duty demanded attention. Fossil said he recognized a familiar boat and wanted to greet those on it. After that, he left Kai to continue alone. Kai joined Sarah and Ren under the market arcade. There, they decided to gather information while wandering among the shops. Kai, Sarah, and Ren questioned merchants about recruitment, while the forces acting against each other continued to pull in soldiers despite uncertainty about their numbers. A drunken imperial soldier brazenly approached Sarah. He behaved aggressively and boasted about participating in battles, but Kai immediately noticed that he was intoxicated. The soldier offered payment only to Sarah, but Kai stepped forward and firmly declared, "Both girls remain under his protection." Sarah angrily brushed off the soldier's demand, while Ren prepared, and the tension around only grew as the ruffians watched closely and waited impatiently. Kai glared at the soldier, sharply reproaching him for his behavior and uniform, then demanded, "Immediately stop causing problems." Two soldiers grabbed Kai and threatened him, but a sudden invisible strike instantly smashed one attacker in the face. Sarah rushed forward with magical power, delivering a devastating blow so that the drunken soldier flew off with a crash and slammed hard into the side. Sarah fiercely condemned the men who remained with wild words, although they mocked Herthy themselves saw her strength. Kai asked Sarah to remain calm, reminding her that the soldiers were drunk and acting without any common sense. Ignoring Kai's warning, Sarah aggressively charged forward until the enraged soldier prepared himself and accused her of escalation. City guards arrived and pushed through the crowd, finding wounded soldiers, while Sarah stood amid the broken scene. The captain of the guard interrogated Kai about the incident, and Kai explained. Sarah acted only in circumstances of self-defense. The captain apologized for the soldiers' behavior, admitting, "Many recruits lacked discipline because the deployment happened unexpectedly and too hastily." Kai learned that General Edward Enfield took command of the military forces, and the captain reprimanded those unruly soldiers for their disgraceful behavior. Upon saying Enfield's name, Ren recalled that Kite's surname matched it, so Kite pondered a possible family connection. Fossil recalled a memory from 12 years ago. Then his younger self was defeated while Edward Enfield watched. Edward acknowledged Fossil's talent despite the defeat, then accepted him as a pupil and promised further training. He was wounded and angry, but silently listened as his new mentor ordered him to accept healing. Fossil swore never to lose again, and chose his scar on his face as an indelible reminder of the defeat. When he was told that his daughter had fallen ill, Edward immediately abandoned all preparations, not hiding his deep anxiety for his family. Fossil greeted Axel warmly and inquired whether Edward was in the castle, expecting the usual visit in the corridors. Axel revealed that General Edward was still exhausted. His daughter had died, and it had severely broken his emotional state. When he heard the name keyed, Fossil shuddered in shock and solemnly, with tension, demanded details, exactly how she died and when it happened. Axel explained that after that, Enfield changed completely. He isolated himself from others and communicated mostly through trusted priests. Fossil insisted on meeting Enfield personally, believing that the abandoned father had left his homeland due to unbearable pain. Fossil returned troubled and angry. It became clear that the meeting had failed because General Enfield refused even the most basic acknowledgement. Axel explained that Enfield pretended not to know Fossil's identity, and the two men were stunned. They froze and began to wonder if his mind was all right. Returning to the inn, Kai came across Fossil. He was sitting alone and frowning, and when Kai approached, Fossil admitted. The matter was still unresolved and remained serious. Kai inquired about General Edward, reminding Fossil of his military past and suggesting that he might know about the commander. Fossil confirmed that he was familiar with Edward Enfield, so Kai immediately requested a meeting since the overall picture matched what they were investigating. Fossil asked with a noticeable subtext whether he intended to kill Edward, and a tense silence hung in the room as everyone awaited his answer. Ren suddenly laughed and denied any murderous intentions, even mocking Fossil while he complained about misunderstandings and claimed their mission had been confused. Kai explained. He suspected that Edward might be involved with the girl under their protection, so he tried to extract confirmation. Fossil sharply cornered Kai and interrogated him harshly, trying to identify the girl, while Kai pressed him about previous meetings in response. As soon as Kai uttered the name Keed, Fossil flinched in shock, and Keed immediately read his reaction as proof. Their suspicion was correct. Kai hesitated briefly, and Ren again teasingly provoked him and addressed him directly, calling him by a familiar nickname. Kai admitted she already knew Fossil anyway. She said that he often visited her home and treated others kindly. Recognizing Kaidi immediately, Fossil froze in shock, then quickly rushed forward and without hesitation for a moment, enthusiastically hugged him tightly. Overwhelmed with emotions, Fossil confirmed Kaidi's identity and tried to comprehend that she was still alive. Kai explained that Keed went with him because they both found themselves in dangerous circumstances, so Fossil began to thoroughly clarify everything in detail. Kai explained, on K-Day and her entire family were still considered dead, so meeting Edward required secrecy and careful planning. He asked Fossil for help, emphasizing the importance of K-Day, and Fossil immediately agreed because she considered herself part of her family. Katie believed her father would recover from despair immediately once he learned she had survived, and thoughts of reunion stubbornly crept closer. Katie suggested writing a secret letter to her father. She was sure he would recognize her handwriting and understand everything at first glance. Kai energetically praised Cade's idea, while Fossil doubted the delivery methods, so a practical problem that needed to be worked out in detail arose itself. Fossil warned, their identities must remain hidden because the priests could intercept the message and later unintentionally reveal what was not supposed to be known. When they convincingly explained that they could find Keed's father no matter the road, the letter was guaranteed to reach him intact. Clinging to their past, Fossil listened as K-Day promised to explain everything later and persistently invited him to live together. Katie carefully wrote the letters in the letter while Kai closely watched every movement, and Fossil silently observed, fully understanding her determination. Somewhere in the middle of the letter, she read what had arrived with trembling hands and immediately understood Keed's message. As Edward, her father, was deeply moved. The guard group anxiously peered out from the fortifications, hoping that Edward would arrive any moment, but uncertainty still weighed heavily. Katie became worried. What if her father forgot about her? But Kai dismissed this thought and suggested that circumstances stood in the way. Sputnik reported, Edward still hasn't come out. He remained inside the same building, and Katie, sadly lowering her head, involuntarily got scared. Katie was choking with tears from despair, and Ren gently held her in his arms, trying to calm her, while Fossil silently watched everything with concern. Unable to wait any longer, Fossil burst through the building, ignoring the guard's protests as he searched for Edward. Fossil ran into priests, asked about the increased security, and assumed something unusual is happening there since Edward's access was restricted. The priest calmly explained the military conditions. There are enough mages, although concerns about the available regular soldiers remain. The church leadership announced, combat preparations are complete, so they ordered to depart immediately to Leverda, showing how determined they were. When Kai realized waiting was pointless and suggested meeting Edward directly, Fossil listened from the sidelines among the gathered group. Abyss swore absolute loyalty, Libel promised reconnaissance support, and Sarah stated that the restored magic was already ready to take action. Kai announced an offensive approach despite the Empire's resistance, then asked, does Fossil object to the dangerous plan? Fossil asked Edward directly face to face, and stated that he is a brilliant strategist who understands war perfectly. He was not relieved of worry even despite their preparations. He doubted the operation and was anxious about what might come next. And Fossil enthusiastically accepted Kai's proposal, immediately declared that he was ready and determined to meet Edward personally, without any hesitation. He explained that Edward Enfield was the first to sever ties, dismissing all concerns, while simultaneously explaining how to pull him out. When Kai refused to wait and decided that provocative moves were inevitable, he planned steps that would force Edward to appear. Key and Liebel noticed military ships in the harbor. They investigated the preparations and searched for information on board. Liebel confidently activated her special vision and promised Kai that she could inspect the ships even if brief discomfort overwhelmed her. Liebel scanned the bay, tracking the busy activity on the ships until exhaustion suddenly and completely overtook her. Kai sincerely thanked Liebel for the valuable information, and the Allies eagerly began preparations, accepting the risky operation without hesitation. When he distributed duties, gathering attention and diverting distractions aside, he ordered his comrades to leave one ship untouched. Thanks to the village's abilities, Kai's group launched attacks across the entire harbor, sinking several vessels and sowing panic along with it. One giant ship remained unharmed. It was towed away, and Enel and Karomo were shocked while Kai ordered it to be inspected. When Kai explained that they needed additional allies, Enel inquired about the preparations and routes related to their island strategy. Kai planned to lure Edward to the island. He believed the limited magic there would create favorable conditions. The group was already on alert for the guests' arrival. Biss was left behind, and everyone else got to work and organization. In the city, officials noticed unusual disturbances and gathered together, demanding clear explanations regarding this commotion. The frightened soldier reported burning ships, shocking the commanders, and abruptly interrupted their negotiations right in the middle of the ongoing discussion. Abyss watched as the burning ships engulfed the harbor and acknowledged Ren's distraction, as effective despite his colossal size and omnipresent visibility. She released another magical flash, confident that enemy forces would no longer be able to threaten Kai's homeland through war. The nasty mage unexpectedly fought back, shocking the Abyss and showing a power as dangerous as the enemies she remembered. Noticing the alien, Abyss cautiously stared as a mighty armored figure emerged through the smoke and destruction. Reviewing the recorded video, Kai's group immediately recognized the mysterious mage, and Fawzel confirmed Edward Enfield's direct involvement. Enemy forces arrived fully prepared. They surrounded Edward, deploying priests and mages nearby, while Kai's group assessed the level of threat. Hearing the news about Edward, Katie became worried. She whispered anxiously about her father, which unsettled everyone present. Katie rushed to the battlefield immediately, while Kai gathered allies and ordered the group to move as quickly as possible. Finally, spotting her father from above, Katie screamed in tears and dashed forward, ignoring the danger and shocking everyone nearby. As Edward approached, Kylie froze on the structure, then dashed toward the gates at full speed. Anxiety overwhelmed her completely. Edward silently watched how his own face tensed as events unfolded contrary to expectations and broke loyalty, yet he still did not reveal his intentions. But Fawzel rushed forward despite the danger, stunning Kai and Kaidi. Another witness during the clash questioned him about his reckless behavior and motives. Ignoring the accusations, Fawzel broke through the surrounding soldiers, which caused outrage among the officials. They immediately condemned the act as outright betrayal in front of everyone. Ren was already about to intervene alongside Edward, but Fawzel shouted, demanding that her father quickly come to his senses before further chaos devoured them. Kai realized that Edward was controlled by mysterious threads paths, and Katie noticed a dormant blessing and suspected the involvement of a priest. He assigned Sarah against Fawzel and Abyss, and himself set out with Ren to the priest, seeking the source behind all the events. Abyss unleashed magic confidently, charged forward, and engaged several opponents at once, while Fawzel moved a step ahead and refused to succumb to intimidation, even as the numerical advantage surged like a wave. Sarah shattered the incoming attacks with force magic, surprised the enemy sorcerers, and disrupted their coordinated advance before the tempo changed. Their power, swirling in circles, spread over the battlefield, shocked Fawzel, and reached Edward. The body reacted immediately. Kai noticed. The controlling magic disappeared while Fawzel bitterly opposed Edward and concluded that his former ally consciously chose betrayal. Fawzel entrusted Sarah and Abyss to face the enemies who scattered to different sides, and focused solely on restraining Edward before even greater harm occurred. Both sides unleashed mighty magic. Together the battlefield exploded with wild, audacious energy as the opponents' blows collided head-on. Ren warned Kai. Their opponents would not withstand Sarah's firepower for long, so he was already worried about casualties during this clash. When Kai was about to act personally, Ren urged caution, They feared that Sarah's power, too mighty, could kill their last adversaries. When Kai ordered Osa to destroy enemy positions with earth magic, he hoped the chaos would bypass the defenses that effectively kept Edward in check. Sarah and Abyss attacked immediately, causing several opponents to become confused until rising earth magic completely disrupted their formation. One priest activated Battle Maiden's Sanctuary, deploying protective support, while allies were drowning under the increasingly strong pressure of coordinated attacks. Kai recognized among the enemy's users of Blessed Shield, and Libel and Edward noticed hidden preparations that made their rescue operation more difficult. Edward launched destructive magic toward the fortress, demolishing stone structures and further inflaming the conflict. Ren pulled Kai away from danger, while far away their ally called for help, not letting them stay there unprotected. Edward fired numerous stone fragments at Kai and Ren, pressing the attack while simultaneously controlling the entire battlefield. Fossil rushed forward before Kai and absorbed a deadly hail of blows, causing everyone to be stunned by his sacrifice and determination. Sarah and Abyss advanced together, setting barriers and responding with counterattacks while enemy priests try flanking maneuvers to encircle them. Suddenly, Yuri activated Battle Maiden's Sanctuary, intercepting falling projectiles and covering comrades as the clash intensified. And Kai ordered to urgently treat Fossil. He feared that the injuries would only worsen while Ren and Osa prepared supportive magic. A powerful barrier embraced the group from all sides, and Kai was petrified. The exits disappeared, and the enemies held full control. Yuri immediately rushed to check Keed's condition. Fortunately, she was intact, although a fierce conflict had already erupted around. Kate was silent for a few moments, then slowly raised her head, and irritation and determination flared in her gaze. Ketty loudly scolded her father for hurting the allies and Fossil. Instead of restraining himself, he released accumulated emotions while everyone watched, stunned. In despair, Cade activated Temporary Life, condemning Edward's actions and directed magic to protect everyone threatened by this conflict. Giant Golem. Cade sharply tore the target monster from his own skill, and shock passed through both allies and enemies as the creature crashed at full speed into opposing forces. The targets rushed through enemy lines continuously, scattering priests and creating a breach through which the trapped group finally managed to break free. Seeing what this creature was capable of, enemy soldiers were frightened and fled, abandoning resistance as fear overwhelmed their ranks. Kai immediately ordered Keed to cancel the ghoul ability, save Edward, and retreat before the situation got out of control again. In the dreamlike space, Cade continuously called Edward, brought him to consciousness, and pulled him back only with kindness. Ketty hit Edward, waking him up, and insisted, "Everything is really real." She shocked him as consciousness returned, although confusion still clung. Edward froze with the thought of whether death had already taken him. But Kite quickly dispelled the misunderstanding even before panic had a chance to spread. But Kite firmly embraced her father and declared that she had returned, after which she urged him to reunite with her mother as soon as possible. When Kai introduced himself, Fossil was recovering nearby, and Edward finally began to learn about those who defended Kai Day. The group entered to arrange a meeting in this pioneer settlement, along with an educational visit. This was Edward's first time joining Kai's community, and ahead unfolded a hopeful new chapter. Rukia quietly slipped into Kai's room while he was sleeping. As soon as she activated her truth blessing, she carefully watched him. She turned on the eyes of truth and examined Kai, flipping through fragments of childhood trials, the abilities she still had from the moment she received her blessing. Rukia recognized Kai's memories. They stretched back to early childhood, revealing abandonment and harsh trials long before both children even understood what was happening. During the 12-year blessing ceremony, Rukia noticed Kai was not like ordinary people. His story raised questions and prompted deeper reflection. An official churchman called Rukia. She entered the room and officially introduced herself. She agreed to the meeting, already possessing knowledge about Kairukia. While at the ceremony, Kai was troubled by her thought. The church official asked Rukia to change her attire. The sleeves lifted the clothing, and a mysterious divine mark appeared on Rukia's chest. Witnesses silently froze with their gazes, and tension spread throughout the hall. The hooded inquisitor demanded to examine the mark more closely. Shock overwhelmed everyone as recognition triggered, and doubts gave way to confidence. But before the revelation, the inquisitor trembled incessantly. Tears streamed down his face as he enthusiastically praised the miracle standing before him. The conversation revealed the unexpected. Rukia carries 3 gods within her, The inquisitor declared that their presence could not be compared to anything, and at these words from the clergyman, he seemed struck down on the spot. He froze, utterly stunned. The inquisitor respectfully thanked Rukia and confirmed that the mark belonged to another deity. Rukia felt it inside. The divine blessing had nothing to do with what she herself believed. Trying to hide the truth with just the name of the idea, she immediately summoned the divine mark, and from it emerged another god who actually dwelled within her. The inquisitor did not flinch. He only calmly explained the result. Rukia showed the radiant mark again, while officials nearby closely watched her every move. Remembering Kai, Rukia addressed the inquisitor and asked where her brother had gone. She explained. He missed the ritual, although he was expected to attend. The inquisitor suddenly grabbed her hands and called out incessantly, repeating the same thing over and over. She must completely forget Kai from this demand. Rukia was utterly confused. Rukia shook her head and questioned the warning about Kai. The church figures seemed to point her toward the future path, but the more insistently they supported her, the worse she felt inside. She was alone and could not understand why everyone demanded that she forget Kai. Questions poured into her mind one after another, leaving only embarrassment and confusion. The inquisitor spoke to her directly, and her tears revealed frustration. Rukia could not come to terms with the strange demand made of her. Her hand suddenly flashed with the eye of truth, and decisively reached toward the inquisitor to expose the real reason for his behavior, and personally find out what troubling request he had made. Hearing the divine voice, Rukia apologized but still used her power, and the inquisitor froze on the spot. Rukia said that the truth revealed itself to her only in fragments, but she could not fully comprehend it. The inquisitor warned that careless use could disrupt her blessing. The cleric sharply reproached Rukia for the reckless use of divine power. She calmly accepted the remark and replied that she understood. Rukia concluded, Kai's blessing came from an evil god. She also learned that the temple expelled people who bore similar blessings. The inquisitor revealed, another special researcher had already taken Kai. Rukia instantly realized Kai was still alive because they feared the blessed. Rukia received an order to train for 2 years as a priest's apprentice. She agreed enthusiastically and diligently prepared for her future duties. Rukia agreed to become the priest's apprentice despite the temple's prohibitions, secretly harboring a plan to gather clues and find a special inquisitor. Determination filled Rukia's heart as she once again strengthened her resolve. She swore to find Kai despite any obstacles. Rukia concluded that only she could save Kai from danger. Without hesitation, she fully devoted herself to this mission that was already waiting ahead. Somewhere far away, Kai lay quietly in an unfamiliar place, and his thoughts drifted as he looked up. He woke up and immediately looked around. He was worried about Rukia's painful condition and, as he recalled his long journey through Leverdia, he was not at peace for a moment. Abyss appeared by Kai's bed and asked if Rukia was his sister. Kai silently listened while she scrutinized his reaction. She explained, the colder weather made her worried and Kai himself looked embarrassed. But as soon as these words hung in the air, Fawzel entered the room and apologized. Fawzel joked, recalling their early meeting in Kai's room. But neither Kai nor Abyss seemed even slightly surprised. Kai involuntarily felt the situation looked suspicious. Abyss explained that she often sleeps next to him because of this. A simple misunderstanding arose among everyone. Standing by the window, Kai flipped through the years in his memory, passing one after another. The blessing ceremony for 12 years was approaching, and growing up was already breathing down his neck. Fawzel told Kai that the families decided to settle on the uninhabited island forever. Meanwhile, Kai was pulling materials through a place that was just beginning to expand. Edward examined the strange plates brought by Kai from the storage and did not yet guess what they meant. He questioned Kai while the construction plans stubbornly moved forward. Edward explained, "This is roof tile, which is laid on houses." He was genuinely surprised until Kai took out examples from Pioneer Village. Edward compared their blessings and immediately noticed key differences. They all came from one god, but their colors and features still diverged. The conversation shifted to gods and religious beliefs. Edward asked whether saints and evil deities really exist, so Kai pondered. Saintly and evil gods differed in blessings and sacred marks. Edward doubted not even the details, but the very nature of the gods. Kai replayed in his mind reincarnation and the thought that divine powers really exist. Edward accepted this conclusion. Such things should not be hastily dismissed. Edward doubted the temple's claims about evil gods. He stubbornly held his view. The blessing given to his daughter contains no malice. Their conversation was interrupted by another worker he asked for help. Edward teased Kai and was already planning how to accommodate everyone in the housing. Edward eagerly awaited to spend more time with his daughter, but Fossil immediately reminded him. Keed does not want to live with him. Edward abruptly froze as soon as he heard Keed refused to live with him, so he could not utter a word and was deeply affected by her decision. He asked why, but Fossil had no answer and could only advise to contact Keed directly to clarify. Kai noticed that Katie was currently busy with matters, and another worker began teasing Edward for his excessive devotion to his daughter. Edward admitted, once Katie was constantly watching over him, and it was her recent maturity that left him uncertain about what she thinks. He urged Kai to ask Keed why she rejected living with him, relying on the hope that he could get an honest answer. Kai reluctantly accepted the request, while Fossil amused himself with Edward's despair over Katie's choice, and Edward sat down on the ground. Kai told Katie that he would live with their father instead, and while explaining the arrangements, asked if she could hear him. Katie calmly replied that she would stay inside the castle, and asked Kai to reunite with the family without worrying too much. She insisted. She was already mature enough to decide independently and firmly stated that she would not leave despite Kai's concerns. Kai asked if this was their situation, that is, Edward's responsibility, and the others immediately started talking about sharing rooms, causing Kai to blush. Finally, having waited for clarity in this misunderstanding, Kai reacted awkwardly but stubbornly, despite everything, repeated her decision, not to separate and to stick to her choice. Kai thought about how her desire to reunite with her family was fading and felt. Life in the village gradually becomes more orderly and the bonds stronger. Kai visited Kuromo for additional winter coats, and Kuromo asked to take measurements and estimated a few days for completion. Enel and Kuromo watched television with Kai, and, noticing unfamiliar figures on the screen, have no idea what exactly is shown in that scene. Deadwood led Yuri to a place where no one disturbed them. Privacy had to be explained immediately, even before details, because Kai had already told everything. Yuri doubted Kai's actions, while Edward explained her royal status, and that worried him. He believed that separation could cause complications. Yuri and Edward discussed Kai's verdict and agreed. His abilities are truly impressive, but the decision still cannot be fully predicted in advance. Enel quietly listened next to Kai, while Kuromo criticized his insensitivity, and he awkwardly wondered if it was permissible to eavesdrop on their conversation. Kuromo explained that political customs vary greatly, assuring Kai, despite misunderstandings about Yuri's intentions, he will support the negotiations. Yuri called Kai brilliant, though one who has nafave. Edward picked up his assessment and immediately recalled those previous dangerous events. Edward momentarily questioned Yuri's expectations. She never asked for information in advance. Yet at the same time, he clearly understood her concerns relate to diplomatic matters. Yuri rejected Kai's apology, admitting she vented emotions, not guilt, and decided that repentance would not erase the pain that had already settled inside. Edward carefully questioned Yuri about her intentions, suspecting that she was using Kai. And when she uttered the word revenge and mentioned the Empire, his gaze sharpened. Yuri denied that she was seeking revenge. She said that her true desire was to forget painful memories, so Kai was left confused by her response. She honestly admitted, revenge is impossible under any circumstances, but Edward kept insisting, pressing further and demanding explanations about her conflicting intentions and feelings. Yuri said that the destruction of her homeland forced her to flee. She confessed that those unbearable memories still do not let go and leave an emptiness inside. Yuri felt Kai seemed not to fully understand some feelings, while Kai, Enel, and another elf looked completely bewildered. She removed the misunderstanding but pressed insistently. Edward must earn trust because he is Cadet's father, although she never once asked to bring these matters up for discussion. She assured that Edward has no suspicious ambitions, and added, his path is focused on seeing Kide, not on pursuing his own benefit. Edward promised he would never harm Kai's protector and said, Cade found peace there and always deserved protection. Speaking about the divine, Edward separated the temple's problems from his own judgments, while Yuri wondered if former enemies were still dangerous. Yuri raised an alarm about Fossil. He noticed that Kai completely trusts him, then asked Edward if this closeness was really a cause for concern. Edward admitted the former mercenary trade of Fossil, but insisted on something else. Capable mages have the right to freedom, because he believed that Fossil simply loves living there. Yuri noticed how warmly Kai treats Fossil, and Edward remarked on their unusual friendship despite the age difference and the noticeable distance that still remained. Edward suggested that envy could be heard in her voice, and this surprised her so much that she wondered if her emotions really matched this suspicion. Then Yuri admitted, jealousy could very well have been there, recalling how Kai smiled at others, while Kai and the elves did not understand at all what was happening. Edward reassured Yuri that Fossil was unlikely a spy. Neither the Empire nor the witnesses recognized his presence. She spread false rumors that he and his wife were dead, and it was this that allowed them to stay close to Keed. Yuri told a political story about emperors and factions, and Edward recalled an old marriage proposal and politely declined. Edward remembered how the prince persistently pursued Princess Mondial, each time ruining everything with his reckless behavior and uncontrollable emotions. Later, the prince took the blame for the conflict, and the princess at first thought his actions were foolish, not intentional. Edward slowly considered Mondial's invasion, realizing the prince's responsibility, while Kai quietly listened through the television broadcast. Yuri explained, the prince acted out of pride, not love, and blamed the war on false worship of the kingdom. During the escape, they were caught, but they still slipped out from under imperial control. A slave owner intervened and overturned their dire circumstances. Yuri could not come to terms with the idea that deeper motives were behind Mondial's destruction and kept doubting, did the prince really do everything personally? Edward suggested there might be another culprit, while Yuri recalled how Kai discouraged revenge, and the others silently watched. Yuri confessed in stubborn tones. She called to answer for the destruction of her homeland and admitted that hatred was still deeply rooted in her. Edward understood Yuri's feelings but still warned. Revenge is still far away. Kai silently listened and took on the burden. When he awkwardly replayed in his head the overheard secrets of others, he had no idea whether his presence next to him influenced events more than he expected. Enel noticed Yuri still clung to revenge, while Kai had already admitted he recognized the truth, although earlier he had made completely different assumptions. Kai decided that Yuri needed understanding, not reproaches, so he himself was going to talk about the Mondial tragedy and its pain. Kai listened as the villagers quietly exchanged words about needs, building restrictions, lack of materials, and concern for Yuri's condition. Yuri continued to work diligently organizing supplies despite visible fatigue. Kai carefully listened to all proposals and had already decided. Soon he would set out to Tenohira village to find answers. Enel approached Kai with grapes gathered from the village fields and proudly explained that they had been grown quite recently on their expanding lands. Kai asked if the grapes could be eaten immediately, and Enel cheerfully confirmed that they could and tasted one himself. He examined the grapes, noticed the thick skin, heavy seeds, and rich tart-sweet flavor, so he gladly praised them and was clearly satisfied overall. Kai suggested making wine from the grapes, and everyone quickly understood what was what. The group immediately decided to try the process with the barrels that were at hand. Enel excitedly called Koromo for help, and Kai watched as they approached. Their enthusiasm hinted that the planned task would be fun. They changed clothes and stepped into the barrel. Enel energetically stomped on the grapes, starting the juice extraction, while Koromo followed behind. Kromo questioned the choice of clothing, and Enel proudly declared, "They say, in the village girls dress like that during work," and encouraged Kromo to continue. The stomping continued. Enel playfully pulled Kromo out of the process, while Kai calmly observed, wondering if such methods really mattered when the wine needed to come out quickly and efficiently. The crushing of the grapes ended, and Enel impatiently handed Kai a sample. He carefully took it while the fresh juice splashed into the containers. Enel assured Kai that the juice was pure despite its strange preparation. Kai reluctantly swallowed the grape juice prepared by his elf sister. Kai scrutinized the taste and admitted the drink felt warm, and he concluded that overall it did not meet the expected quality. Enel insisted on adding even more sugar, but Kai argued fermentation could still proceed. He decided to store the juice properly. During the conversation about the wine project, Enel suddenly fell silent. Something was holding her back, and as soon as she remembered what exactly was missing, anxiety gripped her thoughts. Several weeks passed before Kai finally inspected the wine barrel. He was eager to know the result. He intended to check how the fermentation was going, but the barrel exploded with incredible force. Wine splashed everywhere. shocking Kai and pushing the nearby elves away. Chromo understood the mistake immediately. While one was sad about the spoiled clothes from the splashes, Chromo recalled an important detail. Kai listened to the explanation, and as they walked and checked, gas appeared, pressure increased, and the sealed barrel swelled until the moment it broke. Despite the accident, Kai took the attempt as a valuable experience. Enel proudly accepted the lesson, and everyone gained knowledge. The peasants left the sealed barrels and returned to the open ones. Karamo and Enel resumed crushing the grapes using safer methods. The new wine turned out well. Enel and Karamo proudly tasted it, while Kai watched their joyful reactions with pleasure. Karamo rested nearby, probably overwhelmed after the successful wine fun. Enel noticed an important change and immediately informed Kaikai. After checking the status of the village, I noted a tremendous growth. Tenohira village had already reached level 35 and acquired swords as a specialization. A new ability appeared. Peasants could continue learning beyond Tenohira, traveling independently, mastering skills, and then returning back. Reviewing the information about the village and considering a visit to the city, he concluded, better technologies can significantly improve living conditions throughout the inhabited area of the island. Enel informed Kai that a new elf had appeared. While 3 elven sisters existed, another brother or sister had finally found their path. She told about the structure of their family. Enel was the eldest sister, and Koromo was the second. Kai learned that the third sister was a seal. She belonged to the elf advisors responsible for managing food, clothing, and housing. Enel showed Sayal, but she hardly left her place and kept away from everyone. Kai immediately wondered about Enel's biography, so he asked for explanations, and the conversation continued. The next day, Kai and Yuri set out to the newly arrived sister, but their goal instantly threw Kai off track. He froze in shock and could not understand what was happening at all. They reached a huge estate belonging to Enel's family. It was hard to believe that such a luxurious residence existed somewhere here. Kai and Yuri entered the estate and called the new sister, but in response silence, so he continued the search. The mystery ended when Kai finally found them. Enel comfortably settled and played video games while Koromo casually greeted them. Enel got absorbed in her game and quickly lost. She apologized to Kai, admitting that the excitement distracted her. Enel nudged her sister to introduce herself properly. The withdrawn elf held her breath for a moment while Kai awaited her response. Teenagers, Cecil politely greeted Kai and explained that she was responsible for housing issues. She sincerely thanked him for supporting her sisters. Kai introduced Yuri to Seal and helped everyone get acquainted. The meeting went calmly. The group exchanged greetings. While he inspected the estate, Kai anxiously noted how too large and too strange it was. The Seal calmly confirmed. Her special gift was what made it possible to build this. Seal showed small flying gnomes she had created by force. Kai could not understand the explanations while the others quietly observed. Kai inspected the estate and offered to repair it so the village could benefit. Seal refused, zealously guarding her personal belongings and games. Seal revealed the truth. The game grew out of memories belonging to a reincarnated person. Excited, Kai immediately accepted her invitation. Kai invited Yuri to join. Sitting next to each other, they figured out the controls while preparing for multiplayer gameplay. The strategic game instantly drew everyone into the whirl. Yuri truly enjoyed it, while Kai calmly laid out the basic mechanics and main objectives. CL advised Yuri so they chose Guan Yu because she was inexperienced. Kai took Zhang Fei, and their confrontation officially began. Yuri could not understand the controller and the game rules. Where to start, what affects what. Kai patiently explained the controls, attacks, and the purpose of each button. The fight stunned Yuri. Enemies, allies, and mechanics attacked together, leaving no time to figure things out. Kai led her in battle and simultaneously answered many questions. Several hours past concentration did not wane, but stubbornness only grew stronger. Yuri trained relentlessly, did not give up, even as difficulties increased. Yuri finally understood the goal and confidently aimed at the enemy commanders. Kai, standing nearby, proudly watched and could not resist praising how quickly she was improving. The team immediately switched to the next match. Yuri enthusiastically gave orders to Guan Yu he wanted to rush into battle again as soon as possible. Kai gathered everyone for magical training near the village. While the rest watched, 2 girls prepared for the trial. To demonstrate the technique, Kai cast a water spell and launched it toward the pair. The attack flew faster than they expected. The water burst through the girls, instantly stopping the training. The observers saw another failed attempt and laughed at the result. Then Kai explained, "Water magic is safer for training magical nullification," and the young villager immediately became eager to learn. The two girls stepped forward and began preparing their own water magic. Seeing their determination, Kai immediately realized the lesson was about to become much harder. The training flared up instantly. As the two girls activated water magic against Kai, he was confused. He only managed to frantically escape the continuous attacks. A little later, Kai looked around how the village was preparing for winter. When the work was almost done, he decided to check one more location on the island. While changing clothes, Edward revealed ancient ruins hidden on the northern side of the island, a place he had not mentioned before. The group found out the ruins have stood for over 1,000 years and most likely date back to the God War era. So hearing this, Kai was fired up with an idea. The convincing hint that the forgotten structure still hides secrets made him want to look even deeper. Kai learned that the island was once controlled by a temple, but no one could say for sure if the ancient ruins had ever been explored. The discussion only uncovered another, deeper secret. The island's inhabitants disappeared long ago, but traces of advanced technology remained, including an android. Hearing that the android was last seen intact, the group became even more persistent. They were equally drawn to uncover the truth hidden in the ruins. He felt that the temple hid important information. Another companion picked up the investigation and wanted to find out what secrets were kept there. Kai assembled an expedition team. He selected several warriors to accompany him, and preparations for the journey to the ancient ruin began. Before leaving, a frightened girl asked Kai to be careful. She promised to protect the village if anything went wrong during the expedition. Kai calculated the consequences of failure and realized the village, its people, and the fragile balance they held and continued to hold depended on his return. Relieving the tension with a joke about the future, he cut off the conversation. The rest quickly got down to preparing for the journey. The expedition rushed north and eventually reached ancient ruins hidden in the thickets among abandoned structures. As soon as the group stepped onto the site, it was immediately gripped by a strange vibration, a strange magical energy spread around the place, clearly proving the ruins were not ordinary. When they approached closer, an invisible force pierced their magic. The abnormal pressure left no doubt. Someone inside was actively keeping this territory under protection. Checking the condition of each member, they found that the disturbance affected only some participants. Despite the risk, the investigation was not stopped. While discussing possible traps ahead, Kai warned the others, "Retreat if the situation becomes too dangerous." The group guessed what might be hidden inside: ancient machines or mechanical soldiers left by a forgotten civilization. Remembering the abyss and its connection to military technologies, Kai suspected that these ruins might be a laboratory, and this thought only increased the determination to uncover their secrets. Making their way through the ruins, Kai did not dismiss the worst-case scenario. If countless combat dolls like Abyss still remained there, the island would not avoid disaster. Danger despite all the danger. His companions promised to protect each other, and this cohesion pushed their group to move further forward. They took a torch, inspected the tunnel, and made sure there was enough air through the passage for safe exploration. Kai analyzed the airflow and concluded, inside the structure itself, deeper, there was probably another chamber. Soon they found a hidden room. The group entered and saw advanced mechanisms buried under centuries of decay. The mysterious ruins were just beginning to reveal their true nature. In the chamber itself, the team studied strange materials and structures. Such things had never been found on the island. The institution itself looked ancient, yet miraculously remained almost perfectly preserved. Kai noticed signs of advanced engineering even after centuries. Inside, there were few traces of decay from time, so the room testified to the skill level of its creators. Continuing the excavations, they came across several sealed cases near the blocked passage. The collapse prevented them from reaching the deeper parts of the ruins. While Kai was surveying the territory, a mysterious figure suddenly appeared behind his back. The unexpected presence instantly confused the group. Card reacted instantly. Kai struck, before the figure could make even one move. This collision became their first direct contact with what had remained hidden inside the ancient object for years. After the clash, the mysterious figure fell helplessly. The group looked closely and noticed a striking resemblance to Abyss, so they set out to find out who she really was. Deciding that the inactive girl was safe away from the ruins, Kai picked her up and carried her back to the village for further investigation. Not knowing how to wake her, Kai asked for advice. The knowledgeable companion examined the girl and immediately understood her condition. The examination showed the girl is not a living person but a prototype of a doll, an artificial vessel for embodiment. Unlike Abyss, the sleeping doll gave no hint of life energy. This discovery meant one thing: she was unfinished and generally different from the others. After examining the sleeping doll, the team concluded that the energy source was most likely already depleted, so it would not be able to operate in such a state. The obedient companion agreed to guard the doll, while Kai continued investigating the findings he brought back from the ruins. Among the found items, there were several unfamiliar objects made from materials that no one in the group could recognize. Looking more closely into the room, they noticed that the cultural records had disappeared as if someone had taken important information before the ruins were left alone. Soon attention shifted to the sealed cases. Confident that no traps remained, they carefully prepared to open the mysterious containers and finally find out what was inside. When the matter was uncovered, the group came across neatly preserved corpses in uniform and unexpected content that threw everyone off balance, leaving them in complete astonishment. Further study clarified things. In each case, items lay nearby, and in one set, strangely, they matched the clothing of the sleeping doll from the ruins. These findings tied the mysterious girl even more firmly to the ancient structure. The group began to treat every object as an important clue. Despite the girl still being unconscious and unable to explain anything, suspicion grew. Supposedly, she once belonged to this institution. When rumors about the theories spread, the group wondered if she was an ancient being preserved through centuries to wait and awaken after a long sleep. Returning from the ruins, Kai reconsidered everything they had unearthed. Advanced technology, the sleeping doll, and preserved artifacts all pointing to a forgotten truth. After the group explored the ruins, winter came. Heavy snow and joyful days filled with games together. When spring came to change the season, everyone rejoiced in this time, and life in the village continued to flow peacefully. Later, they awaited the temple's mysterious ship, wondering if it would finally appear after many years of absence. Kai promised to help another child find a family if the opportunity arose again, and to always respect their wishes. Meanwhile, the young girl quietly confessed she would not meet with the family, so Kai stayed close, understanding her undying longing. 3 years passed, and Kai already thought that the girl's family had hardly survived even if the temple ship returned. But despite his words, the girl felt he was hiding his true feelings, yet remained calm and patient. Kai, holding her hand, admitted he still dreamed of someday meeting his own family, but would always put every new child first. His kindness touched her soul, and she responded with agreement. They would search for her family together if no new children appeared this year. Finally, Kai decided to introduce her to his family, hoping that this meeting would bring her both support and hope. The girl accepted Kai's promise with a smile, believing that together they would surely find a path to the future. And Kai himself imagined how his family would be surprised when they saw how much their Vilmavi had grown. A few days later, the long-awaited temple ship finally emerged, and all eyes involuntarily stuck to the sea. Without hesitation, the winged scout rushed to inform Kai the mysterious ship had arrived. As soon as the vessel approached the pier, the company involuntarily realized the newcomer was an adult, not the child they had expected. The group hid in the forest and watched the stranger, confused. Never before had an abandoned adult appeared here. Meanwhile, Kai decided to keep her in sight. He ordered everyone to stay vigilant and act only if she showed hostile intentions. After the ship sailed away, they approached the woman who was stranded in shallow water and untied her from the ropes. They caused her no harm. Ren carefully removed the bandage from her, hoping to learn more about the mysterious guest. But instead, they discovered the bandage was a magical tool. The woman spoke about an island and added a new secret about a sealed witch. The woman shuddered nervously as Ren examined her, and Kai tried to understand the strange mention of the sealed witch and the taboo island. And Ren noticed a holy mark she had never seen before, so Kai began to doubt the woman's divine blessing. Instead of dismissing it with silence, she confessed she had served the term allotted by God, and this revelation left everyone stunned by the surprise. She said that her long mission in the great cathedral kept her relentless without any freedom. 3 years ago, a successor was finally chosen, so her training duties ended, and she was given a chance to leave. She learned that she was exiled, and for a moment was confused, trying to gather her thoughts and accept the unexpected punishment. Overwhelmed with emotions, She told that she had faithfully served the temple for centuries and never once dared to question her duties. She had just confessed that she had worked for 500 years and simply broke down, stunning everyone around. She could not hold back her irritation. Despair burst out in an exclamation and lamented the unfair end of her long service. Meanwhile, Ren was sure that the woman was telling the truth, and Kai suddenly realized the isolated village had become the unexpected final stop for the exile. She inquired whether the villagers were really human. She had just found out that they had lived for years on Forbidden Island. Instead of answering immediately, Kai asked her to tell about the sealed witch mentioned in her story. After losing hope, she agreed to tell everything certain of one thing. She had nothing left to hide. And Kai then did not understand her words at all. She called the witch a legend spoken of through the ages, leaving him with a story that did not fit any framework. According to her, the blessed witch cast chaos upon the world almost 700 years ago. She explained, the witch generously gave blessings, which caused that chaos until the temple captured her and sealed her. Meanwhile, Kai could not understand why the temple still refused the blessed, if instead they could deal with them directly. She replied that the temple fears the phenomenon called divine return. It can cause serious consequences. To everyone's surprise, the woman said plainly, knowledge about the divine return has almost vanished over time. Eventually, she revealed the truth. The murder of a powerful blessed person scatters their abilities, so the temple forbade such actions. Kai asked what would happen if a blessed person died, and the woman warned, their powers could transfer to others. She added that the released power could strike an entire town, or even become stronger if absorbed by a person. Then, hearing the explanation, Kai finally understood why the temple never executed abandoned blessed children. To clarify her point, the woman told how an old grudge can turn released power into a dangerous disaster. She added, exiling the blessed to remote islands has significantly reduced the risk of mass destruction. Ren inquired where the secretly sealed witch was, and the woman admitted she had no idea, while Kai firmly realized. The temple had planned everything down to the smallest detail. The woman concluded, 4 great cathedrals still sustain magical power, therefore, they are the most likely places where the witch's seal is kept. As soon as she answered their questions, the woman noticed interest and asked Kai's group to state their names. Kai introduced himself and immediately explained to Ren, they are simply islanders living on this remote land. The woman finally introduced herself Rosalind and asked everyone to call her Rosa. Kai noted that St. Clair is worried about the dangerous mana particles of the island, then reassured her while leading their walk. Kai told that he and Abyss have been living here for almost 3 years, fighting off monsters, getting used to the place, and still managing without serious losses. Together they continued along the forest path, and St. Clair carefully looked around, increasingly concerned about how Kai's experience had turned out. When Kai mentioned the magical instrument, attention again turned to St. Clair's mysterious blindfold. St. Clair revealed, she put on the enchanted blindfold for the blind before starting her duties as a priestess and never managed to take it off. When Kai guessed St. Clair needed the password for the magical blindfold, he realized, after 5 centuries, there was no one left who could remove it. During the walk, Kai doubted St. Clair's devotion, but she behaved so ordinarily and practically that it seemed far from fanatical adherence to strict religious dogmas. Kai remembered how his adoptive father ignored lessons in the temple, and a doubtful question formed in his mind. Did the Inquisitors really demand the fulfillment of every religious prescription without any exceptions? St. Clair explained, her 5 centuries of service make every bishop younger, so everyone respectfully treated her as if she were truly learned. Kai became interested in her extraordinary longevity and asked why St. Clair still looked young, and what duties she had managed to carry out during these 5 centuries. St. Clair revealed, her divine blessing stopped time for her body, so 5 centuries passed, and she did not change or lose her youthful appearance. She added that her sacred duty requires protecting the temple's sleeping patron, and at the same time staying safe thanks to her incredible ability to stop blessings. Kai and Abyss listened, as St. Clair recounted the story of the mysterious patron, a man who rests eternally. St. Clair for 500 years in a row each time before sleep stopped time, and lying next to the holy patron, exhaustingly stretched the endless routine. Again Abyss pondered, does frozen time feel instantaneous? But St. Clair answered her consciousness remained awake the whole time while all the experience lasted. St. Clair explained, her blessing stops only personal time, so she does not pass out fully conscious while the sacred power is active. When Kai asked about the strange decision of the temple, Saint Clair admitted, "The Holy Patron's plan still remains one of their main mysteries." Saint Clair asserted, "While the patron sleeps, he protects the whole world, but no one has ever revealed the mysterious truth about him." Saint Clair admitted that the temple abandoned her, and from this Kai began to listen carefully while she searched more about her lonely past. Kai showed Saint Clair his island state, which is expanding, and greeted her, promising a new home right next to everyone who already lives there. Kai led Saint Clair to the village, and Abyss, Yuri, and everyone around met her even before introducing several friendly companions. Remembering the blinding blindfold of Saint Clair, Kai suggested checking if Rosa could remove her powerful blessing after 500 long years. Kai asked Rosa to heal the eyes of Saint Sierra, hoping she would restore the abilities that had remained inactive for years after endless isolation. Saint Clair thanked Kai after Yuri praised his kindness, saying she admires everything he has achieved protecting the island's people. In delight, Saint Clair praised Kai's achievements, and Yuri teased her because of her admiration and jokes until she confessed. She likes him much more than she expected. Kai admitted that he wanted to remove the blindfold from Saint Clair's eyes, and although she trembled with fear, she explained, if it was forcibly removed, it would trigger a deadly curse. Despite Saint Clair's anxiety, Kai ordered Rosa to keep her eyes closed before attempting the dangerous removal of the blindfold together with the support of Kai Day. Kathy activated her healing magic while Rosa reached for the enchanted blindfold, preparing for any injuries that might occur during the risky attempt. The enchanted blindfold suddenly clinked and released Saint Clair remained unharmed, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, sincerely not expecting such an unexpected success. Saint Clair opened her eyes after 500 years, and the gathered companions celebrated this miracle with incredible joy. Saint Clair stared confusedly at the bright sky, with tearful eyes unable to recover after seeing sunlight again for the first time in a century. Choked with emotion, Saint Clair finally recognized Kai, and having regained her precious sight thanks to his kindness, sincerely expressed joyful gratitude. Kai came across Saint Clair in his growing state, and she smiled just noticing significantly more companions than she could ever imagine. Later, everyone gathered for dinner, and Saint Clair froze in amazement upon seeing the grand banquet prepared to celebrate the guest. Saint Clair happily ate warm food and explained, "The temple serves only cold dishes because the underground ruins naturally remain cool throughout every season." Saint Clair celebrated her own freedom-delicious dishes and new friendships, and then sincerely thanked Rukia for rescuing her from a lonely fate. Hearing Rukia's name, Kai froze in shock while Saint Clair explained, "The blessed girl inherited Time God's extraordinary grace." Having heard the revelation, Kai asked Saint Clair with anxiety in his voice about Rukia's full name, her age, and place of birth, and did not hide how exactly what he heard frightened him. Saint Clair recalled that Rukia took Husqvarna in Ravelda and believed she was about 15 then when they met earlier. Saint Clair explained that Rukia inherited the burden of the patron and remained bound by a blindfold under the cold underground ruins until another successor appeared later. But having learned where Rukia was held captive, Kai declared that he would save his missing sister without wasting a single precious moment. And impressed by his persistence, Saint Clair understood. Kai is Rukia's older brother, and his determination did not waver even after the shocking revelation. Meanwhile, Katie discovered Rukia was looking for Kai, and by this confirmed that she still believed the truth. Her long-lost brother lives somewhere in the world. Recounting those events, Saint Clair explained, Rukia examined every clue, and during her search even relied on the blessing of the God of Truth. Saint Clair identified Milwaukee Cathedral as the patron's headquarters and warned, its underground chamber can only be opened from the inside. Saint Clair explained, the underground chamber will remain accessible for 2 more years after Rukia falls into her endless sleep beneath the cathedral. After Kai asked the question, Saint Clair admitted, she never abandoned her duty because her younger sister was still waiting for her return. The turn made her nervous. Kai promised that Rukia must be saved, and Rosa quietly thought as if the tired girl had already fallen asleep. An uneasy, restrained impulse with all his might, Kai slammed his palm on the table and firmly decided, only he is capable of tearing his younger sister from that unbearable fate. Later, Abyss proposed to multiply Kai using his golden grain of creation, hoping that another version would strengthen the dangerous rescue mission. The proposal confused Kai. He asked for explanations, And this is what caused Yoruji to be embarrassed before the Abyss after their misunderstanding of multiplication. Blushing almost to tears, Abyss stubbornly offered to show how she saw it, until Yoruji realized. Kai meant creating copies, not having children. The local village reached the next stage of development, unlocking wine production. And the elves were already waiting to prepare even better dishes for everyone.